Welcome back, everyone, to nasl Season 6, Week 5, and we got nothing but bangers coming up for you. Of course, nasl always full of bangers. I'm NVNYC here, joined by Z Yoshi, and we just want to go into a little bit of the first match that we're going to be looking at here, which is going to be We's Little Bees against EKC. Just to take a quick look also at the current rankings, I'll just go over the top two leaders right now in nasl, which is Team Hug, or Hungry for Nephew, which is, of course, Y'all Ready to Lose, Vaughn, and Bells. And second here, which is tied for first, basically. Showtime, of course, being Barcode, Shianzu, and Joker, are current leaders in nasl, but they'll be playing against each other a little bit later, and we'll see who the leaders are for then. But right now, Z, Yoshi, tell me, what were you thinking we're going to be seeing here today against We's Little Bees and EKC?
I think we're going to be seeing a pretty interesting match. I'm always excited to watch EKC, barring week 2. We don't have to talk about it. It's okay. It's different time, different people than they were a few weeks ago. But I'm a big EKC fan. I think they are. You named Hungry Like Nephew and Showtime the top two teams. We have 6 2-2 teams, but out of them, I think EKC is upper echelon of that. I think has a pretty good chance of making it far in playoffs. Could even win. Anyone can win. This is the closest season we've had in nasl ever. But
oh yeah,
I'm my eyes are peeled looking at EKC right now. We's Little Bees also taking a massive win against Demons Raw in week 1. Showed up and really let everyone know that they were here to play. And things have not been quite the same since then. But hey, a win against EKC would be massive. So loading into game, seeing what's going on. But I'm looking forward to this match. I think there's a lot. Many things could happen, as is the case with most matches. But I think this one's particularly pretty interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you just mentioned, the upset against Demons Raw shows that We's Little Bees really do have the potential to take out anyone in this bracket. Like you said, again, the skill level might be the closest it's ever been in nasl, and we shall see some of it coming up right now. Starting off onto Atlas Lab, you can see the Awakenings there, Aerials, and Built Different have everyone really. Actually, we just have Built Different on NXDD, and which is, of course, Rasmus and Kazan, the poster human people for taking any of the size perks that are going to be scaling off that quite nicely. Also, we have 2 boots. Oh man, the boots used to be gone. Give them a little bit of a buff, and they are back to stay, and we'll be seeing some of that here as well as one of the barriers goes down here for EKC. Both of them now gone for EKC. We's Little Bees is holding on to this one. Zack Smack defending with their life against NXDD. Carmine helping out nicely in the defense, but Katsuna and NXD have a big push here, but nice clear from Zack Smack is going to keep this point alive, and now they're on a huge offense as Zack Smack is pushed up into space. Yeah, right in there. A little extra reinforcement from Carmine is going to secure that goal, and We's Little Bees starting out from the gate. First blood goes to them.
Yeah, bang right in there. I'm a big fan of this Kazan right here. Just obviously side start Rasmus Kazan, like you said. Put the fries in the bag, put the big brawlers in there. But Kazan particularly just is always going to be very nice. And especially into Era has such a nice matchup. Era just doesn't have the defensive tools to get through things like Hook. It's just Hook, but really tough there. And we're seeing it. I think they have We's Little Bees more pressure in the early sets here, but we'll have to see. As a big blink snipe right in the corner, the Estelle special right in there, putting it in. Get a point on the board for EKC.
Yeah, looking good right now. I do think the power level for both of these teams is pretty high, too. Amy getting aerials on start, as well as the Stell getting it, too, which makes them so strong. Wow, nice combo there from Carmine. Is going to land them a power play here to start it off on this next point. Katsuna going to stall for just a moment there, but actually lose that interaction to who's going to grab one of those orbs to keep themselves in the game. Soren wins a huge interaction there. Actually grabs the barrier for themselves. NXDD helping with the defense there to keep this one up. The Firewall Sentry comes in again. Soren whiffs the flip there, but the barrier still stays. And that situation is going to be successfully won by EKC, as no barrier there is left for We's Little Bees. They're going to push onto the top lane here. Zack Smack and a nicely clear to the bottom where there is no one left. A flip there from It's going to at least clear the ball for a moment and give them some advantage. Soren spends the Bewitching Beam to get that one out of there as well. Carmine taking a little bit of extra damage here. Can we grab this one with the top spin? Not quite. Nice. Sack smack drone, but Katsuna's got that bottom lane covered, and that's just a load of pressure coming in from EKC to take that second point.
Yeah, just the Estelle always showing up, getting it done. It's the Estelle Rasmus comp, the core control special. They just have so many ranged abilities to snipe the goalie out with. Something else on the other side, on Carmine here, the Imi, something I did not notice is that this guy's rocking pummelers. So he's very clear in his win condition. But it might come back to bite him with the a speed deficit going into Rasmus and Estelle, who have so much coverage across the map. It might be hard to deal with. We'll have to see. We're looking at it right now a little bit, just NXCD holding this thing in the corner, not letting it go, but I feel like any opportunities that We's Little Bees can find, they'll be capitalized on immediately with the Imi and the Kazan here.
Yeah, I agree as well. The Amy speed might come into play a little bit later as they set up the Firewall Sentry here to push it on through the bottom side. Gets reinforced there from the Maelstrom too. The orb spawns right in the center though, which is actually going to interrupt EKC's push, but Soren finds the line, bro. Finds the line right past all 5 other players. Gets it on in there. EKC nicely taking that first set there and grabbing their first awakening will be Katsuna. Well-deserved, smacking that ball as much as possible, and we'll see some good awakenings show up for them. What will we be seeing here?
Yeah, I think the awakening of this draft that I'm looking at is Monumentalist. I think Soren's going to have to deny that from Zack Smack, or things are going to get kind of dirty. We're also seeing a Super Surge deny coming out, but that does mean that Carmine's picking up Prize Fighter, and power on Imi is super scary, especially with the pummelers. The KOs could be coming in out of left field, really, and here a good Reptile Remedy pick from NXCD as well, getting the Stagger Awakening. Stagger and Brawlers, you know, handshake emoji. A wonderful time, but that means that Wee's picking up that specialized training, which could also be pretty dangerous. We're just seeing a lot of damage, a lot of KO threat come out from Wee's Little Bees, which is funny because they're going into EKC, who's just like hunkering down on the core control right now. But you know, the win condition for Weeb is clear. They know what they want to do, and right now Katsuna is really really feeling it. They're gonna have to secure the kill if they want to win, and try as they might. EKC is just, well, they got it, but doing a great job on the core control here.
Yeah, it's going to work out for them. That kill is also going to activate those pummelers. 30% speed. Going to be able to run circles around. That's going to keep that one going as well. Pummelers will remain active, and another stack of Prize Fighter will be landed there for Carmine. Actually, first stack didn't really get participation for the other one there, as the ball is going to roll on in with an assistance of that Firewall Sentry, adding a couple of stuns to the opposing team. We's Little Bees comes out on top for there. Yeah, we saw Wee actually grabbing that kill by themselves, really, with that specialized training. Could be their ticket here. If there's something I've noticed from the team of We's Little Bees, that someone, at least somebody on the team, is taking a ton of extra damage. They really like going for those kills. And we can see, once again, a kill is exchanged here, and We's Little Bees is now on top.
Yeah, pulling ahead in this set. Almost getting another KO onto NXCD there, but Wee taken down. The big struggle of picking Kazan is that he has no stagger. He is so he is so frail, and we've been seeing him get low a few times, but it's the first time he's knocked out. EKC probably wanting to replicate that now as well, looking low. NXCD rushing in and just bulldozing through right there. You know, staggered or near staggered goalie. Not a whole lot you can do in terms of defense, and EKC kind of clapping back there at that point.
Yeah, well done. And like you mentioned a second ago there, Kazan definitely low health pool now as well. You can see she almost died there just from trying to defend the ball against like a whiplash and maybe a pendulum swing or two. And so it's just, she's going to be taking a whole lot of damage, although Carmine has 3 stacks of Prize Fighters now, looking real strong to keep these kills going here. Flip from Katsuna is actually going to lose that interaction there to Zack Smack's proximity drone. NXCD wins the situation there and wins a big one, gets that pendulum swing to secure that barrier. Carmine now looking a little bit weak, but gets lifelined nicely up. Katsuna now looking at the kill target here. We Probably going to spend a little bit of time going for that kill, although the ball is in a pretty precarious situation here. Zaxmack does end up getting out. Carmine trying to recover just a little bit here, though. The big 2v1 situation gets kind of foiled from the center clear, but whoa, huge Maelstrom is going to stun Zaxmack for at least a day for NXDD to push that one in.
Yeah, delivered Zaxmack back to his goal on express shipping, and NXDD doing it was really interesting, just like, it was so difficult to see the core through the Maelstrom. He was able to strike it up and then follow it with the slick kick speed to strike it again at the bottom. And oh, just taking a prize fighter stack away from Carmine right there. Oh. And another EKC, reminding everyone who the KO team here really is. Just 1-2 double power play here. Zaxmack holding on right now. Oh. And now Carmine's back, looking a little low, but has an opportunity as the power play is reversed here.
Big reverse, big hold there from Zachary Smackery. Actually ends up holding it down, keeps a barrier, takes one of their own. Team has returned to grab the second one, although we do get a nice snipe there from Katsuna. The piercing shot's going to be enough to send on off the board there. Here we go, Carmine waiting to get back here as the last barrier falls down. They're going to try to hold this one. No orbs left to be eaten, although the Maelstrom comes in and kind of blocks it out, but NXDD cannot win that situation. Zaxmack comes out on top. The Bewitching Beam, the hook. Katsuna out of nowhere with double dash perk is going to be teleporting right across the map, putting that one in, and any light that Weaslebees could have been seen might have been snuffed out there as the second set goes on over to EKC.
Yeah, and then there a second Stagger Awakening has hit the Brawler. That's Bulk Up Reptile Remedy. That's both of them. Well, a Big Fish, but no need to... I'm fine. Everything's fine.
It's fine.
Anyway, Bulk Up Reptile Remedy, that's a lot of Stagger. That's a lot of power. And I don't know what happened those last 2 points, but both teams just started blowing each other up. So we might be seeing a lot more of that as Deadeye Imi being picked up for Carmine. That's a game changer. The prize fighter was big enough, but now this guy's just going to be annihilating people. Just went for the kill off kickoff right there, off rip. We not left with a whole lot, taking hot shot. I'm surprised no one else picked up the hot shot, but we saw a lot of denies go through that draft, and really I think those two picks, the Bulk Up and the Deadeye, are the two big ones here.
Yeah, definitely going to cause a lot of problems for the opposing teams. Zaxmack did not manage to get another, he has the spark of leadership here with that spark of focus. We'll see if that comes into play here, though. But like you said, Carmine building up as much damage as possible, grabbing Deadeye. Although Soren did end up getting Adrenaline Rush. Let's see if that actually activates in any situation. The Maelstrom does some crazy stuff as the push from the top lane does not make it through. Katsuna is just a pixel away from getting that strike in there. Carmine easily giving the ball right over to Wee. Soren does read the situation, but Era simply does not have enough strikes to get that ball away from Kazan, who is the lord and savior of strikes and extra hits. So it's going to end up winning out on that situation, and that's kind of what they're going to try to be looking for, I feel like. They really want a nice, clean 1v1 Kazan against Era if you are Weaslebees. It's really, really tough to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. That really looks like their win condition, I think, if they can get a KO or force those 1v1 situations in some other way and just let we have 500 abilities on top of Soren, because like what is the Era gonna do? We saw the strike primary try and come out, but the beam just not able to catch it, not able to get through all those hits in time, and it's just so difficult. There though, big flip on NXD's part, taking the barrier. Now EKC really they keep going down a point and then trying to surge back, but that's a big KO. Katsuna looking low. Lots going on here.
Absolutely. Katsuna trying to make the most of their last, not stock, the last little bit of their health there. A different game, possibly. Carmine has all his cooldowns ready to go for this Soren, but actually ends up surviving that situation against all of those Amy's cooldowns. We almost had a chance to get the ball, kind of taken out of their hands from NXT. Even Zaxmack kind of miscalculates a little bit there, loses control of the ball. Possibly missed it there with the drone, which is what they were trying to set up, but either way, point for EKC, whether you like it or not.
EKC getting another one. 2 more, and they win this game, a clean 3-0. But again, Weaslebees, they have a... I'm still like freaking out at this Deadeye Imi, and just Carmine going for it has a lot of potential to just explode. And well, not what I meant, but there Carmine taking a little trip in the penalty box. Wii looking like he's next, just having to go back for this orb, and now EKC are just looking really dominant this this point.
Yeah, that power play pretty much destroyed any momentum that Weasel Bees had there, although they could have found a situation to bring that momentum back, although another power play is going to make it even more difficult. Wow, Zaxmac lives by just about nothing, although everyone notices that, now does not have a health pool. NXTD self-dribbling with that flip, going to be at least mixy enough to get it on through there with another power play showing up. Tough situation here for Weasel Bees. Carmine out of prizefighter stacks. That is a do absolutely nothing awakening, and if they don't get any kills, their goalie here doesn't really do anything. So on their last legs here to just try to bring this one back, and it's going to take a lot more than just hope.
Yeah, able to get the flip out of Soren right there and pick up a barrier in the meantime. Weasel Bees looking good so far at this point. They have an opportunity. That's second barrier. This is exactly what they want to see. Zaxmac taking flight. Mom Boots in tow, able to get in there, but that's going to be another barrier down, and just to beam, poking it right through is going to clear that game. 3-0 in sets for EKC right there.
Yeah, well played there. That really was just a beam, just a good old beam from Katsuna, maybe covering a clear, maybe going for a kill. Like, it didn't seem so calculated, that specific one, but hit the ball, got it on through, and it was well placed. Better than me, that's for sure. Take a look at some of these stats that are showing up here. We got 8 kills for the team of EKC. That's a little bit more than 5 kills, which I would love to believe that Weasel Bees was kind of going for the damage route there. We saw a lot of damage showing up there for Carmine, even with that Deadeye. Could not seem to make it happen. I mean, they had 3 stacks of prize fighters in one of those sets, but EKC was just kind of putting up enough pressure to make it so that either the kills were not as meaningful or they just could not find them. And that would basically reduce some of your awakenings to nothing, as they are going for the ball control and making it work out, even get a lot of kills. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 times there we saw NXZD just do a point-blank hook into flip combo, and that'll just kill you. That'll just get you right on off the map there. So well played for EKC.
Yeah, it really felt like they had everything covered. They were hitting the ball. I suppose Zaxmac had the most redirects in the game, so not hitting the ball more than Weasel Bees, but definitely getting the barriers, getting a lot of KOs, just all other metrics cleared right there. And so I really have to wonder how Weasel Bees responds, because that's difficult. They had, I think, something nice going on. They had a pretty focused idea of what they wanted to do, but we're just struggling to get it through in the face of EKC, who was doing what they wanted to do, but more effectively there.
Agreed. I would say that for the most part, EKC maybe had less but more effective plays whenever they had a chance to get the ball, but no problem there. We shall move on to the next game here. I did end up missing which map is on. Did you happen to catch the map? Is it app?
I did not. I have no idea. I'm hoping it's app. That would be awesome. It's app. It's app.
Okay, I saw the picture just for a second and I was like, that's just a hole. I'm gonna go with app. Yeah. So yeah, at Amy's app. Yeah, really volatile map here, especially in the high level nasl championship series, right? Like, everyone is just playing the best that they can to get the opponents to fall in the hole. And man, if you could just name a couple of awakenings that would put the opponent in a hole, it might be something like 1-2 punch or Deadeye, which is maybe gonna result in a couple of interesting bans. I mean, Rasmus has got to get out of there, but then you leave out Juliet, and if you want to ban Juliet because 1-2 punch, then you have Luna to deal with, and then it's like maybe Vice is too much damage, and then you're also thinking like, well, is Drakkar could too? Drakkar has this stupid combo. I mean, this is rough. I would not want to be playing right now, just in general.
Yeah, broadly speaking, this looks very difficult. But if that last game was any indication, I think both these teams are, rubbing their hands deviously at this start. Just a KO fiesta. We're going to be seeing we're gonna be seeing something great. We're gonna be seeing a big Luna band come out from We's Little Bees on the Deadeye start. That makes sense. And EKC banning Juliet, not first pick, not letting the Juliet go through.
Wow.
I'm sure they would have loved to pick it, but that's going to be the first pick Rasmus, right in the bin, right immediately. Deadeye Rasmus on the app. We've been hearing a lot about Rasmus at top level play, not recently, but just across the past few months. And the idea that's been going around is he's not that big of a threat if you just watch out for the hook, which on paper makes a lot of sense. In practice, we'll have to see, because it really is easier said than done. But I think EKC could do it, but I also think that, assuming that's Wee Rasmus, he can just show up, start taking people into the hole, and then that's exactly what Wee's Little Bees was looking for last game, just getting those power plays and then forcing tough situations. They could just bulldoze if EKC is not careful here.
Yeah, it could be definitely rough for EKC to deal with this Rasmus. Although, you know, We's Little Bees are picking like a second win condition there with the Octavia. Probably gonna try to sneak on by with the Octavia while Rasmus absorbs all the attention. Keep your eyes on that hook, because if you don't, you are going to die. So Octavia might be able to sneak around here and just kind of be unseen while probably Wee is going to be absorbing all the attention. Of course, they are picking a lot of damage on the opposing side. EKC with Amy and Juno. Juno, I mean, I think we know at this point that Juno is just actually a good damage dealer. Like, surprising amount of player knockback from that primary. And I mean, you step on a blob with like Deadeye, and you are surprised on how much damage that does. Although not really cleaning up the super damage comp, but with Era, which is fine. You know, close range map allows Era to get that secondary on all the teammates there. And of course, the Maelstrom is pretty solid at blocking off some of these side lanes, which there are sort of two. You know, there are side lanes that seem to exist here because there's something you can't touch in the middle. So it should be a pretty interesting game here with these comms. Dubu.
Dubu. I know what you mean.
Right?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm strapped in. What I want to see. Number one thing, I'm calling it. I want to see someone watching out for the Rasmus hook, and then Octavia comes in like a maniac with ult and just vaporizes someone. That would be my dream.
That could easily happen. You're gonna be spending all your evades on that hook, right?
Yeah, it's and then the second evade tax comes, and things are looking a little scary.
Yeah, should be. I would say probably a hot octane game. It is interesting for EKC to be like, okay, yeah, Juliet, you know, they are probably better with Juliet than they are with Rasmus. She might be the bigger threat here. And then Rasmus gets through. I mean, I know it really is hard, I think, to let Rasmus through on Amy's app and say, yeah, we're gonna win this game either way. You just gotta have eyes everywhere. You gotta be so aware. And they're going to be, right? You know, in comms, they're gonna be like, okay, Rasmus's hook cooldown is 20 seconds. I don't actually remember what it is. 20, 19, 18, it's around that number. And they're gonna be calculating that stuff. They got the stopwatches going, you know. You know that they're aware.
Yeah, absolutely. The phone timer is out, and they're counting it every time. But it does take so much presence of mind to watch out for the hook all the time. So even having comms, having someone tell you like, "Hey, hook is up," you still have to be peripherally aware of where the Rasmus is, if he can hook you, all that while you're playing Omega Strikers. And it's a big ask. It's really tough, and we'll have to see if EKC is ready for it, because that's the gamble they're playing to here, is that they're saying, yeah, we can do this.
They can do this. Of course, I get the name bug, which is super cool. It doesn't matter either way. We know everyone on this team. We got double boots showing up again. Man, boots, the fan favorite, the flavor of the month, are just good. It's not actually a flavor. It's literally just how you live life. Both of them showing up again as We's Little Bees. Going to be losing that one and only barrier. Oh my gosh, Carmine almost taken off the map there from that Amy combo, but going to survive for just a couple more moments. as we're having Katsuna kind of looming over here with this Juno, trying to maybe get one of the primaries in there, trying to manage it through with that firewall, but they do end up surviving the situation. Carmine healing up as much as possible there, taking a lot of damage, but now they're finally out of stagger. Everyone on kind of on the bottom lane here, though, where they're going to try to work it towards the barrier, getting it through NXDD as much as they can. Finally do find a way to get it through, sacrifices the ball, but instead gets a kill with that hook. Power play for Wee's Little Bees might end up resulting in this entire point. We have Zack Smack moving up here with the flip, but they're going to go to the top side. Really scary situation. Still kind of scary, but the ball is going to bounce favorably there for Wee's Little Bees as this point keeps going.
Yeah, a big opportunity for Wee's Little Bees there, getting the KO. Things were looking incredibly scary there, but Katsuna back on the board now, looking to get something done. Has these Deadeye Slimes, get a little bit of speed, but that's another hook, and that's another Pummeler's proc for Wii here. Has all this extra speed, has a flip, is just going to be putting it in that top corner there. Nothing that can be done on Soren's end, and that's, I think, an incredibly telling first point of this game.
Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, those hooks really did get on through. That multiple kills on the first point there with hook does not directly bode well for EKC, but we shall see if they will be adapting a little bit more later. You know, a couple more awakenings probably gives them a little bit more freedom to work around their energy, but we'll see. Their barrier is now down here, and so is Wee's Little Bees. We're also going to lose a player too, so a power play for EKC is going to result in a whole lot of pressure. Katsuna actually going for the orb instead of being in place to get that pass when he was unaware that their teammate there was winning the situation so well. But either way, taken on off the map, Wee's Little Bees loses another player, and they lose that point as well. So the power plays were for EKC that time. The hooks didn't manage to make it on through. So is it telling? I don't know.
I'm learning a lot. We just, well, what I saw is that EKC sat down and said, yeah, the Rasmus can't hurt us if we just kill him. Unfortunately, he's not dead this point. Different situation, and NXT is down, but they kit dumped Wii and eventually got a KO. We're able to get another KO on Carmine, who, again, playing Octavia, has no stagger, but power play not getting much done, and Wii has been taken out. Kind of a we're seeing flavors of both the previous points here this time.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to get Wii the heck out of here. We're definitely not going to get hooked after the Rasmus has been slain, although it takes a lot of damage from that Maelstrom. Loses an entire health bar, basically, from one or two extra abilities. Is going to get them right on off the map once again. Wii has been slain. EKC free to take it. Katsuna self-passing it with the assistance of NXZD. It's going to be a relatively clean point right at the end there. Those perfect lines. The lines there from EKC were real and highlighted for them.
Yeah, that was a wonderful play from Katsuna there. Really appreciate that. It looked like he told NXCD to pass into that area to pick up the core with the slimes and then just put it in right there. You know, really nice. But here EKC 1 point away from claiming the first set after a catastrophic first point. But you know, that part's not important if you're showing up and claiming the set. Everyone can have a bad point. Soren has this flip. It's going to be hard to get through. We've seen also a big KO out of Wii, but also Soren able to just beam Wii and force him to just be small and not do much, which as Rasmus is a death sentence here. But barrier open, Wee's Little Bees has a chance right here, and they're going to get it. A nice shot to the top corner, and that's going to tie up this set.
This is crazy. They are EKC is kind of dumping everything onto Wii, getting those kills, and Wii is kind of just surviving just by an inch, and then, you know, Wii comes back, gets in there, gets those objectives, and things are rough. Although the combo nicely from NXCD is going to pretty easily slay Octavia there. No health bar, but a little too close to the map either way. A lot of damage on to Zack Smack, but either way, a resulting kill is going to be positive for Wee's Little Bees, as they have 3 teammates still alive. Can they get this barrier? Can they actually manage to get this set? Things were looking so good first for the first point, and then they were looking very not good, and we were like, oh, EKC, they figured it out, right? They were like, oh, don't get hooked, of course. And they were just bringing it back. They were getting kills onto Wii, and now It's kind of close. It's kind of tough here. These little bees still has their barrier, although the same strategy might apply.
Yeah, it's EKC has an opportunity here, but they're really struggling to get this barrier right now. The Momboots Dubu just skating around. A KO not found right there on Wii. Zaxmac has a flip. That's the barrier, but that's another Pummeler's proc, another KO, another power play for Weasel Bees. Soren with a great save right there. Carmine not able to push it in with the base drop, but able to get it on the strike. And Weasel Bees are going to be taking the first set.
Dang, it really is just back and forth with these guys. It was like everyone, I feel like at the end, everyone was like really focused on the ball. It was close, it was tight, it was overtime, and then boom, Rasmus hook. Don't forget, bro, I am killing you with full health, easily, from the center stage. Literally, it's the best in center stage, as Wii does end up grabbing an Awakening that shall make a nightmare here for EKC. Not more damage, more knockback here to the best move in the game is going to be really tough here for EKC. They're not grabbing anything too impactful here. I guess, like, honestly, the explosive entrance Amy is pretty great. Gives her a lot more damage and just, like, way more control of this map in general. Although, it seems like Weasel Beast picks up a secondary win condition being team player. Although, losing one of those members is going to make team player a little bit more difficult. We really just the kill target in these games. Can they survive without him? They're gonna have to learn. They're gonna have to learn how to.
Yeah, I was looking at the draft. Holy moly, the specialized training is paying off as it's expected. But I was looking at the explosive entrance and a little concerned because Carmine able to pick up bulk up. Able to base drop there and maybe drop the core into the net. It happens. Everyone gets one. You know, things happen on the field and everyone gets one. But Carmine picking up bulk up, gonna be pretty nice. But I was worried. I was like, Octavia getting stagger, but no, the explosive entrance is so strong on Aimee. We're just seeing it again and again. Just someone blows up, they get a 6-second point or 5-second point.
Yeah, it is. You know, people really be dying off the side right now. Not really so much in the middle, although, I mean, the Rasmus hook is definitely killing off the middle a lot, but we do see a lot of kills coming out from EKC. This Amy has got a lot of extra knockback to get some of these kills. This power play might result in this barrier here. Like, he gets there in time. Skating around, like you said, with those momentum boots makes Dubu feel a little bit more manageable when it comes to pushing up in that midfield. Although that's way too many blobs, maybe too many for the team to handle, although they do survive the situation and get a kill of their own. The hook is truly immortal. Bow down to the hook, although now we're bowing down to the base drop. Unfortunately, we misses that strike there. They had that situation, but going to drop it for this situation. Oh god, gonna drop it there. End up finding themselves gone once again. This Amy NXDD is comboing so well, and they're gonna have to survive this power play once again, man.
Yeah, we keep seeing NXDD dash onto someone and then catch them with the glitch pop, and he always makes sure to send them into the wall. That one was linear. That was a straightforward, but he keeps coming in at awkward angles and then glitch popping specifically to hit them into the wall, and it's like upsetting to look at because it's just, that shouldn't kill, but then he doesn't, and it should. He has Deadeye and explosive entrance, and it's really a lot of damage, but just. These teams are trading back and forth KOs left and right, up and down, every direction that you could even fathom in this game here.
Yeah, it is just carnage. Really, it is simply carnage. Both of these teams are doing so much damage. I feel like Soren kind of dropped that for a second there, gave the position for Carmine to grab the ball, although the stun from NXTD is going to make that even more difficult, and they do finally get it past. You know, we do have team player on to Weasel B. Zaxmac does have it for the overtime, but UKC was just, they're just so coordinated when it comes to getting these kills and stacking the damage where they need to. And now their damage dealer, their main destroyer, first to grab an Awakening, Adrenaline Rush. If you've ever been more enticed to spend your cooldowns on dealing damage, it is now, as they shall return with this Adrenaline Rush. It's going to be a big threat here for Weasel Bees.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say Adrenaline Rush could be that we could call the game right there. We've been seeing this guy just snipe these KOs. Weez Little Bees has to play so carefully here if they don't want to let the Adrenaline Rush proc, because just any one proc is a point enter. Really, we are seeing we pick up some stagger with the Reptile Remedy, which is massive. You know, if he's not getting KO'd by the knockback from Deadeye Explosive Entrance, that'd be big. Unfortunately, teammate, different story here. KO's traded a humble 2v2, but that's a 2v2 with the Adrenaline Rush proc. It's a lot of CDs and a lot of passing, and unfortunately, the Dubu can only do so much, even with the momentum boots, just not having any opportunity to... You got to pick a side, and then the other side's open, and melee goalie moment.
Yeah, you know, tough situation when you get like really clean 2v1'd right there. Giving the ball on over to Wee, though. Soren could not maintain control of that situation. They lose their barrier for it. See if we can get a kill here, though. NXT tries to go for another snipe with that Cyber Swipe, although a stun from the Pendulum Swing is going to get Soren on out of there. The ball will roll on through. Weez Little Bees grabs a point in this set, actually evens it up. It actually feels like EKC has been kind of winning this whole time, but they have taken the first set, so it is... If it feels bad, it's not that bad.
Yeah, the game is completely tied right now. You know, neither team in favor. And honestly, Weez Little Bee is looking great at this point. You know, pulling ahead, have an opportunity. Oh. But that is their Dubu down, unfortunately.
Yeah, at least it took the flip, right? At least it took the flip. NXT has been snagging these kills with just Cyber Swipe, Glitch Pop combo, but hey, you know what? At least it used the flip there. They do end up grabbing the point. EKC ahead now, just by a little bit. Wee is being destroyed for the most part. That was Zach Smack that ended up dying there, but they are, honestly, they're surviving a little longer than I thought they would in these power plays, but I think that was probably because that NXT did not have that Adrenaline Rush, so the cooldowns were kind of down for those for the time that the teammate was coming back. But with the Adrenaline Rush, you know, it could be curtains in some of these situations here, man. If NXT continues to find kills, if the team does not stand near the edge, you know, they might not find any kills. This could be a situation where they could actually pull ahead because of Octavia.
Yeah, really. We've been seeing fewer KOs come out this set than the previous one, and that's going to be the barrier down. We've been seeing Weez Little Bees get the first barrier a lot here, and you know, it takes EKC getting a KO or some crazy play to re-even the playing field. But here, just Soren is doing a great job at defending, not letting the ball through, and it seems like eventually EKC is able to get the barrier and force more difficult situations for Weez Little Bees to defend against.
Yeah, we do have overtime showing up there, though, and a big kill from NXT once again. You can see the Adrenaline Rush not only giving all your cooldowns back to get another kill, but man, look at all that speed. 40% speed, and I think that got nerfed a while ago. I'm pretty sure it was even more than 40%, or maybe even last longer. But either way, that is a scary awakening when activated. You lose a teammate, and somebody else becomes super powered, so rough time. That's why they're going for kills, guys. That is why they're going for this combo. They're only going to be looking at more damage. Yeah, Prize Fighter to just be so much stronger here. 23 power per stack is going to make things really difficult. Let's see what we can get here to help themselves out. Heavy Impact is okay. It does help the Pendulum Swing get a couple more kills, just knock a little bit farther back. Nothing else here is too crazy. I mean, Octavia getting Super Surge is pretty nice if they can survive. I mean, it really hasn't been kill Octavia. It's just been kill Wee this whole time, and it's been working out pretty well. Although, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, getting that Reptile Remedy could be the thing that's keeping Wee alive for these remaining sets. Except for that.
Except not that one. That's a Prize Fighter stack in the bag right there. Pretty scary. I'm like, that just looked like a wonderful draft for NXT. Sitting there is like, I take Prize Fighter, I can take Super Surge and just blow people up even more. I mean, the power is just... That's 3 stacks. Like, hard to deny that. Almost took out Wee right there. Just, like, going clipping people left and right. Oh, God. We're looking at a vicious game. Zach Smack getting active there, but just held back by Soren, who has this flip. And I can smell it. He wants to, rip it on offense right here. And is going to be putting it in with it. and EKC is just running away with this series right now.
They are. I mean, NXED got 2 stacks of Prize Fighter there, has now entered 170 power, infinite multiplication here for your impacts, although it's not going to be as strong as single ability Hook. See if they can make it work, except for the part where Octavia died frame 1. Here comes Heavy Impact to destroy Soren, and that was kind of a... That was a point. That was a point and a half right there. Hey, they took a stack, Prize of Stack Fighter from NXED as well, so... If Weeky's Little Bees can do that every single point, I think they'll win, guys. Really, I do.
It's true. That was a great point for them. It just... I don't know where I am anymore. I don't know what's going on. Nobody's on the field. They just stopped doing that for a little bit, and I don't know. Oh my god, Carmine has just been taken away. Taking a lot of damage, and... Oh, I feel like the players aren't even, like, they're hitting the core, but it doesn't feel like it, you know? It seems like I'm just watching a different game. I guess NXTD's not hitting the core anymore. That guy's just trying to kill Carmine. And it's brutal. It's a war zone out here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Carmine can't find the time to regenerate. Like you said, NXED really just focusing their efforts to try to get that kill. Adrenaline Rush is active one more time. The cooldowns are all back. Once again, the speed is actually undeniable. You can't do anything when Amy is flying around at 70% extra speed. Pummeler's activated. And now we enter the possible last point here of this series. EKC feeling themselves right now. Soren has a flip. Frame 1 takes that barrier. Katsuna does not care. NXED has gone to eat a sandwich. Soren and Katsuna are left. Let's see what happens here. Spending the Maelstrom to get it on through the top lane. Can they finish it out here in under a minute?
Yeah, looking for it right here with that early barrier, but that's NXED losing a Prize Fighter stack, getting taken down. Now, maybe paying the price for his hubris here. No energy on the side of EKC, which is no energy in the game. There was energy before, but not anymore. And so, really, even here, another Hook KO for Wee's Little Bees. Though this is what they need. They just have to get through Soren and NXTD. But the slow roller, giving everyone a little bit of a scare. But Carmine able to win the interaction, the strike, the primary. Soren looking like he did not have the beam up, and scary point all around. But Wee's Little Bees getting another one. 1 point away from bringing us to a set 5, really just evening the game out, changing the landscape entirely. This game could still go either way, somehow.
It definitely could. Octavia, one of the better characters for scaling, that's for sure, but not really scaling her health pool. She's taking a whole lot of damage right now. They get the combo there. The barrier goes down for Wee's Little Bees. We see that Octavia Carmine has taken the defense position here just for a moment as Zack Smack is trying to move up here with Wee, although losing the barrier there. Activates Whiplash, gets kind of bewitched right there, though. Goes for the combo, doesn't seem to manage it. Soren survives that situation. Now it's up to Zack Smack and Carmine onto the top lane to try to get this ball to B one more time. Or Wee, not B. It's Wee's Little Bees, but it's mostly Wee's. And now they're going to try to push it on over there. Once again, Carmine, nice evade to survive that situation. Flips on up there to Katsuna, although Carmine wins that situation one more time. Kind of a ping-pong situation. Nice pass to avoid a whole lot of extra cooldowns there. Red balls it on over to Wee, who brings it back with the hook and actually manages to get the ball in. Wow, we are even here 2-2 in sets for this series. Wee's Little Bees could actually find their way into a win.
Yeah, we're seeing a generational lock-in from Wee's Little Bees right here. We saw with the Kazan play, the hook strike hook on the line right there, just here being rewarded with extra special. The cast slash being denied from Octavia, not going through. I've been really appreciating Carmine and how much patience and like solid decision making he had to do at that last point to win. I feel like every time he had the ball, he sent it to a place that would make him win the game. And he played it slow in some situations, played it fast others, just really directed the tempo of the game on this Octavia, which is kind of that's what you show up and do. Unfortunately, didn't get a massive awakening, had to deny the spark of leadership to not let Katsuna get any more sparks here, but still they still have the KO potential. They still have opportunities to win, and the Octavia is really doing a lot of work here.
That she is, getting all over the place. Yeah, like you mentioned, a little sad to have to deny the spark of leadership because of Juno grabbing those two sparks there. Can't manage to get among Titans, which would have been really great for Octavia, as we is trying their hardest to get it on through here, though. They're kind of in this 2v1 situation, although we do have NXT spending their cooldowns to try to do something, leaves their post, we gets the ball, takes advantage of that, smacks Soren right in the face, gets the ball in. I mean, this is Wee's actual win condition, bro. Get that ball to Wee. You know, maybe become a distraction, Carmine. You know, fresh meat, bro. Octavia got no health. Just smack her a couple times, no problem. But Wee is no joke, bro. As we can see, the hook never stops. Although the barrier does go down for Wee's Little Bees. Makes this situation quite precarious as, man, Katsuna's got a whole lot of core knockback there with all of these awakenings. A lot of extra power, too. Comboed. And now there's just simply no hope to get that ball away. A point there for EKC. Zack Smack. Probably a little too close to the edge, but I mean, NXT has an insane amount of knockback.
Yeah, a disturbing build on this brawler here. I was thinking very loudly and not saying it, that EKC this set has been really struggling, and then NXT did that, and then he showed up and did that. So you know, maybe not struggling that badly. He did get a prize fighter stack back after losing it, has lost it again, but just got it back, and that's another Adrenaline Rush proc. Went for blood right there on Wii again, and you know, this is the game of snowballs. This is the game of snowballs. Both teams, they just get to decide that they want to keep going. And now EKC on series point once again. We'll have to see if Wee's Little Bees can dig deep like they did that last set and pull out another 2 points, or if this is curtains for the little honey-making fellas.
It's really close. It's really close to curtains. Their barrier does go down here. NXT spends the glitch pop to try to get it on through. Both players backing up to not stack strikes there. That was a kind of a tough situation, although they do survive here. Carmine spending some time to get a little bit of healing. Incoming both cooldowns from Dubu to get it right on past NXT, but can't get too much out of it, though. The Whiplash is going to whiff there. The Firewall shows up, but it's not going to do all that much. But man, there you go. The combo once again. Okay, actually had to spend their flip to survive that one, which came back right up because of the Adrenaline Rush. Katsuna waiting for their moment to strike, but gets foiled by the Tofu Fortress. The power play finally ends. Wee's on in here with full cooldown, spends that hook, but can't seem to manage a kill on to NXT, which would have been huge. They have flip, spends the flip, gets the strike there. Zack Smack survives the situation, although everyone's kind of playing defense right now. It's a tough situation. Spread out just a little bit. Here we go. Carmine does end up surviving that situation. Wee's chance to get it on through there. Hooks it once again. Era can't really do anything, right? Like, in that specific situation against the hook, which gives you a cooldown or a strike reset, it's like, when you have nothing with Era, you can't really do all that much. So, nice one there from Wee to take advantage of that, as the next point is starting.
Starting with a bang, as that's a KO found onto NXT, down to 1 prize fighter stack. I'm on prize fighter watch. As this set 5.5 kicks off, and no barrier found, Soren able to hold right there with Katsuna. And Zack Smack is down. Katsuna close to a flip. They have this power play. They have all the resources. They have an Adrenaline Rush proc. There's the flip. It's going to take one flip to secure the deal. Wee's Little Bees so close to bringing us to a game 3, but unfortunately, EKC just had the greatest IME build you could ever fathom, and so much more on both the other players. But like, I stand back and I'm looking at the KO count. Oh. That's 20 for NXT to the 18 that Wee is able to put up. What a monstrous game! Oh my god.
Yeah, that was insane amounts of carnage there. 20 kills single player, 18 kills on the Rasmus. I mean, AKC got 2 more kills. They win the game. You know, the numbers just simply make sense at the end of the day, although the damage numbers are not even close. EKC eclipsing Wee's Little Bees in damage, which makes, I mean, perfect sense, right? Octavia is not master damage dealer. You got Dubu on the board, but we just have Rasmus Hook, which you could almost say that, hey, Rasmus Hook in kills might have done like 20,000 damage. So that's a lot of hooks being spent. EKC ends up eking that last game out there. Well-deserved as well, playing really nicely to their win condition. I mean, NXT was just a demon on the sticks right there, actually getting every kill, every perfect combo. really not messing up any of the combos, right? Like, got all the trajectories that they were looking for anytime, and it was just so much knockback. They might have even had some extra leeway there. There was a couple of situations where they actually got a Cyber Swipe on to Carmine and tried to combo, but the Carmine dies just to the Cyber Swipe. It's pretty crazy. Man, what a game there. Really close from Weezy Little Bees. But you can see right there, I mean, EKC is like world-class gamers right there, and Weezy Little Bees was close every single time. So these teams are ready to game, and this is not the last we'll be seeing of them.
Absolutely not. But with that, we're going to be wrapping this series up and moving on to RTF versus Bozo Bunch next game. And that's sure to be a banger. I'm looking forward to that one. I'm sitting here. Can't wait for that to start. But hey, until then, we'll see you then. Bye.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to week 5 of season 6 nasl, and we're getting into some more really good games here, bro. RTF versus Bozo Bunch is going to be our next matchup here, possibly a matchup that people have been waiting for. It's going to be tight. Yoshi, tell me, dude, who's going to win? Who's going to win? What are we going to see?
Who's gonna win? Well,
Who's
I
going
wish I knew. I mean, if I knew who was gonna win beforehand, like, my life would be so much easier. Unfortunately, not the case. But I'm really interested in this match because this was the matchup that we saw last season, week 9. Both these teams faced off against each other for playoffs. Like whoever won made it straight to playoffs, and Boza Bunch took it. And what I remember to be a pretty close set. So now RTF back with a vengeance, back with a different player than they had last season, rocking out with Hungry Boy and not Hook Resets. Bozo Bunch, very interestingly, rocking out with 3 different players than the last time these two teams faced off. So not maybe not quite the revenge that they're looking for, but we're seeing Dropletto is not here today. That is Kotone, Big Tony in the house on the Rasmus, on the size start. Honestly, like, a wonderful day to be that guy. But here we are revving up in what has been a pretty standard beginning to the game. We've got your one barrier down on both sides. We've got some shenanigans going on in the midfield. That guy's about to die. Like, it's par for the course.
We love when that guy is about to die, don't we? Nothing but good striking gameplay going on here. You can see it real quick. The bans here, Luna and Kazan on out of there. Of course, size start is going to make Kazan really enticing to a pick. But they do have Fight or Flight, which is like really strong awakening to just be given gifted on your start. As we're going to have overtime roll on through here. Merchant defending the ball here, giving it on over to Streak to try to get it on through. Minor miscalculation to give the ball right back to Merchant, although a 2v1 could happen here from Hungry Boy and Leo Leon. Moffin quickly giving the ball right on back here. A flip here to try to avoid Hungry Boy's control with that Supernova. See if Platonic can get themselves on in there, although Moffin Kui is going to nicely hop in the center there, trying to give the ball on over to Hungry Boy. A flip there from Leo Leon is going to certainly secure that one and knock Merchant right out of the way, and Streak can't seem to grab that one out of the flip. The first point on out to return to form.
Yeah, and return to form has shown up. They took the Vice away from Merchant and are rocking out with this Vice and forward duo to just do unlimited damage. And we really saw it, especially like Streak got taken really low multiple times. The lowest stagger character in the game is going to happen. We saw Tony get chipped down, get really low. And everyone is at threat of getting kit dumped, blown up, and especially in these early sets where there aren't a lot of awakenings to help keep people alive or fight back, we're going to be seeing a lot of KOs come out from RTF, I think.
I agree here. That is going to be a ton of damage here from Vice's and Taro, and just more as the game goes on. Big Finish comes out favorably here for Merchant. They're going to get the ball away there. Nice kill. Can they survive the situation from the flip? Hungry Boy waits it out. Great patience. Sees the strikes from the opposing team and gets it on through there. It is a tough mix-up to play when the opponent is flipping right in your face and you're thinking, do I strike? Should I not strike? Strike's the only thing that can stop this flip, but I can't really... Yeah, you can't really react to it. It's a tough spot, and it's just to be favorable for they who flip. So, well played there from Hungry Boy to wait it on out there, although Supernova is going to take a barrier of their own, as they're going to try to maintain control here with Thunderstrike, get it on through, going to get a triple defense situation here. Big Finish gives it on over to Leo Leon, not super favorable here for Merchant. In fact, quite bad situation as Leo Leon's Oni Blade gets the last barrier here from Bozo Bunch. Now Streak is looking a little bit low here. Could possibly find themselves off the board here, out of the game for 13 seconds, trying to keep themselves alive with a couple of stuns. Really having a tough time just regenerating, although they finally do get out of stagger. But now slow health pool is going to keep them in threat as the final barrier goes down for RTF to get it on through. Kotone can get their hands on that ball. Streak is right up top there to help it on through. The Big Finish stops the ball, gives it to Leo Leon though. Moffin Kui with a really good redirect. Not good enough to get the ball in just yet. Supernova favorably here once again for Hungry Boy. A flip from Leo Leon's going to go for a flick there. Yeah, tries to go for the Only Blade combo, but a flip from Merchant's going to keep it alive, and a dribble from Kotone. Nice whiplash. Just going to get it on through. That was well played. I felt like, it kind of felt like Bozo Bunch was really not favored in that situation, but they made it work there.
Yeah, really. Tony was able to just find enough space to get the dribble that he needed, and then had a nice 1v1 against Moff Koe. He was able to just send it right up, put them on the board, and really, like, he's going to work right now, fighting for his country as this team that he was put on, I think, like last week, to play in this match. And so, getting 1 point on the board, it's too early to start saying all it takes is a trickle, but that is a power play that we're seeing for Bozo Bunch. And the other net's open. You know, they have the momentum going on right here, and just got a barrier.
Yep, one barrier down here, one to go. Atlas blows up right in the center of the board. Streak does maintain control of this ball for just a few moments there. Get a lot of energy doing a little bit of ping-ponging there with the opposing goalie, but it'll still work out to give you some experience in some levels too. The ball does not seem to roll on into that barrier there. Merchant, tough situation with a lot of extra strikes there from Leo Leon, but had the big finish to cover themselves for just a moment. Now into the hands of Kotone. See if they can make it work, although they're getting kind of stunned all over the place here with the help of Hungry Boy. Overtime does seem to roll on through. Mafenkui feels a little bit of threat in there. Going to end up spending the old Hungry Boy, now looking a little bit weak. Spends the evade, gets the orb, and now it's Kotone that's really on death's door. Will they be able to get this barrier in time? I'm not really sure. Leo Leon does not get the point, but they do get the kill.
Yeah, KO found great flip to catch that barrier, keep it alive here, getting the ball to Leo. He's taking a little bit of damage here, but another great flip. Both these goalies just on point right here, locked in, not letting anything go, but some great passes. Leo rolling in on death's door, does not care, able to get that right in the top corner, weave it in. That's RTF taking that first set. Hungry Boy with the first pick has a lot to choose from, but is going to be locking in the team player. Word on the street, team player midfield on Atlas's lab is broken, and you have a lot of opportunities for rotations, and team player in general just broken. Today I will have a lot of core speed, and the enemy will have to react to it. So very nice. But that's Asher and Rasmus also picking up size. Both characters going to be enjoying that great... Oh, no. Sorry, I lied. I made that up. That's going to be Tony on the stagger. Little Reptile Remedy and size on Moff and Koei, which is scary because I think just getting through the Asher is always going to be difficult. And now she's even bigger, So I think Bozo Bunch has a little bit of a hill to climb here if they want to win this next set, the game, etc.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a little bit more work here. Solid Awakenings all around. One barrier down here for RTF. See if they can get it on through here. Bozo Bunch trying to push into the bottom side, but yeah, really big Asher, a really big barrier beam is going to keep that one alive too. Atlas Ab pops favorably here for Bozo Bunch, but it's not enough just yet. Kotone unable to really get the ball on through 2v1. Hungry Boy is really all over the map here, playing defense when they need to, playing offense when they need to, having the access to Thunderstruck, just being an ability, the way it works, gives them a lot of control over the map and a lot of stuns, even spends evades from the enemy team as well. Vice, just a menace, really good at playing a lot of different roles. As the final barrier does end up going down for Bozo Bunch, but they have a little bit of control here. The possession remains for Bozo Bunch. The big finish goes off. A flip. It's a little bit scary there. Merchant's going to keep control as long as they can. Streak now self-dribbling it there for Kotone, but can't seem to manage to get this barrier just yet. The dribble's not going to work out here. A flip from Mafenkui. Solid angle, but it doesn't seem to work out there. Merchant fast enough to get there in time. Kotone and Merchant are going to give up the ball there because the Supernova is just a little bit too threatening. Red ball here from the team, like you mentioned. Team player from the midfielder makes things really awkward for the opposing team. They do end up surviving the situation, but for how long? Leone's blade goes off again. Leon just about at no health here, and man, can Bozo Bunch finally get the barrier? They do. Can they land the point while Leo is basically out of the game?
Yeah, Leo forced to go get an orb, heal back up. Scary situation, but Tony here just going 1v3 mode in the net and not able to get it in, but putting up a massive fight against all three members of RTF here. We've just been seeing, it looks like RTF has the ball so much, and they're able to contain it, but are struggling to really secure the deal, whereas Bozo Bunch, they get the ball a few times, and they're their offenses look so much more focused or potent.
Oh.
That being said, sometimes all it takes is one big strike war, and sometimes you get rocketed into the corner by the black hole. Like I guess I'm here. Like nothing to do but try.
Leo gets forcibly eject buttoned into the strike war that actually ends up securing the point. These things do happen. You try to get kills, you try to hit people around the board, and sometimes it just do not go where you want it to go. Worst barrier down. Bozo Bunch is going to need a little bit more than that to keep this one in the game. Lilian has nice control here with this dribble. Okay, actually threatening enough to get Merchant to spend the flip. Nice from Moffenkui. Keep that barrier alive for just a moment, but a lot of pressure coming off there from Kotone, and they do end up managing to get it here. Oni's Blade's going to be a really tough situation. Ends up getting a kill. Oh, man, a big power play here for RTF, although bigger play there from Kotone, managing to get it right around Moffenkui, who might have just not had a cooldown there. Nice work, Kotone, to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, Kotone walking up, just eating the Asher secondary, and then catching the ball with this strike right there. Got both barriers really quickly that point. Goes a bunch, especially in remarkably stark contrast to the point prior, which lasted, 5 days and 5 nights. Here, a big KO found is going to be a great opportunity, but Leo Leon not wanting to let up is going to be taking a barrier and playing some defense too. Just in doing so much work for the team while Hungry Boy is down, which is just kind of. That's the name of Leo's game. He is always where the ball is, helping out. And oh my, massive supernova is just going to be sending that right in for RTF, taking another point and close to taking another set here.
Yeah, RTF looking poised right now to take the next set and possibly on route to take this whole game. They're playing quite well, but Bozo Bunch isn't too far behind here though. And each point feels like it is definitely competitive. Kotone foiled a little bit there by the path splitter, although it does end up getting the barrier, but the team does end up losing at the last barrier. Leo Leon really on point there with those solo situations, kind of just on the 1v1 era right now. Leo Leon making it happen. Trying to get a couple of stuns there. One barrier still up for RTF. Sets up the drone. Streak can't manage to get the ball on through here. Kotone having a tough time as well. Supernova comes out, blasts the ball right into the hands of Merchant. Now we're in another situation where Hungry Boy is going to end up playing a little bit of defense here. Even Leo Leon playing a lot of defense as the opposing team has a lot of control. Big Finish comes out to try to stop Leo Leon from approaching. Although Streak almost helps the opponent team score, it might have actually been favorable for their own team. Leo Leon looking really low right now. They're trying to get a kill. They might spend maybe one too many resources in here as Hungry Boy and Moffenkui are making their way down with this crazy zigzag, although Merchant, nice flip there, is going to stop Leo Leon from scoring 4 now, although still in the game. It's so rough when you spend so many cooldowns and just don't end up getting the kill. Here comes another Supernova to really just open up the board. This whole goal is just really just struggling right now to get it on through, and honestly, RTF is just, while I'm trying to say they're maintaining so much possession, Kotone does get the final barrier. Can they manage to sneak this one in?
Yeah, we're just seeing so much defense come out from Bozo Bunch, Streak and Merchant. Both wonderful goalies. Streak obviously not with the goalie gear, but doesn't matter because they can hold for as long as they need to, because eventually the ball is going to get to Kotone and he's going to do a little bit of that and bring us to a 0.5 here.
Nice work, Kotone. Kind of had double coverage there, right? Like, was sending the hook, could possibly end up hitting Moffenkui to get the ball in, or getting the hook to get the ball there too. Really good positioning. The Big Finish comes out, makes things a little bit awkward, but nice interaction. Success there from Merchant is going to keep the barrier alive for just a little bit longer. Streak going to get a little bit of energy there, get a little bit of health regeneration, although gets kind of sniped by the Thunderstruck with no evade left, really nothing left except for this lifeline, which is maybe a little bit of a sneaky trick there. Streak keeps themselves in, although they can't maintain control of this barrier. They do find a kill, which is maybe just as good. Secondary there spent from Moffenkui could have resulted in trouble. If Kotone gets their hands on that ball, Big Finish comes out to stagger Hungry Boy out completely. Streak can't get it through with Moffenkui and Leo Leon returning to the board. Supernova is going to stall for just a moment here, though. Kotone trying to get the ball as quickly as they can, spending the hook to just try to get it on through. Ball rolls into the hands of Merchant. Leo Leon stops it once again and maintains possession here. Almost gets it on through there with just the straight shot. but not going to work out just yet. Overtime rolls on through, and still a barrier up for RTF.
Yeah, we saw Leo Leon get the barrier and give his life for it, but Bozo Bunch in the power play, unable to get anything, just really fighting to get this ball here. And meanwhile, Leo Leon keeps catching these team player passes, and the defense on Bozo is just so strong, and the Supernova going a little awry here. Kotone has this flip, has the opportunity. Leo Leon needs to put it in now, you know, on this offense if they want to win this set here.
Yeah, it's tight. I mean, we could see the high value coming out from having team player on your midfielder. I mean, it's making these shots just so much more deadly. Hungry Boy keeping the speed of that pass. It's not going to work out just yet. Kotone is trying to get active, spends that flip. It does hit Leo Leon, does a little bit of damage, but can't strike the ball just yet now. Sending their sights onto Leo Leon. Might be good enough to get a kill. Atlas Avs showing up, knocking everyone around. Now Leo Leon is finally staggered, unable to receive passes as easily until they literally receive a pass easily. Whoops. My bad, everybody. You know, yeah. Nice pass. Nice pass.
Yeah, wonderful pass. Leo catching that with the dash, able to send it in right there. And Hungry Boy, once again, first pick on the draft, gunning for the twin drive. That's going to be unlimited mobility for the Vice, which is one of her weakest points. So more secondaries, also more damage, more times to hit people. And so a lot of opportunity there. This time the Size Awakening does go the way of Kotone, able to match Moth and Koei here on the two Size Awakening situation. Moth and Koei picking up Glass Cannon, which is going to be nice, but with how much Kotone's been in this guy's face and just constantly pressuring him, I think it's going to be hard to keep up that Glass Cannon. Other things, I'm looking at the Leo Leon Stinger for just putting out a ton of damage, and especially I'm looking at Hot Shot on Merchant, which kind of evens out the core speed that they were lacking after the team player pickup for RTF. So able to generate a lot of offense out of the goal box, which is really what this team needs, because Merchant and Streak are doing a great job holding it down on the back line, but having trouble forcing it forward here.
Yeah, the Asher seems to be their really tough challenge right now. Is getting through Asher, getting through Hungry Boy when they're playing second defense. Here comes a big flip, but nice primary there for Merchant is actually going to linger right in front. Big finish comes out, Supernova comes out, knocks Streak around, but it's not going to get the kill just yet. Just stop them from regenerating for a little bit here into the hands of Kotone and Streak. They have a moment. Their moment has passed here where the the power play has now ended, although it is now reversed onto the opposing team as Streak is taken on off the map. The ball is going at light speed right now with that team player. The overtime is just so threatening. Max range flip ends up getting the ball at hands of Kotone. Okay, kind of a tricky shot there, goes for down, but Moffin Kui is wise to what's going on and keeps that one alive as well. Leo Leon kind of in a solo situation here, though. Streak does get that ball. That was really tight. No problem there, though. Kotone trying to get it on through once again. Streak pushing it to the top side. Gets foiled a little bit there. Now Hungry Boy and Leo Leon might have a 2v1 situation here. Streak's trying to interrupt the passes, staying right in between. Merchant doesn't end up evading, but somehow wins that situation. Either way, triple take is going to keep it in the hands of Kotone, and they do manage to get it. Moffin Kui does kind of... I think they pretty much hit the ball there, but not the angle we were looking for.
Yeah, it was a little awkward, but, you know, Envy, Zioshi has fallen off the map, and I'm here to sub in. But, yeah, what I'm seeing right now is that Bozo is requiring a lot of miracles to get it done, right? It kind of feels like they're depending on getting it to Tony over and over, and eventually getting the goal in. While on the other hand, the team player win condition just continues to be so reliable for RTF, and it's so scary whenever they're the ones passing, but an overextension from Moffat and RTF are the ones in trouble.
Yes, really great whiplash dribble there from Kotone. Is going to take that barrier away from the challenge that they've been trying to deal with this entire time. Just getting the ball right on through that Asher. They find a power play of themselves as well. This could be really a big here for Bozo Bunch if they can just get the ball over to Kotone one more time. They still have to get it through this Asher, who's looking quite large right now and certainly has full cooldowns here. Hungry Boy finally returning to the board. The big finish comes out, does not work out favorably here for Bozo Bunch. Merchant ends up spending the flip, goes up on top. Kotone does get their hands on the ball, gets struck by that Thunder, though, and now is in a close quarters combat here with Leo, but ends up winning out with the help of Streak as well. Mafenkoi has flip 2 to make this even more deadly. Merchant avoids getting hit by the hook, but instead, sorry, not by the hook, but gets sniped, unfortunately, by Leo Leon and Hungry Boy, and it's going to be a power play for RTF. Can they live? Can they survive?
Oh, they cannot. It's Hungry Boy with the snipe on the follow-up after the bad bounce, and Envy, this team player is doing so much work. Hungry Boy's back passing to Moffin. Moffin's rocketing it forwards with that team player boost. It is ridiculous.
It is kind of ridiculous. Team player almost looking like it's better on the midfield than it is on the goalie. You know, your midfielders should be hitting the ball more times, thus just getting more value in general. So could be something to think about here in the future. One barrier down here for RTF. Spends the ult. Felt a little bit of threat there from Mafenkoi, but barrier will still hold as they have a pretty good amount of possession on the top side. Strike advantage too. Now strike disadvantage as Streak comes in and wins that situation. Merchant pushing up a little bit here, though. Kotone looking kind of weak, staying in the midfield. Spends that flip, gets kind of foiled by the big finish, though, unfortunately. Gonna move back and just grab an orb, which is gonna result in a overwhelming pressure to lose that first barrier on the bottom side. Mafenkoi keeping it up with that secondary too. Merchant kind of hands the ball over to Leo Leon. Streak might have been open there. Wins the situation, then kind of loses it there from that slice and dice, and now their goal is open. Things are really tough here. Hungry Boy had a cooldown, but Merchant wins that situation there. Stun from Kotone, but they can't seem to get it through this Asher, and like you mentioned, it continues to having it. Like you mentioned, it's just so hard to get it through this Asher. The miracles might need to show up a little sooner than later as RTF is looking at match point.
Yeah, really. Guys, I'm back. Hi. we are just seeing RTF really hold infinitely, and they're generating a lot of offense. And I think the big thing is it's two things. One, they're winning. They're gonna win right now. They're gonna win in the middle of, while I'm talking. Wow.
Can they do that? Can they win while you're talking?
I don't think they're allowed to. We're gonna look into it. I think they won because we saw Leo and Hungry Boy just pushing up against their double defense so well and doing a lot of passing in between each other. And I think the other half of that is that the team player supplemented that playstyle so well they were able to pass between each other, generate a ton of core speed, and then just, rocket launch the core into their direction. And then that's really difficult to deal with. That is not... and everyone saw how fast that was going. Like, just super tough. But hey, a quick final point, some like 15-second point is just gonna seal the deal there. Game 1 goes to RTF here, and I mentioned last series, there's a whole bunch of 2-2 teams. So this week, right now, anyone who can get a leg over a different 2-2 team is going to be incredibly happy, because if the competition is stiff and RTF is here showing up trying to win this as quickly as possible, just get their win and get out.
Yeah, for sure. Getting around that big old 2-2 brick in the results is going to be certainly advantageous, and you just want to secure a win under your belt no matter what. Our RTF was looking really good there. That team player actually working overtime. Hungry Boy just positioned themselves really nicely to receive all those passes, all those interactions, man. Just covering the space that they needed to, and just giving the ball on over to Leo Leon. It's like, you can see the damage numbers here. I know the screen is gone, but honestly, they weren't too far off. Like, Bozo Bunch had a lot. Actually, total probably had more damage. Actually, definitely had more damage than RTF. But the ability to confirm kills and just I don't know, just play better around the staggered teammates or the staggered opponents. It just kind of worked out for them. They just kind of played, I think, those situations a little bit better. And when your teammate is staggered for too long, getting kind of knocked around, they can't really play. That opens up a lot of objectives here and applies a lot more pressure to the goalie. Whatever. We all know how to play. strikers there. Well played, RTF. Can't believe it. Actually can believe it very easily. Although they did win while you were talking. So that, not really sure if that one's in the rules. Definitely get Saya. Well, we'll have to see Saya later for that one. But we're going to move on to the next game here, though, which is on the map. You guys already know. I'm pretty sure it is Clarion. Yep, Clarion's the test chamber. Fun map. Love this map as a commentator. Actually, I mean, I like to play it too. It's all good, but yeah, a lot of versatility is gonna have to show up for this map here, though, and it makes a lot of interesting picks. I say it every week, bro. Juliet, you know, could be a top tier on half of these variants here, and sometimes, sometimes things are beautiful, Yoshi.
Absolutely. I love watching Juliet. And we've been seeing a lot of Juliet picks recently. I believe the line is 92% win rate.
Ooh.
If I'm remembering correctly.
That's
something.
A lot.
That is a lot. I don't remember where that came from. I'm parroting something else, but that's word on the street. Juliet's winning a lot, and I think the streets are right this time. It's especially in Clarion. It's like you said, she's good on so many variants. You get so many narrow spaces to just fish for dash punches, and generally, it's kind of like the barriers are the same as Night Market. Julie also loves Night Market because it's a narrow map, but you have these broad barriers that are pretty easy to pick up. You can dash punch, try and force it through the corner if you don't have dash punch. On other maps where the barriers are smaller, you're like, well, I did my best. Team, let's see what we can do. But on this map, you can get around with striking and getting the opposite side of the barrier, manipulating it around, which, again, harder on other maps. So I think Juliet is a star pick here. I don't know if we'll be seeing the pick. I know Tone is fond of playing the Juliet. I know Leo's played a lot of Juliet in the past, historically, but he's kind of just been picking Zen all season and then putting on performances like we just saw. Like, he is just sweeping games on the pick. So if I'm that guy, I'm like, hey, maybe Juliet does sound good, but you know what else sounds good? The guy that I've been winning on all season. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
We will have to see. I am curious to see if RTF manages maybe you think they'll manage like a Rasmus ban in this one. Could maybe try to ban out Cotone or like try to take away maybe I feel like we're gonna see Kazan is the thing. I feel like Kazan, of course depending on the starting awakenings, is man, Kazan is so good. I feel like Kazan is so good in so many situations, and like there's a lot of tight corners where things like topspin just like hold the line by itself, and things like pop up too. I think he's also quite good on side lanes more often than Juliet, right? Because like you just need 2 strikes. You do not need biggest dash punch ever to just win a midfield situation, right? Like Kazan is like, okay, like strike dash pop up, and now I still have everything else, and I'm still a threat, and I've gotten through. But like, I don't know. I think with side lanes and like midfielding like that, or like at least the brawlers like clashing heads, I think Kazan kind of wins out way more often, having a way lower cooldown on his like double strike than Juliet. Although she does have like strike punch if she wants to hold that. But we'll see here. We do have Stinger and we do have Reptile Remedy, kind of the antithesis of each other here. Trying to get some stagger and trying to get some regen. Really just like the antithesis, right? Like one is just regenerating you and one of them is degenerating you. What are they gonna pick, Yoshi? What are they gonna do?
I'm expecting definitely both brawlers locking in that Reptile Remedy, just putting on the live juice, taking a big sip, and just not worrying about getting blown up. We are seeing Boza Bunch banning the Juliet. We saw last game that they banned Luna and then picked Vice, which put Merchant in an awkward situation. We saw Merchant Finny come out. I don't think I've ever seen Merchant Finny. It looked phenomenal, but Merchant is a player that generates so much offense with the eject button, and so not having the eject button. Oh, sorry, I'm lying. I'm making stuff up. We saw RTF ban Luna, pick Vice. This time, Bozo is going to be Bozo's banning Julie, RTF's banning Vice, not letting that go through. So we could see a Luna first pick from Bozo, but they did not want the Juliet to go through. they heard what we were talking about, and they said, actually, no, we're not. That win was pretty high. We're not letting that through.
Right. They heard you spouting out the win rates, and they're like, wait. Can we not? I'm not trying to deal with a 90% win rate here. But they're going to go with the Luna on to Bozo bunch here, though. Merchant certainly is going to be enjoying themselves a little bit of Luna today. That's kind of, I know people are always like, go Merchant Vice. But when I really started playing and started seeing the game, Merchant was always on Luna. And so I just know Merchant as a Luna player. So it's pretty funny how that works out. They do steal up the Rasmus and the Estelle here, though. The Wombo combo of midfielding, core controlling domination, like we had mentioned a little bit earlier in our last series, in fact, could result in a lot of extra barriers and objectives taken. That's a tough team to beat when you're not playing a melee goalie. We'll see if a melee goalie shows up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not going to show up. It's Luna. What am I talking about?
Not there. Not happening.
It's Luna, not there.
Not we're rocking Luna goalie, take flight or die. But hey, RTF could show up. It's either Rasmus on Moff and Koei locking that in, or hey, there's the Kazan taking it out. Yeah, just which is like melee goalie take. He's weird. He's such a strange guy, Kazan goalie. But here, just Moff and Koei putting his pick in the bag. Gonna be enjoying that. And hey, Ed, I'm always a big fan of Rasmus Estelle. That comp can do everything. It can just do everything. Can't argue with that. Juno Zentaro, also a forward pair that that does everything, but definitely leans into the damage a lot more. And with that Luna especially, we see Bozo Bunch really showing up with the offensive super damage comp this time, as opposed to RTF, who's taken a little bit more of a balanced thing going on here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can possibly find the kills that they're looking for. Reptile Remedy Start definitely does the best job, pretty much the best job of keeping you from getting staggered here. So if they're going to go for damage, they might have a little bit of a tough time. Luna does have a lot of interesting ways to control the core, though, right? Like Boost kind of does something that no other ability does, right? Like there are very few moves in the game that just teleport you across the map with no awakenings or nothing. Like Rune Secondary does get you there. Thunderstrike is pretty far, but it really is not getting you there until you walk away from it. Lifeline, really far, but like Luna can get anywhere on the map as long as she can navigate through some of these obstacles without any, buffs or anything going on. So she will be able to cut off the clears that Moff and Koei might be looking for here. And now they're going to start here on Atlas's Labbington, small Atlas lab. No explosion in the center here. That's going to end up killing you. Well, I guess it'll kill you if you're staggered. But either way, starting out on Atlas Lab, one barrier down here from Bozo Bunch. Merchant smacking their face right into Atlas's orb. Don't quote me on that. Leo Leon trying to get the ball there with that. And finally does get that barrier, although a kill being expressed here for RTF might make things a little bit awkward here. I like the dribble there from Moff and Koei. Really had nowhere to go against Merchant's positioning there. Power play is just about over here. Get Kotoni back on that board to see it with this open barrier if they can get it on through. Streak spending out the primary to get it through once again. Leo Leon, nice receive there and nice angle. It looked like Merchant did actually end up hitting the ball after it got scored though.
Oh wow. Yeah, unfortunate there then, but great hook from Leo. Swing that thing straight forward, close to a flip as well. We're seeing this is a full Reptile Remedy lobby. Everyone is picking up their Naked Jakar and healing off of it, greatly. And also, we're seeing Bozo Bunch take double mag souls on their forwards, whereas last game they were on double slick kicks. So very interesting, but right now, not one of them having a little bit of trouble finding the midline as he is dying. That is going to be Leo Leon on the other team, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. He also has mag souls though, so looking to just push forward. He is really struggling in there. It is tough on this variant, which I think favors is just so nice. There's not a whole lot of damage coming out, so Bozo Bunch getting that extra damage is going to be nice. But Estelle strikes again, as she tends to do, as she always does. Beam, be upon ye, and that's going to be 2 points for RTF right here, right now.
Yep, looking to bring this game, this series to a close, honestly. RTF looking quite good there. A lot of pressure being applied here from Bozo Bunch. Here comes the Crater Maker, but it doesn't do anything too favorable here for Bozo Bunch Street, trying to maintain control of the ball here. Okay, Lilian spends the Death's Touch to get a couple of stuns. Merchant whiffing on that read. It's going to result in the bottom barrier going down, although Kotone ends up winning out on that situation, is going to result in them getting a barrier, which is going to even out this count here. Merchant sending a couple of missiles forward on in there. The whammies are going to try to wham the opponent. Flip right into the face of the opponent. Streak manages to get that barrier. Oh, minor possible miscalculation, possible very calculation there from Merchant. It's going to make a tricky strike and going to keep the barrier alive, though. Hungry Boy tries to go for a clear read there. Unfortunately, the Crater Maker is going to be unfavorable for Bozo Bunch. A flip here from Kotone. He's going to go for a flick with the reinforcement of Merchant, but the ball was actually a little too fast in that spot. Okay, now Leonian has a Death's Touch to keep control of the ball. Moffin Kui can't block. I mean, Kotone really wins that strike war there. Nice work to get the even, actually not even, just take a point in the set.
Yeah, great strike war. Going to be securing that. That's 1 point for the Bozo Bunch here. And right now, it's kind of a little bit of the same as last game. They've got a tough situation ahead of them if they want to win this set. This variant, I think, favors Rasmus and Estelle so heavily. They don't have to get into the enemy goal box to still put a ton of pressure with their primaries, with all the other abilities they have. And so offense, it's just super easy, especially against a Luna. They can just, throw all of their abilities out onto her location. Merchant still making the hold, though, and just a ton of offense coming out from Bozo Bunch here. They have the opportunity, and I think getting through the Kazan with characters like Luna, Zen, and even Juno is not going to be too difficult, but they have to hold on right now as both nets are open.
Yeah, it's tough. Bouncy House, man, it is, no matter what character you're playing, this is just simply a hard variant to play on for, like, I'd say, like, all roles. All of the roles are like, man, no one can control the ball, and things are just really tough, unless you're Rasmus, and in that spot right there, quick Death's Touch is going to absorb the ball right into Leo Leon. Gets a nice strike, and Merchant can't get there in time. RTF, once again, looking good, taking the lead here, and taking the first set. We got Hungry Boy grabbing the first real, actually changes your stats awakening. What will it be to combo with this Reptile Remedy?
I'm going to be taking that team player, not letting Merchant have that at all. Merchant's going to be picking up the stacks. That's the other thing that I was looking at on this draft. Stacks. We haven't been seeing many KOs. And it's Reptile Remedy start. So, hey, stacks got to feel really nice. It's kind of a shame that's going on Merchant, the goalie, who has an ability that can take him anywhere on the map that he wants. But, hey, in those tight situations in the box, speed is never bad on goalie. Speed's never bad on anyone. The speed is awesome. Today I will go fast. And so that's going to be a big pickup and off rip. Holy moly. I wasn't even just like in a flash. 8-second point in the bin. Bozo Bunch showing up to play. Just rocking it right there.
Yeah, I do partially agree. I've noticed that recently, stacks is so hard to stack. Like, in general, as a goalie, like, I know Merchant's going to pretty much be offensive and get in there a lot of the time, but stacking the stacks to get those 150 has never felt harder than, like, current patch, maybe even a patch before. So we'll see if Merchant can actually get that active. Only 24 stacks right now and already a point that's been exchanged on the board. Both barriers down here for Merchant as well is going to be really tough. I mean, playing Bouncy House from this exact position is really, really tough as they keep that one. Oh, man, they win the interaction against that flip. Okay, Leon goes for a really tricky situation, but Merchant reads it nicely, but a lot of extra reinforcement there from Hungry Boy is going to get the ball line in there. Bouncy House gone, at least for this set. Might be favorable for Bozo Bunch if Merchant's trying to at least get their hands on the ball, stack some of those stacks, get some of those whammies in there, as you can see. 2 stacks for a light hit, 4 stacks for an actual hit, so I'm looking keep my eye on Merchant.
Yeah, the more speed that guy gets, the better he's going to hold. It's just not going to have to expend the boost to try and cover one side of the net. Has a flip here for defense. Not going to use it. Leo just ripping his, taking the barrier. Looking a little low, though. Might be in trouble. He's going for an orb, has the Reptile Remedy, a flip burned right there by Streak. But now Bozo Bunch has the ball and is trying to push through Hungry Boy and Moth and Koei right here. And it's weird. We're seeing a little bit of an inverse of how the last game played out, where now it's RTF on the double defense and the double offense being piloted by Bozo Bunch here.
Yeah, they're looking good right now. Merchant's got this flip. In case anything goes awry, maybe they use that for a nice offensive push. They have control of the ball here. Okay, tight situation there. Gonna follow it up with a boost of their own. Oh my god, Streak ends up, it looks like, losing a strike board. Maybe they just struck a little bit early. The ball was really fast, but Lilian gets it on through with that pull. Man, the ball was going surprisingly fast in that situation. Maybe see Hungry Boy does have that team player. Overtime certainly going to be favoring RTF here. Has one barrier already gone down. The pendulum swing to combo with that one steals both barriers from Merchant. Leo looking quite good right now. Mafakui not even going to drop a barrier of their own. Crater Maker to give the ball right on back to Merchant. Katone is a little bit weak right now, though. Has that flip, could possibly combo with it. Might have been able to find a kill there, though, but they're going to end up holding on to this flip, spending it maybe for a barrier. But they are completely staggered now. The goo is awaiting their arrival. Kazan, not too many characters in the game as good as confirming kills as Kazan, so you do not want to be in Moffin Kovi's clutches here, as they're fighting back to grab more of these barriers, one down at least. But it's really a tough situation. Moffin Kovi's doing such a good job defending right now, and Crater can't find its mark, and things are looking a little bit rough for Bozo Bunch as they get kind of shot, kind of in the face, kind of Estelle, kind of Hungry Boy right there.
Feeling a little Hungry Boy right there, as he's going to be just raking in these first picks here and really gets whatever he wants. We see Stinger back in the pool. I'm looking at things like Bulk Up could be nice. The 1-2 punch, never bad. Super Surge could also be nice. Just a whole lot. Taking the prime time, which Merchant was hovering. We're getting more primaries. You get more coverage, and the primaries have just been getting some insane value. Right here, Orb Replicator going to Merchant. Gonna be energy farming for the fellas here. And Super Surge denied by Moth and Koei. Going long range Kazan, all terrain here. And Katone forced to pick up the big fish instead, which is still nice. That's a much bigger ult for Zentaro. I think size, I would say, is underrated on the character, but it's feeling pretty rated as people are appreciating it more and more. But still, just not like other pickups would be nice, but now Bozo Bunch just really in a difficult situation as both barriers are down.
Yeah, tough spot. I do want to mention, the stacks did not get stacked in 4 points of that last set. They were at 144 there, so they didn't actually get full value out of the stack. It's just really tough right now. In some situations, you just can't get your hands on the ball so much. Yeah, both barriers down here. Flip coming out, a lot of bars on the side of Kotone there, but they don't manage to get it on through just yet. Mafakui defending here with, once again, the help defense of Hungry Boy. The Crater Maker makes things a little bit awkward, but not awkward enough to get RTF really dropping that situation here. Spends the primary to help get it on through here. Lilian wins another situation with the help of Strike Advantage. Gets the pendulum swing, but a little too far. Not too big of a defense there from Merchant. Not having too much problem there. Goes in, wins the situation against Leon. Man, gives it right over to Katone, who wins that situation too. And that one landed it in there. Because Merchant stayed long enough to move forward. That was beautiful.
Yep, W Merchant. That's just what that guy is known for. He does it so often. And here, that's 1 point for Bozo Bunch. They've got quite a few points they have to score if they want to win this series. The mountain is here, and they got to stare it down right now. But 1 point, claiming the first one in the set, is going to be very nice. Characters like Zentaro, Luna that scale up like this are going to be really coming alive on set 3. So we are seeing that right here. And honestly, Katone has he's been playing great all series, but having that power spike on the third set. He's got the big fish. He's got the reptile remedy. This guy is feeling healthy and is ready to go. And honestly, we're seeing it pay out. He is not taking a whole lot of damage, and he's just really getting these barriers down here.
Wow, keeps the speed there from that one. Mafenkui trying to sneak that last barrier in there. Hungryboy gets a nice primary, but once again, Merchant just there, close enough to get the defense. Almost a win there from Kotone. Here comes Merchant to try to keep that possession up. Trying to give it to Kotone one more time. Can't manage it, though. Trying to get it through Hungryboy. Wins the situation here. Streak wins another one. Crater Maker is going to cause an evade to come out here from Hungryboy, who is now out of energy. Might work out if we're looking for a kill here. Maybe a combo from Merchant. Okay, tries to move up to get that strike advantage, but not quick enough here as Mafenkui is going to spend one of their own. Not a lot of energy showing up right here for RTF. I mean, Bozo Bunch can... Okay, the barrier actually does end up going down for Merchant. Unfortunately, spends the boost to go wide. Not going to work out there either. Streak can't win against Leo Leon right now. Hungryboy gets the teleport stun strike with the Rose Warp. RTF really just one-upping right now here, though, even in this set, but man, it feels so hard to get around Mafenkui, man.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's Kazan in the open net lore. We're seeing these barriers go down pretty quickly. There's a bunch able to get them, but then trying to defend against, or trying to score on the guy with the hook. He's got dash. He's got a way bigger strike hitbox than anyone else. It's been really tough, and we're seeing, especially with the help of Hungryboy, and just the ball is not getting through the RTF defense, and that's not what you want to see if you're Bozo Bunch. You know, again, because they're getting the barriers really quickly. They're holding on to their barriers, which is a lot harder for the Luna to do. They need to be able to secure these points, and the fact that they're having trouble with it means that we're going to be seeing RTF win the war of attrition. They need to find a good way to get some explosive playmaking soon.
Oh, nice hold there from Merchant. Now the stacks are stacked, 150 already, only 2 points. Merchant getting active as much as they can, hitting people when they need to, and now they're fast, can help themselves defend when they're out of cooldowns. When the offense doesn't work, spending the boost defensively is going to keep the point alive. Merchant, great reactions there. Nothing left from Estelle. Death touch onto Streak, but doesn't result in any point yet. Mafenkui moves up here with that pop-up. Now a situation here from Kotone is going to be nullified by the flip from Mafenkui. Leo Leon smashing the ball in every direction, but can't maintain control. It's moving just a little bit too fast. Streak and Kotone have a lot of energy here. A flip instantly foiled from Mafenkui, and now Streak also has one. See if they can move up in time. Although the ball's moving so fast, it's really just keeping the ball away from Streak. Ends up spinning the flip here, though. Going to stall it out, wait for cooldowns. Almost gets a dribble there from Kotone. Now they're maybe on a little bit of a lull here with low cooldowns. Self-dribble there from Kotone is not going to work out either here. Now a flip from Merchant. Interesting angle, but Hungryboy does get their hands on it. Now it's Leo Leon's turn to get close enough to the goal with this flip. Hungryboy is the one who's going to have to give it to them. That was fast. That was 1-2.
That was quite fast. Oh my. A little bit of 1-2, spark of strength, 124 power, just every factor going in Leo's way and bringing us to series point. Bozo Bunch, they've been showing that they can do it. Like they have the potential, they're able to get it done, but really it's just RTF is showing up and giving everything that Bozo has back in spades, as that's just going to be a bounce off the edge, a primary from Leo Leon, and that's going to secure the set. RTF going 3-2 in the season now.
Oof, GG's. Honestly, solid game. RTF just one step ahead in a lot of different situations there, though. A 3-0 victory, as we can see from the board. Checking out some stats. Gosh, we love stats. Only one kill in the entire game, gifted to Hungryboy. Probably a Rose Warp or a piercing shot there. Redirects, any winning redirect champions? I mean, Streak does get it, but everyone in the 140 range, I mean, everyone is here to play. Streak, maybe just, I don't know, we just weren't in there enough. I'm not sure. Bozo Bunch just could not manage it. RTF was, I guess, synergized a little bit too well right here. The redirects are so even. That game felt pretty close, but again, results in a close 3-0, which do exist, guys. Close 3-0s are real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Anytime you tell anyone it's a close 3-0, it's real. Either way, nice work to RTF, and they're going to break out of that 2-2 record there, moving on to a 3-2 record. Really important, you know, you want to keep your records up, making these playoffs. You got so much more to play here, though, and that was pretty exciting game, Yoshi. I am happy to be a part of it there. That was good. That was a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like you mentioned, everyone kind of hovering in the 140 range on the redirects. I'm impressed at how consistent it was, how much everyone contributed, and like pretty regularly. But I think it's watching RTF this season, it's hard to pick a standout player. It's like, this guy was the real like hero of this game, because they're all making hero plays all the time. Like Leo Leon just farms them in his sleep. But Moff and Koei had phenomenal holds the entire series, and Hungry Boy really showed up. That obviously the new player on the roster is going to be a question mark, has just been showing out each game this series, and I think especially this series was looking really nice. Just on like incredible offense in game 1, incredible defense in game 2. What can't this guy do, you know?
Yeah, so good. All these players were just so active and so good, and these are certainly not the last time you're going to see these guys. We are going to go to a break once again, get our players loaded on in here. The next match coming up, you guys already know, Showtime against Sundubu Strikers. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll get some new commentators for you. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast for the North American Strikers League, where we are bringing in the second block of games, starting on off with Showtime taking on Sundubu Strikers. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Borg once again for tonight's second set of games. And Borg, it's good to be back. It's good to see you, brother.
It is good to be back. I've taken a little tiny break too. And it's good for the return after like a week or two to be with you, my longtime original partner in crime. So I missed you, but I'm excited because I think we have a pretty banger series today. This might be one of the most competitive ones of the day with Showtime. With Kainoob in, by the way, everybody. Kainoob is in the goalie position this week against the Sundubu Strikers, who have been playing extremely well recently. So since you've been gone, these teams have been very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a different look than what I have generally associated with Showtime, but going to be exciting to check out nonetheless. Is the draft's already underway here, so we are ready to get on into game for match number 1. I'm going to have, as you said, Kainoob in the goal arc coming on up here for Showtime. Sundubu Strikers running the same old roster that you know and love. Here we are on the map to kick things off. Sundubu Strikers starting over on the right side, Showtime on the left. Showtime, of course, looking to defend that first place position that they've developed for themselves so far, and going to immediately get off to an early start by taking out both of these barriers and getting some pressure on towards the goal from the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, Sundubu Strikers trying to keep that pressure up extremely early. However, Demons Raw, or rather Showtime, not Demons Raw. I see Kainoob, and I think Demons Raw immediately.
See Kainoob,
Showtime, however. Yeah, exactly. Getting the barriers first here with their pretty explosive comp here. They do have the Julia and the Kai to keep things really, really fast-paced, and then Kainoob can keep the core up as long as possible with this Amy in the net. However, the weakness does come when the core is on their defensive side. The Estelle and Rasmus can definitely chew this up, and now it's a power play for Showtime.
A great KO there onto Gramella, going to open up Joker to be able to step up here, get in that burst, and send it right into the goal. First goal of the match goes to Showtime as they take that ever so important early slight lead, getting into that second kickoff.
And they're going to need this lead too, because they do have Erasmus on the other side here for the Sundubu Strikers. Having big fish already with the slick kicks too, if Breezy can get his hands on the core and keep it in his possession for any amount of time, it is going to be extremely hard for Showtime to deal with that. Now a KO goes through, and Showtime immediately getting another one of these power plays, and they're showing us what they can do with it.
Yeah, and that was a long time coming. Really nice combination between Shianzu and Joker there early on in the play to be able to knock those health bars pretty low, and leads to an eventual KO onto Gramella and an eventual double barrier going over to the side of Showtime. Joker on a little bit of a breakaway here now, shapeshifting, barely able to get back over towards it in time. Kainoob falls back to group up alongside Shianzu, helping out on the defense between these two ranged characters, but not going to be able to hold on to the barrier for long. It's Breezy one-on-one with Kainoob. He gets KO'd for it as he's taken away by the sentry turret, and that's going to be an easy score found by Kainoob.
Yeah, great strike there from Kainoob. Gramella almost had the save there, but couldn't just get the strike in time after that blink. So it's 2-0 already for Showtime, who do definitely have a little bit better of an early comp. I would say the Julia and the Kai definitely have a lot of explosive power early on, and they can scale with it if they do get the right awakenings. However, I'm a little bit more scared of the Estelle and Rasmus, who open up both the goal barriers immediately, and they have the power, actually not the power play, they have the goal immediately already. I didn't even give you the chance to speak here, but Sundubu Strikers aren't over yet.
There you go, Sundubu Strikers, always happy to shut up for a few minutes if it keeps the game close, and we're going to end up in a 2-1 position off the back of that, but immediate early strikes once again favoring Showtime to get their way out of the first barrier. Joker with the flurry, going to pressure onto the bottom one, nearly able to take that for his side. They're going to get back into the midfield, keeping the brawl going. Joker, another nice dash, another flip, nearly takes the point and the set with that one. And he's going to open up a wide open shooting angle, but Breezy snags it with the death touch. Still doesn't matter. Cycles back over to Joker. He takes it up into the top corner and will take away the set for Showtime.
Yeah, and a beautiful dribble there for Joker, actually. He realized he did not quite have that bottom angle on the shot, so he used the corner to dribble it, get shape-shifting out of position, and then he was able to strike it up in that top side here, and now getting awarded as well with the first pick in draft. Going to be securing that adrenaline rush on the Juliet, which probably one of the scariest awakenings on Julia in the game, because you do always have that potential for a dash punch on the side. And if you do get it, the point is essentially over, given those shorter cooldowns and the speed. We are going to be seeing a little bit of scaling here. The era on shapeshifting going to be getting at Spark. And then we see the Super Surge as well on to 3Z Breezy. I mean, honestly, Sundubu Strikers kind of got the short end of the stick there. Shianzu getting that Reptile Remedy and kind of getting that stacks on stacks. They already have the power. Now they have a little bit more of it, and it's going to be harder to kill Shianzu, who is really just kind of the playmaker, the person who's setting up all of these plays for Joker with these dribbles, right? So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a harder set here for the Sundubu Strikers, but they're definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, you know, we got into the game one so quickly, we didn't even really get to talk about Universal Big Fish, but the fact that everybody's rocking it this game really going to end up showing that it's going to be a harder time getting some of these early KOs, but hasn't really slowed down Joker too much, to the point that he's still willing to go for that adrenaline rush, but also going to help out folks like Kainoob on the stacks on stacks, making sure that you get to hold on to those just a little bit more efficiently. Nice flip comes through there from Kainoob, nearly able to send it into the goal. 3Z Breezy going to be staggered, has to avoid Joker for that reason. Kainoob going to be able to clear it back out with one more glitch pop. Shianzu now taking it down towards the bottom corner. Joker gets that KO, he gets his ad rush, and he gets a chance now to be able to turn that into a score. Good block from Shapeshifting with the Magical Maelstrom, going to go in for the flip, going to get deflected back away. Shianzu dribbles it off the bottom, gets it back into Joker's hands, but still can't take it into the goals. It's enough time for 3Z Breezy to respawn, stop the power play. Shianzu goes in for one more flip, making one last effort, but it will be a 3-on-3, and it won't be scored off this play.
Not be scored off the play, but Joker can score right here with his flip, but no, not able to find anything for it. But he does get the KO on the dash. Grimella now going down. 3Z Breezy looking incredibly low, trying to get this another KO, but Joker messing up the flip there, but he does get the other KO eventually with that Flame Flurry. Going for the punch, trying to go for the 1v3. Shapeshifting not quite able to do it. And even though Grimella just spawned in time, the goal's already in. That is a showtime for another point. That was a long one too there, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You get one strike, maybe two on defense of the 3 versus 1, but Shapeshifting not going to be able to hang on to that one for very long at all. Joker cashing out on these KOs time after time, and Ad Rush not slowing him down one bit. Going to be happy to continue to do so. Both of those barriers get taken in one big swing from Shianzu and Joker. Not sure exactly who got the credit on that one, but it's double barrier nonetheless. It's a flip out of Kainoob, and it's right into the goal. It's like he never left Demons.
And that's why this Amy on goalie is so scary, right? Your forwards have so much pressure, they get both the barriers, they blow all the cooldowns, and then the Amy jumps in. No one has any cooldowns to defend it. Gets the flip, gets the goal, incredibly difficult. And now that Joker, as well, we saw last point, has that adrenaline rush. If he gets that 1 KO, I mean, they just go crazy. I feel like this is going to be an incredibly hard game for Sundubu Strikers, and I really don't think they're going to be winning this set here. It just doesn't seem very likely based on what's going on. They do, however, have the chance to start scaling again with the Spark on the Shapeshifting, but they might not have the chance as the goal already goes in. The barriers are down, and Kainoob, like I said before, blinks in the final seconds and just gets that clear.
Yeah, I mean, Joker's grooving on him this game. Such great core control there. Really good dribble off the bottom. Really good job using his ultimate for coverage as well. Just making sure that Shianzu has angles to shoot. It's been so good from the side of Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime definitely showing us why they are to be feared right now. Kainoob getting that team player, going to be making it even harder too. Joker with a little bit more power on that bulk up. However, we do see Fight or Flight on Grimella. That's going to be helping with the surviving a little bit. 3Z Breezy has that hot shot, which actually is pretty good on the Rasmus. If he does get a hook, it will let him have a little bit more speed on that core. I would say Sundubu definitely have a little bit more to play with here. 1-2 on the era, definitely really strong as well with that beam strike, getting a little bit more speed on the core. So they have a couple more tools to play with here, Gordo. Let's see if the Sundubu Strikers can do anything, or if Showtime is just going to steamroll through this one.
Yeah, great positioning onto that sentry, going to really set up for the double barrier to come on across. 3Z already going to be staggered, and he's already going to get finished off. Joker just too fast. Outruns Shapeshifting on the way back. Shapeshifting will be able to keep up the defense for a little bit longer, but you can see these Magical Maelstroms have to get thrown out willy-nilly, just trying to provide a little bit additional coverage to stop this pressure from getting on through before the respawn does. 3Z now back, limping his way off the respawn platform to be able to get back into the play. Gonna death touch it right back on over, but there's the flip out of 3Z, gonna get deflected back away. Shapeshifting able to keep up the defense. continued damage raining in on towards 3Z as he tries to clear things back over towards the left. Back down towards Joker. Joker knocks it up. Xianzhu back down. Joker dribbling it off the bottom. Going to dash on forward as soon as those cooldowns are back up. Kainu providing support at distance, and the energy burst will be used to create the power play once again. Just got to get it back around 3Z, who is going to take it for one more shot. Pendulum swing does not connect. Another clear out from Shapeshifting, do their best to hang on as long as they possibly can, and they will be able to do so in time for Grimella to respawn.
They do get the respawn here, but it still is a 3v3, and it is incredibly scary for Showtime here as well. I feel like the era... No, it's not actually. The era just not there in time. Grimella is getting man-marked by Joker this whole time, and even though the 3Z Breezy and Grimella combo was getting a little bit more work done that point, Xianzhu just with one well-timed strike seals the deal.
Yep. And again, I mean, the Joker's all over him this game, really doing a good job of, you know, obviously there's been plenty of KOs to be found, but finding ways to be useful outside of the KOs as well. Really doing a good job to make sure that they're not able to get back out of the play in time to be able to defend. Will end up coming on through for that reason. Xianzhu goes in for the energy burst, puts it right into Joker's hands off the deflection, who sends it into the barrier. Now one more shot on towards goal. Not going to be able to make it there that time, but Xianzhu pushing towards the bottom. Barrage is deflected for a time, but Joker gets one more dash angle, and that's all she wrote for the point. 2-0, 1 point away from a Showtime victory in game number 1.
This is insane to see. Joker and Kainoob are doing so much that Xianzhu doesn't have to do anything, whereas usually it's the opposite. Usually Xianzhu kind of has to do a lot of the heavy lifting with the core control and then let Joker kind of finish while Barcode holds it down. But with this different roster of Showtime, Kainoob in the net, it feels a lot different as the goal is already scored. Kainoob just does everything himself. Lazy Breezy staggered in the back. I mean, Sundubu Strikers are going to have to reform and find a new way to deal with this roster.
Kainoob not looking very retired this
No,
game,
not at all.
to be honest. He picks up right where he left off, and if not even better. A dominant showing here with a new squad for him, and 8 KOs for the Joker. Not going to be too shabby either. Kainoob walks away with the MVP, but excellent play all around there, and Xianzhu never one to take all the credit for himself, going to be sitting on the sidelines a little bit more, but it's a solid game from him too.
I honestly will shout out Xianzhu, though. Even though not the most flashy game from the Kai, he kind of kept the glue together and allowed Kainoob to play incredibly aggressively. Because, I don't know, if you watch the game back, the power of the Rasmus Estelle combo is you have, if you can get the passes between each other, they have so much push potential on the goalie. If they get into a corner, they have the beam, they have the blink, they have the Rasmus utility. They just have so much to get it past one man. But Xianzhu was sitting in between them the entire game, while Joker was standing on Grimella the entire game. So not only could Grimella not really get his hands on the core, as we see with the 76 redirects, even if 3Z Breezy got it, the pass is never complete there because Xianzhu is sitting there marking it the entire time. And even if 3Z Breezy has it, Kainoob, just one well-timed glitch pop can get it out of his hands. So we saw the power of it there. And another thing to note here, Gordo, is how are you going to deal with this Showtime roster? Because it's incredibly different than when Barcode's on it. Barcode, obviously incredible at the same time with his goalies. However, Kainoob plays the exact opposite of him. These ranged goalies, this aggressive play style. You sit all week studying for the Showtime, and then Barcode doesn't even show up. And you have now, maybe even still, the best player in the entire, I'm going to say world, on the goal box ahead of you. Like, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I don't hate to USL or anything, but look, yeah, I think you'd say world. We're talking about nasl here, and
Yeah, this guy's gross.
yeah, really, really good stuff out. Especially we're talking about top of nasl, right? And that's just been what we've known from Kainoob all along. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a dangerous layer here for Showtime. Again, retired. Who's to say what's really going to be the consistent strategy going forward for Showtime? But if they're able to show up on the day with one goalie or the other, and you never really know which one to predict for, that's a tough ask for any opponent going up against Showtime, and showing off a little bit against Sundubu Strikers here today, who, as you said, clearly looked unprepared for the IME out of the goal arc there, among other things. Really just able to keep up constant pressure on them and just kind of got shown up. We'll see what they're going to be able to show in draft for game number 2 as they try to pull this one back in. An IME ban might not be completely out of the question. Finney going to be the first thing off the board for Showtime.
I will say it is going to be a little bit different here. They do have their map pick. I believe
Oni
Sundubu
Village, yeah.
Strikers, storied on this map, the Sundubu Village. They're definitely very, very comfortable on it. They're not going to have to worry about a lot of this aggressive play style because Oni Village definitely more of a passive map. The core is going a lot faster. It's hard to keep up with it. So these bunker goalie is going to be a big, I guess, plus here for shapeshifting. But we'll see what they can do. The Xianzhu obviously going to be picking up that Estelle first pick, which is the, I guess, good part about it not being your map pick is you do have the choice of getting that first pick or not. So they can take off the Estelle right away, but they are just going to go with the Kai and the Rasmus, kind of the Sundubu classic here on this map. And we will actually see the Era goalie coming out here. We saw this earlier, actually, from Soren kind of playing it twice in a row. Definitely a very, very strong pick. We've been playing with it a lot. And the Zentaro coming in here for the Joker. So Zentaro, Estelle, very explosive combo. And the Kai Rasmus, another very explosive combo. So I think the goalies are going to have their works cut out for them this game, Gordo, as we do not have Sundubu goalie pick here, but I do believe it'll probably just be a Mako. Yep, there we go. A Mako slotted in for shapeshifting. Put the fries in the bag, get your on your comfort, feel good, play good. That's just kind of how it works.
Yeah, I mean, listen, last time I was back here, it was liftoff time, it was promotion tournament time, and there wasn't really a lot of Mako then. So dare I forget that this character can be locked in at any time, but it will be back at least for this one here. And as you said, yeah, Era and the goal arc looking like, unless it's going to be the Estelle, I think that's a little bit less unlikely or less likely. I don't want to double negative myself. And then definitely a Joker here for the likes of Centauro. So looking like it's going to be a similar approach to the game of what Showtime showed us last time, kind of two pseudo midfielders coming in with the addition of the goal and going to have all that additional range support just to help out Joker on the front lines, battling it out, picking up KOs, and maneuvering that core into scoring position. It worked out really well for him in game number 1. Going to be a little bit of a different look here from the likes of the Sundubu Strikers in game number 2, though. They keep the Rasmus, but steal away the Kai for themselves, and they add in this Mako to the mix to give themselves a little bit more rock-solid defense.
Yeah, definitely I'm going to give this very, very slight edge in terms of team comp to the Sundubu Strikers, mainly because they have the Kai. The Kai, I think, does really well into the Era. The Rasmus, not so much. I think the Era can just always shrink the Rasmus, and the Rasmus isn't really much of a threat. However, the Kai Barrage, Era pretty much has absolutely nothing except the full form Tornado to deal with Kai Barrage. So if they can get the core in Gramella's hands, I think it's going to be a lot easier for them to play. However, on the other side, I do think Zentaro Estelle is a forward duo that can pretty easily break through a Mako, especially if they have all their utility up. So this will be a pretty even game, at least in terms of the characters. We'll see if the Sundubu Strikers can recover here, or if Showtime is just going to 2-0 pretty cleanly. So we'll see we're going in here as we're loading into the game. Oh, actually, we are getting stalled a little bit here. I think somebody might have disconnected. I think Xianzhu might have disconnected, or something was an issue. Oh, never mind.
Whatever it was,
we're starting back in.
I think we might have been wrong map. I didn't even notice it, but whatever it was, we resolved it pretty quickly here. And, speaking of trying to recover here, it is recovery drone start alongside the heavy impact. So going to start to see a little bit of additional defense against those KOs potentially. We'll see where the emphasis is going to be and who's actually going to end up walking away with that one. I mean, could see some value in that if you want it, based on how many KOs we got to see out of the likes of Showtime in round number 1. We'll see if there's going to be any selections and how many, if so. Certainly going to be a heavy impact for the likes of the Rasmus, but some of the other folks maybe having a little bit more optionality in what they go for from these starting awakenings.
For sure. We are going to be seeing the triple
even
heavy
Rasmus
impact on the Showtime, and we are going to be seeing the size with heavy impact on the Mako on Sundubu Strikers. One barrier going down already, and it looks like Sundubu's starting us off strong here, Gordo.
Yeah, really good stuff from them here. Yeah, surprised not to see the heavy impact come in off the Rasmus, but just valuing staying alive pretty heavily here. It is the heavy impacts across the board over from the side of Showtime, and see how well they're going to be able to navigate off of that one. Nice positioning from Gramella on what I think was a Giga Blast to be able to send it right on in. First score over to Sundubu Strikers in a while.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen that out of them in a little bit. Very, very nice to see. It's going to be a little bit more, I guess, of a game. We definitely all want to see that here as the first barrier goes down yet again already. And we're actually seeing it kind of last point, how vulnerable this Era is. If the Era can keep the core forward, it's great, because she can speed up, get the tornadoes, do whatever she needs to do. But when you get the core on the barriers, it's extremely hard for Kainoob on the era to do basically anything. Look at the barrage coming in through, which is just going to be the key for Sundubu in this matchup. Joker now getting staggered and needs to be careful, but it is just going to be one barrier to one in this game. Not too much happening yet.
Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a quick little KO found there onto Joker. Going to create a power play over for the Sundubu Strikers and give them a chance to really be able to find a foothold in this game number 2. Nice double laser comes on across, though, crashing Bewitching Beam with Piercing Shot, and it takes Grimella right off the map. Going to blow that recovery drone right away. Breezy maybe going to be the next one in the target range, as he's going to have to fall back away, going to get sent away from that orb that he was trying to use to recover, and very well could end up losing his drone. That second barrier secured, though. The additional pressure from Shapeshifting going to let them take that one down, setting up for a scoring opportunity. Perfect pitch, takes one off the goal arc, but Kainoob still hanging on alive, going to be able to blow the recovery drone away from a 3Z. Both recovery drones now done, and a KO of a beautiful magical maelstrom out of Kainoob. Shot flip from 3Z, though, will put it in the goal and take a 2-0 lead for the Strikers.
Breezy kind of mesmerizing him there with his movement, getting a couple dribbles down on the bottom side, finds that flip, wide open top angle there in the goal, so pretty easy shot for him. And pretty important one too, after the KO on Grimella just went through with that magical maelstrom. So yet again, first barrier's going down quick, as is the Oni Village way. Grimella now looking incredibly low, and I think that Showtime have found a bit of a new strat, right? Start to focus the Kai a bit more. They found out that, you know, the barrage is definitely really hard to deal with. The Giga Blast, just everything about Kai is hard for them to deal with. So if they can just not deal with them, all the better, right? That's the flip comes in through Joker, and he will be getting that second barrier right away.
Absolutely, and going to be able to keep up that pressure really nicely on towards the goal arc as they do get on in and open things up. Shot from potentially Xianzhu, not going to be able to get through, going to be blocked away by 3Z. Sent back in towards the goal. Dash out up from Joker, looking for a strike from the top side. Won't be able to get it on through. Another Bewitching Beam shrinks down 3Z, back up to full size. There's the snare drums, not quite connecting, a little bit wide. Going to be down for the following couple of seconds. Kainoob does have access to the flip, going to use that Flutterfly to rush everybody forward. Joker fakes him out with the slice and dice and just sends it right back up. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, a little bit of a modified little play there. That was pretty nice. Joker using that passive to get ahead of the core after stopping it with the primary. Really, really cheeky play there on the Zentaro, and that's kind of the power of the character right now. It might not be the strongest as it's always been compared to this Juliet character or something similar. However, it does still have that outplay potential that you want, especially into this Mako. And when you have an Estelle as well, I mean, all you really have to do is send it in a direction and the Estelle will clean up. So Joker and Xianzhu definitely pretty comfortable here. They just need to start to make it work. And no, they cannot make it work as Shapeshifting just an iron wall right now in the net.
Yeah, another shrink down, not going to be enough to get the job done. But, oh, caught by Joker, nearly sent on in. That Oni's Blade as best as he can. Shrink back away, though, by another Giga Blast. Nearly going to be KO'd for it. Will be able to hold on. They're going to be able to stagger 3Z as well. Xianzhu trying to clear lanes with the piercing shots. Joker dribbling it off the bottom, sends it back in, bouncing it off the closed goal. 3Z still staggered, just trying to recover for the time being, and meanwhile Xianzhu and Joker going to work as they take down the second barrier, moving in towards the bottom. Grimella going to be able to fend it away for now. Flip comes on out to send it back in on towards Joker's hands. 3Z doing his best to be able to set up an offense here, but cannot connect these pendulum swings. Slashing strike from Joker, sends it back over to clear it out. Here comes Grimella trying to fight alongside Joker, but Magical Maelstrom clears things once again, sends it back on over. Joker finds a KO inside the goal arc. Mako down. Oh. There's another one to join him. An easy scoring opportunity. Misses the slashing strike. Oh. 3Z clears it out. There's no way 3Z Breezy can defend this. One more strike down to Xianzhu. Back to Joker. Back to the goal. Fended away. 3Z holds on. 1 versus 3. And Showtime cannot close out the point.
Iron Wall 33 in the net, and it is going to matter. The flip not quite able to come through with Joker, but no, the Crystal Thorns hits it right into the primary. Shapeshifting getting hit stun there twice. Not much he can do, but a great effort from 3Z Breezy to hold that for as long as humanly possible. Basically like everything right there. That was well done for the side of the Sundubu Strikers and 3Z Breezy especially, in getting that chance. One thing to note here is that Showtime has kind of changed up the way they're playing this. Kainoob is actually kind of man-marking 3Z 1v1 a lot of the time, and it opens up Xianzhu and Joker to just make Grimella's life incredibly difficult. Now, that time it was a bit hard as Shapeshifting and Grimella managed to actually win the Strike Wars.
Oh.
However, as we're seeing again, the pressure from this Estelle and the Centauro is incredibly difficult to break through.
Xianzu's aim on these piercing shots has just been beautiful. Just hanging out so far away, constantly connecting at near max range. It's impossible to predict where this guy's going to be getting involved as he just leaves your line of sight and you're just not concerned about it until it's too late. Going to be able to blow out the flip from him there. He dukes it out with Breezy. Breezy losing a fair bit of his health bar, staying close to him to make sure they're not going to be able to get any kind of breakaway going. Another slashing strike comes out, not able to connect onto any target. Joker and Xianzu duking it out, stepping forward. Flip comes out of Joker, tries to send it right through. Shapeshifting's ready for it. Blocks it away, flips it back. Another Giga Blast out of Gromella, going to get fended away by Kainu. Clears things out with the Bewitching Beam. Once again, tons of damage inside the Ensnare Drums. Find their way onto Joker, but he's still staying standing. Flip out of 3Z into the goal. In the first set will go to Sundubu Strikers. We got a series on our hands.
Hey, 3Z Breezy had to get his flowers somehow there after that insane play on the defensive side, so well done finally getting that goal there. And Sundubu with their first set win of the series, definitely going to be huge here as Grimella does get that first pick. And I'm not sure what he's going to go here. Definitely gets the fight or flight. Was getting peppered a lot with a couple abilities, so it's going to help immensely with kiting away from the Centauro for sure. The aerials on the Era is definitely scary. The Tornado is going to be going further. The secondary going to be going a little bit faster. Bulk up for Joker, getting a little bit more damage. And the 1-2 for Xianzu going to be making Showtime an incredibly scary team right now. They have a bit of explosiveness. They have a bit of damage. They have the long Grenados. They have all the tools they need. Let's see if they can get back into the game here.
Yeah, and I mean, the recovery drones are back as well. Remember, the KOs have been so important so far for Showtime. Having those resources back available on the fresh set, definitely going to be feeling pretty good for them, although Grimella gets shrunk down right away, takes a bunch of damage, and feels the need to fall back away. Going to be another piercing shot onto him. They're just going to look to take the recovery drone as quickly as they can, and Grimella's is already gone. Joker doing a nice job there to be able to close that one out with the Oni's blade. Now waiting out the Ensnare Drums on the other side, minimizing the amount of damage he takes while still being able to get back involved in the play. 3Z now up on the front lines, trying to take it in towards that second barrier, having difficulty breaking through the wall of Xianzu and Kainu, though. These double range defenders, and Xianzu always so willing to help out on defense, makes it so tough to be able to get through there as just the Rasmus without some real fancy footwork. Once again, moved outside of the pendulum swing, shapeshifting a little bit too slow on the drum and bass to be able to fend away a second shot. And it will be an open goal now available for Showtime to be able to try to close out the first point of this set. Kainu moves it in towards the bottom. A big growth comes out across from the likes of that Bewitching Beam. Another big damage onto Grimella. Flip comes out across. Joker can't time it right. Ends up missing his own energy burst. And Breezy now with big opportunity moving on forward. Has the energy burst. Does not maintain control of the core though. And it will be sent back away by Kainu.
Will be sent back away. Kainu, kind of an iron wall. This point so far, not letting absolutely anything go to his barrier. Shapeshifting now has to deal with the open goal. The barrage comes through, but it's not going to do anything as the piercing shot not going to quite make it in time. Grimella, though, taking a lot of damage for it and is going to go down. Shapeshifting now 1v1 in the goal, and Joker is going to be getting the better of that 1v1 there with the primary. And a great KO there as well on the bottom side on Grimella. Sundubu Strikers had the opportunities. They had over and over again. They had the ball control for majority of that game, or that point rather, but they just were not able to convert.
I wish we had an instant replay for Joker on that dribble there, that interaction back and forth. I don't even know how to describe it. He caught something with the slashing strike to send it on in initially, gets fended back away, he catches it with the first strike of the slice and dice, sends it back through with the second. It was really well done. And now going to be an early lead in the set to Showtime. Xianzu not able to hold on to one of those top barriers, but will be able to take the second. Now going to be able to keep things even for the time being. But Kainu back out at midfield, throw down the Flutterfly for the squad as always. Will get a lot done here to be able to secure themselves the second barrier, and Snare Drum's going to end up going wide, and Grimella taken too low and finished off by Kainu. It's a power play available here for the likes of Showtime. Xianzu going to be able to move it back on over to Joker. Breezy doing a good job working on Kainu, but will not be able to get their way on towards that barrier. Joker trying to clear out some space up against Shapeshifting, but Shapeshifting a bit tough to move on this Mako. Will be able to hold on for the time being, and Joker just trying to stack up resources to be able to get in here and contest later on.
able to do something here, but Sundubu Strikers trying to get something going. They just cannot find any opportunity to get past Kainoob, who is just stopping every single attempt possible, as no goal barriers rather available for the Sundubu Strikers. A great stop away from Grimella, but another great pass from Xianzhu up to Joker, who squeezes it right through both Shapeshifting and Grimella, getting the second point. And this set just seems to be going all Showtime's way. They have the damage, they have the explosiveness, they have everything they need, and Sundubu Strikers just seem to be falling behind.
Yeah, and fancy plays aside, it's just good passing at the end of the day that ends up closing out the point. Nice little move from Joker into Xianzhu's hands, into the goal. And they find the gaps in the defense. They'll get themselves up now 2-0. And wow, Core moving too quickly there. Grimella ends up whiffing on the Giga Blast and just keeps on finding openings for the likes of Showtime to be able to keep that pressure on. Nice Magical Maelstrom, nice burst. Takes away another recovery drone. That's not going to be available here. And it does seem like after a rough set number 1, Showtime finding their footing in game number 2 and looking to keep their win afloat. Going to be able to find the second one. Joker tries to take a shot in towards the barriers as they open. Doesn't find it there, but does get it off the back of the big Oni's blade. And it will be a 3-0 set to Showtime. Right as we were starting to say, the Sundubu Strikers were making things close.
Sundubu Strikers had a great first set here, but after a really good draft for Showtime, getting everything they really needed, it just became so much harder for the Sundubu Strikers to play the game. Twin Drive getting denied from the Mako here, seeing what she has to pick now. Gonna go for the missile prop, the Stinger now. More damage coming in through for Showtime. We do get more size on 3Z Breezy, but more size isn't gonna matter when you're getting shrunk over and over on repeat. One thing that I think the Showtime rather has been doing incredibly well, I talked about it earlier, is they're kind of double man marking Grimella here with Joker and Xianzhu, and then Kainoob standing on top of 3Z. Anytime the core goes 3Z Breezy's way, an Aera Beam is just coming through, hitting the core the opposite way, shrinking 3Z Breezy, and not allowing him to play. But without the shrink, 3Z Breezy can do anything he wants as he gets both barriers right off the bat.
Yeah, quick start from 3Z Breezy, going to be able to get aggressive and going to be able to make something happen off of it. Still has the recovery drone available as well now that it's a new set, and going to be able to be a little bit more frisky. The plays that he tries to look for, not going to be able to quite close anything out there. There's going to be Joker dueling up against Grimella and 3Z. Grimella taken so low, and Joker takes his recovery drone just as quickly as the point starts. The reliability that this Showtime team can find KOs continues to be a difficult thing to navigate for the likes of the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z, though, going to try to turn that opportunity into a goal. They're going to be able to find the KO regardless, though. Call it 2, and 3Z, no 1v3 defense this time, brother. It's a point to Showtime.
With a little emote for good measure, too. Shrug that man, Joker. As you get the KO, you get the goal, you deserve it. Show these guys that you mean business and you're not losing this game. Joker and Xianzhu, look at that potential there of the comboing, the piercing shot, the Oni's blade, anything that you want. Showtime has it. And all they have to do is defend this core flip here from 3Z Breezy, and they do. But the great primary from Shapeshifting, you're actually going to be coming in to stop that second core flip, getting the barrier, and now giving Sundubu Strikers just a little bit more leeway they need, but at the same time now losing the barrier as well. Showtime is just not over. They're throwing everything at Sundubu here.
No, it's always Showtime, especially today. And Joker finds another slashing strike, carries it on through so many goals where we have gotten to see portraits of all 3 characters. This whole team firing on all cylinders and looking ready to potentially sweep a second set in a row.
Looking like they want to 3-0 yet another set, Gordo, and they will start off with getting a power play right off the bat and looking to get this last barrier right off the bat as Kainoob has that flip, but no, uses it away. Great play from Shapeshifting there, getting the top barrier of his own and almost getting the goal.
There's the retirement hands showing up just a little bit. Wasn't quite able to snag that one. But they're still going to not result in a point for the likes of the Sundubu Strikers quite yet. But there it is. Grimella and 3Z able to close it out, and they stop the bleeding.
They do stop the bleeding just a little bit, and it shows kind of the potential if Grimella gets left open for even a second. You give him that Giga Blast range, 3Z Breezy has the core. Kainoob, it makes him really hard to play the game, but I think that's kind of the formula, right? You have to somehow unlock Grimella, but it's so hard to do that when Joker's just standing right on top of him all game.
It's always been the difficulty, doing a really good job of, as you said, marking 3Z in particular. It's always either Kainoob or Xianzhu, sometimes both, just hanging out right on top of that Rasmus, making sure that no play is going to be available. Joker even filling in on the roll sometimes, and The result is that 3Z bullied off of the play continually, and Snare Drum's going to find only the core in towards the bottom, bounces around for a second, going to be released afterwards. No serious impact to be found there, but a couple of seconds bought for everybody to regroup and set up for the play. 3Z still low on Stagger, continuing to try to pressure on towards the barrier. Going to get Stagger, going to get knocked away by Joker. As Shapeshifting going to try to re-dribble things back on over. There's the KO found. Joker takes away the last recovery drone from the map. Try to close out this last goal that they need. They're going to get a couple tries at it as well. There's going to be another rush, sending things back in towards the goal, bouncing it off of the barriers. There's going to be the flip from Kainoob, fended away by Shapeshifting, and they still hang on, but there's some space cleared out by Joker. There's a KO found by Shianzu. Perfect pass, perfect timing, double KO once again. No shot from Shapeshifting to hang on, and Showtime will go up 2-1 in game number 2.
2-1 in sets, and they weren't close. The last one less close than this one, but this one, I mean, even though Sundubu got that one good point, they still do not have much room to play with here. They need some form of healing or way to stay in the game, because the longer that these points go on, the more damage they take and the more time that they are going, or more chance rather, they are going to get KO'd here by Showtime with this incredibly strong and dynamic forward duo with that Estelle Zentaro, and they have so much damage too. Joker is actually going to be going to be denying the Reptile Remedy here from anybody on the side of the Sundubu Strikers, and they're kind of stuck here with Breezy getting that spark of leadership, going to be sharing a little bit of health, a little bit of speed with his teammates here. Carmella getting that cast last week and run a little bit faster, Shapeshifting getting that super surge. They're getting things that they want here, Gordo, but is it going to be enough to fend off the already overwhelming damage from this Showtime roster? We'll have to see.
That's going to be the question. Showtime looking to put this series to bed pretty fast here. I mean, our call time was 4:30. It's 4:57. And they're looking like they might be able to close out the series right here. It's about as quick of an nasl series as you'll find. They are going to be able to keep on pushing. Carmella going to be taken down into the staggered state. 3Z doing his best, working on Kainoob. Can't get it past. And will still be hanging on to that top barrier. That top barrier been a thorn in the Sundubu Strikers' side all series long, particularly this last couple of sets. They were able to find it in the first, but just have not been able to break on through since then. Once again, Joker and Shianzu resetting up towards the top. Another KO. That's a 6 KO streak to the Joker, who just continues to find folks unawares up towards the top blast zone and blasts them away.
Blasting them away. 3Z looking like he's next, but he will retreat for now and get this orb. Shapeshifting going to be more than enough to hold this barrier for now. And no, Gramella goes down yet again. The flip from Shianzu going to be taking him off the pitch. There's no energy for the forwards of Showtime. However, Kainoob, who is running up, has the flip. He has the play. He goes for it, but he cannot find it as a great save from Shapeshifting goes through. 3Z Breezy now is next on the chopping block here yet again, trying to get these orbs, but he has no energy, and I feel like he's going to be taken off any moment here, Gordo, if he just gets on this core a little bit longer. But no, he will get that orb, and he will settle down for now. The Sundubu Strikers are looking okay.
Oh, 3Z immediately going to find himself staggered again, feels the need to retreat back away. They do get the top barrier. Carmella has a striking opportunity, but does not quite find the core that time. They will be able to hang on still. Going to be another reset on towards Joker. Beautiful catch off the dribble with the slashing strike, sends it in towards the barrier, and another reset in towards the goal. Pass down from Shianzu. Shianzu keeps it in front of Joker constantly, and Joker always happy to seize on these opportunities, pushes it in towards him once again, has access to the energy burst, going to be stuck inside the ensnare drums, will be able to just wait it out. There's the burst, there's the dash, but Gramella fends it back away with a nicely placed barrage. Joker trying to get onto him, but Gramella going to be able to dodge back away, still hanging on for the time being, but it is a perfect shot into the bottom corner. Mako's not quick enough, no perfect pitch, will be the point over to the likes of Showtime.
Yeah, Core going a little bit too fast there in overtime for the Mako to keep up with it, and they really just need to be keeping their barriers a little bit longer. Easier said than done, obviously, here, as the health bars are just disappearing for Gramella and 3Z Breezy, and they get the first barrier, but that's not going to mean much when your midfielder is just 1 HP the entire game. I feel like Shapeshifting and 3Z need to be kind of playing between each other just to let Gramella breathe a little bit. Every time the core goes near this Kai, he takes a good chunk of damage, as you're seeing here, already staggered yet again, and probably going to be taken off the pitch anytime soon here. Sundubu need to stem this bleeding somehow, or they're going to lose this series.
And they're no fools. They're pulling Shapeshifting out further and further to try to get them involved a little bit more, try to find some way to get a play going, but it's just not working out for him so far. And 3Z Breezy going to find himself taken down lower and lower, burning down off of that Stinger damage into the stagger state. Once again, nice reset off of the pendulum swing, puts it in on towards the barrier, opens up the goal, but finds himself staggered for it once again, nearly going to be KO'd, and Shianzu going to be able to reset on towards their own offense, dribbling it up against Joker. Joker finishes off the KO on the opposite side. Great Giga Blast, nearly sends it into the goal, but Kainoob going to be in position to be able to fend it back away. Pushing it up towards the top now, dash on through. Joker gets big damage on across the rest of the team. It does open up an angle, but they still won't be able to take it onto the barrier. Shapeshifting able to hold on to that one with the drum and bass for just a little bit longer. Kainoob gets a shrink down onto Gravella. Once again, piercing shot, not quite going to connect this time. Another reset from 3Z, looking for a shot on the goal. Flip comes out of Kainoob to be able to hang on for a little bit longer. Bewitching Beam going to end up shrinking down 3Z, or they will be able to hold on to the point. Gravella going to reset it, though. Gets it back in towards the goal. Once again, in a scoring position for the Sundubu Strikers, but somebody's disappeared in the middle of the play. They're going to be able to take him on down. Shianzu pushing forward. Another knock-in on towards the barrier. Joker looking to take it into the goal, but can't find the strike. And Shianzu going to have to hang on for just a little bit longer as Gramella and Shapeshifting doing their best to be able to clear things out. 3Z Breezy pushes it forward. Gramella takes it in on towards the goal, and they cannot find their mark. Still hanging on are the likes of Showtime.
Showtime still hanging on over and over again. Shot after shot. Sundubu Strikers are trying to do something. They're trying to find a goal, but they just cannot find anything. Shianzu and Kainoob, the double goalie, is way too strong because they don't have the abilities to do it. Showtime are just sapping all their abilities in midfield so that Breezy and Gramella don't have anything to put it through. They need that barrage to do something. Here it comes, and that's exactly what they needed. The pendulum swing with the barrage is all you need. Putting it right past Kainoob there and finally getting a point. And maybe, Gordo, they figured out the formula. They found out a way to give Gramella a little bit more leeway to play the game, and now we'll see a little bit more competitive of a series here.
Yeah, really felt like they put everything into that point, and it does pay off for them. Thankfully for the likes of the Sundubu Strikers, they are able to find themselves a path to play, but 3Z not getting to play at all. Held down and pushed out bit by bit, and eventually going to be KO'd for it. Now in the power play, trying to take some barriers for it. Shapeshifting pushed back away. Joker looking to finish him entirely. Will not be able to take him off the map, but will be able to secure one of the barriers for it before 3Z is able to respawn and get back out of the play. Joker trying to fake out Shapeshifting, just does it. 1 versus 1, outplayed with the strike. Shianzu finds a KO, gets a 6 KO streak of their own, and now a full assault from the likes of Showtime. All 3 members rolling up to the play. Shapeshifting is so low, Joker might be able to take him down right here. Shianzu puts it back into position, but all 3 members of the Sundubu Strikers will be able to keep up the defense for the time being, but it's a power play once again. Showtime continually keeping members off the map. Make it 2 and make it the goal. 2-1 Showtime, 1 goal away from taking the set and the series.
I really like the adjustment there that Joker actually did. They got Shape a little bit lower after the first power play when they killed 3Z Breezy, and so Joker just decided, hey, you guys just hold it down together. Use your abilities on defense. I'm just going to kill Shape. It will happen at some point here soon, and as soon as they had that one breakaway, Shianzu and Joker put Shapeshifting away in the dirt, and then now the 2v3 without their goalie is just too much for them to handle. The flip from Joker here is going to be coming through here, and they're trying to get the second one. They're all gas, no breaks right now, Gordo, as they're trying to get the series. Gramella managing to save it for now, and they do get the clear.
Everything in the kitchen sink thrown by Showtime there to be able to secure the point and finish things off. They just keep on the pressure, and even an extra magical Maelstrom in there when all is said and done. You just see they have every single cooldown synced up together to keep the pressure on and to keep the core moving forward. But finally a flip out of 3Z Breezy going to be able to open up the goal onto the other side. 3Z looking for an opportunity to be able to close out the point here and keep the team competitive, but it's a Crystal Thorns from Shianzu creating the breakaway. Shapeshifting had the flip, had everything, but it's on the wrong side of the map. Showtime close out the game, close out the series 2-0 to Showtime as they move up to 4-1.
Showtime looking so scary right here, Gordo. I mean, now up to 4-1 in the season here. It doesn't even matter if they don't have Barcode. They have probably the best sub you could ever ask for in the league at Kainoob. Shianzu's gone, put Kainoob midfield. Barco's gone, put Kainoob goalie. Joker's gone, just put Kainoob brawler. Put this guy anywhere you want, and he will make it happen. And even the scariest part, like I said earlier, is you can't prepare for it too. Kainoob is just such a different playstyle than all the members of Showtime. So whenever he gets slotted in anywhere, it just becomes a whole different team, right? And as we saw right here, Kainoob doing so much work. You see even redirects on Xianzi and Kainoob both putting in a little bit of work on the defensive side and to help with the core control. Joker 9 goals and 7 KOs. Xianzi and 8 KOs for themselves. And Kainoob even getting 3 KOs. I believe a couple beam KOs. And I know there was one magical maelstrom KO onto Grimella at some point in that game. But man, I don't want to play this team. Thank God I'm not playing anymore because this sounds awful to play against. You have all the hard to playness of Showtime with their forwards. And then now you have to deal with Kainoob on top of it. How do you play the game?
Yeah, I mean, you're a coach for Aaron's Kitten Club. Aren't you supposed to be telling them how to play against Bitborg?
I don't have to be in the game, so it's a little bit less stressful.
Yeah, but is it not your job to tell them how to do it? I think this is the question you need to answer.
That's why I can't tell you guys how to do it. I can't tell you guys how to do it, though. I might know. You never know if I'd be lying to you right now. I might know, and I'm just holding it back.
All right.
But
I'll take that.
see.
I'll take that.
Hey, we'll have to see.
That's the right angle to go about it. Well done, Borg. But all in all, what a great performance here out of the likes of the Sudoku Strikers. Always good to see Kainoob back on the court, even though he's not in here week after week anymore. And looking very, very good while doing it here, showing up with Showtime, taking them up to 4-1 and keeping them on top of the league. We'll see if we get more sightings of Kainoob as the season goes on, or if it's going to be Barcode the rest of the way forward. But it seems like Showtime going to be in plenty good shape either way. Now, coming up next, we do have Hungry Like Nephew taking on Bun Bun Bonanza. Certainly going to be another good series up ahead. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we kick that one off. So everybody hang on out, sit tight, and we'll see you in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the North American Strikers League, where we have got our second matchup of the day coming on up here in just a few short moments. Looking like it is going to be Bun Bun Bonanza taking on Hungry Like Nephew. The classic matchup, maybe not under these names, but one that we have seen many times in nasl's past. Coming back on up here before too long. Looking like we're going to be starting on Demon Days here. The choice by a Nephew.
Yeah, the difference being Bun Bun all on their correct rolls, I would say this time, whereas Hungry Like Nephew with the roll swap, I mean, that's not really new news anymore. Vaughn in the net, Caleb in that midfield, Bells at Brawler like usual. We'll see how they prep for this one, see if there's anything interesting. The draft is already completed on the Demon Dais. It's going to be that bulk up start, and it will be for Bun Bun, that Juno, with going to be actually Luna, Brawler, and Rasmus going to be goalie here on the Demon Dais. So it's going to be that Juno Luna interesting little forward duo here. And for Hungry Like Nephew, they are going to be running the Era goalie with the Julia Estelle forward combo here. So pretty interesting comps for both teams. A lot to say about it, kind of too much to say about it. So we'll just have to see how it plays out here, Gordo, as we're getting started right now. Everybody took bulk up.
Yeah, lots of bulk up around to be had. And yeah, compositions we've seen a lot out of so far today from the likes of Hungry Like Nephew. Bun Bun Bonanza showing us something a little bit different. Lily Bun rocking that Rasmus over in the front lines. Be battling it out here to see what they're going to be able to do on the goal arc. The Ari, as you said, playing that Juno alongside Scyther on the Brawler. Luna, I've been very impressed by Scyther when he's picked this one up in the past from time to time. Eye's going to be on him to be able to get the big headers, make the big plays. Already going to be starting things off with the barriers, and Liari finds an angle to get in there and take the shot. First goal over to Bun Bun Bonanza.
The strength of the Bun Bun comp is you do have that kind of, for Demon Dais, Rasmus goalie is basically an iron wall on this map. Julia is really, really bad into it, in my opinion. I think it's pretty hard for the Julie to play the game unless she has help. So if they can isolate that matchup, it's going to be very, very good for Bun. And also the Juno Luna can kind of cover anything. The Luna dash and the rocket, as well as the Juno jump with slimes, means that, or no matter where you clear the core, there's going to be some sort of resistance from Bun Bun Bonanza. So Vaughn is going to have to be very, very careful at wherever he plays it here. And Liardi lose, we might be seeing a little bit of pseudo goalie out of the Estelle here as well, just so they can last and give Bells enough time to get some plays rolling here as the core flip comes out from Vaughn, giving Bells a little bit of time over on the side, but it's not going to matter as this barrier already is going down.
Yeah, I mean, Bells just ticked level 2, and they're maybe going to go down 2-0 before he really gets to do much of anything. But there he goes, finding an angle onto Scyther and taking him down. Lilybun and Liari now with their work cut out for them in a 2 versus 1. Lilybun not going to be able to hold on to the goal. You already lose, going to put Bells right back into a scoring position. Goals open on both sides. Crater comes on a cross off the respawn from Scyther. Death touch not quite going to connect, but Liari with an opportunity passes it on down right to Scyther, right into the goal. And 2-0 for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Fortunate little arrow beam there. Hits it kind of right into Liari, who called it out there. And Liari with a great pass down to Scyther. Overtime speed just means that it's going into the bottom side a lot quicker than anyone can get there on the side of Hug. So 2-0 here for Bun Bun. It's going to be a pretty good start for them. I do think they do have the slight advantage. Juno and Luna, like I said, can cover basically everything early on in these sets. But as the core gets going faster here from the Estelle and the more cooldowns that they get, it will kind of start to swing slowly back into Hungry Like Nephew's favor here. Bell's looking incredibly low and is going to be going down, and now it's the power play for Bun Bun Bonanza, who wants to clean up the set. 3-0.
Oh, nice shot there from Vaughn, though. Going to be able to take one on over onto the other team's barriers. Still going to be unlocked without too much trouble. There's Liari, sets it up for Scyther, dribbled off the wall. Vaughn can't cover it. And it is a 3-0 sweep for Bun Bun Bonanza in the first set of the series.
Yeah, and Vaughn just doesn't quite have the tools to actually save a lot of that. They need the help, rather, of the Estelle. I think Yordi Luz needs to be a bit more in that double goalie role and just kind of let Bells cook on his own, which he has been doing in the past, even though it's not a great matchup. I don't know, it seems like kind of the only option for them. Team player going over to Liari is going to make it even harder for this Era to save these shots by herself. So we'll have to see if they do anything here. A little bit of an interesting pick here. Scyther actually going built different, taking it away from Lilybun here. I guess they assumed Bells was going to be taking the size anyway, but he immediately locks in the stacks on stacks. You already lose, gets that stinger. It seems like they have a little bit more play potential here. Bell's getting that speed, you already lose getting that damage, but I still feel like Bun Bun have the advantage in this matchup here, Porto.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a large Luna getting involved now, finding themselves with a little bit more space to strike, a little bit more power on the headers, and a little bit more damage on that crater. Can't complain too much about any of those. They will be set up now to eventually be able to keep that win streak going, to be able to knock out Vaughn, prevent him from being able to keep up the defense for very long at all, and Scyther are going to have no issues opening on up the goal. Will they be able to close out the point? Lilybud a little bit far away from the goal. Oh my goodness, almost sends it back into the goal by accident. Does get the dribble back up and forth between the opening up barriers, and Scyther alongside the Blabo just stuffs Vaughn and puts it in for a 4th point in a row.
I feel like I've seen that shot so many times. Just that bottom corner is so deadly for Bun Bun Bonanza here. Vaughn can just not quite get to the core every single time. He's just a little bit off, as no one really is there to help. So maybe finding a way to get that adjustment here for Hug will help. Bell's doing a decent job at finding some of these barriers early. Not quite going to get any luck there as Lilybun clears it out. But the core definitely on the side of Bun Bun's a little bit more that last point. A little bit unfortunate ending for Hug, but seems like they're finding a little bit more ways to play this matchup. But Bun Bun has that core flip on Liara, using it, getting the core forward. Scyther now almost has that core flip, but cannot keep it forward still. Bells now is going to get a little bit of time to play here.
Yeah, now keeping the pressure on towards the barrier, not quite going to be able to finish it on off. There's another Magical Maelstrom setting up for Bells to be able to take down the full lock and open on up this barrier. A shot now to be able to score for Bells, and he's going to take it. No energy burst needed, nothing out of Lilybud. Going to be able to hold on to that defense, and it will be tied up at 1-1 as Hug does break the loss streak.
Little MOBA dash punch there with that angle. Pretty good little play from Bells. The evade clear was almost there for Lilybun, but not quite able to time it just correctly here. Magical Maelstrom going to be clearing Lilybun out of the way, and it seems like that seems to be the answer for Hug, who get both barriers. Get the dash punch. Well played from Bells. That was a clinical dash punch right there onto Lilybun, which is nothing you can do. The Magical Maelstrom opens everything up, and that's exactly what you need.
Yeah, that was the pop-off out of Bells there, just dancing on him off the back of the score. Really well done here by the likes of Hug to be able to get themselves back into this game. Up 2-1 now as they move on over. Might be looking for another score here before too long. Bell's going to be able to run on up, and there's going to be a KO found. Hungry Like Nephew coming alive in set number 2. They have no problem opening up the game, and there's going to be Bells finding a 3rd score. Full set, going over to Hungry Like Nephew after going down 4-0 to start things off. They just take 3 in a row and tie things up.
Taking 3 in a row. It seemed like once Bells got that stacks on stacks up, it seemed incredibly easy for them to play the game. Vaughn also finding a couple very, very key Magical Maelstroms there, as we talked about during the set, and getting that first pick as well. Monumentalist is on the board. Not quite sure what to pick here. Rasmus going that size. Monumentalist will be going over to the Era, and Bells denying that hot shot. I guess that's probably what they were talking about, why Vaughn was delaying his pick there. Adrenaline Rush going to be denied. Excuse me, here from a Scyther going over to the Estelle, which isn't too bad, actually. The Estelle has been getting, I believe, got a KO last set, so it has the option of getting these KOs with this bulk up, with this Stinger. So the Adrenaline Rush definitely is going to be a little bit scary here coming over for Yardy Lose.
Yeah, going to be exchanging blows now as they look to take things back into their favor. Bun Bun Bonanza losing control just a little bit here. It will be tied up at 1 set apiece. Bells looking to take Liari off the map on the top side. Not quite going to be able to fight it this time. Moves back over to Liari. Blavo sent on out to try to keep on the pressure towards this barrier. It will not end up coming on through. Another pendulum swing out of Lilybun, going to clear out a little bit of space at the opposite side. Liari going to be able to pick it up with the Blavo bounce up at the top. Scyther waiting on the bottom, keeping up the pressure on both fronts, but Vaughn doing a really good job of navigating on around the whole way. It's the Crater that ends up clearing things on out. Scyther not getting in the direction he wanted. Finally will be able to open up the goal for his side. Lilybun sending it off the bottom. Liari going to be hanging on. They're going to be able to get the bounce back on towards the barrier there. Scyther looks to find a scoring opportunity. Won't be able to get it on through there. Takes one more strike. and can't get it past Vaughn. Bewitching Beam sends it out of the way, and Crystal Thorns going to knock Scyther around on the opposite side, prevents the opportunity from coming on through. Bells gets death touched out of their potential combo, but Vaughn clears out away Scyther once again. Big damage found its way onto Bells there. They still need to be able to get it on in for the scoring opportunity. Scyther cannot get in there for a strike. Lilybud going to clear it up towards the top. Lilybud still hanging on. She will not allow the point to come on through. Going to be able to set it up right in front of the goal. Bells going to be able to take it off the top. Ooh. Sends it to the bottom corner, and Bells, with another perfect shot, will put himself up 1-0.
Yeah, that was kind of a little classic Bells combo there. The dribble into the punch into the extra speed strike, and especially in overtime, that's going to be incredibly fast. Lilybud not quite able to save that one here, and it seems like this core is just, like I said, so fast. There's so much core speed in this game in general, and with both goalies, which we didn't talk about earlier, having this pauldrons in overtime, they have the core speed with just a simple strike, especially Vaughn with that Era Beam buffing himself, going to be getting a little bit more power, is definitely going to be hitting that core incredibly hard over to Bells, who just has the opportunity to do anything he wants with it. But on the other end, Bun do have the opportunity to dash onto anywhere that Vaughn clears the core, so if they can call him out one time, they definitely can get that goal. Both barriers now down, and it could be a power play here up in for Bun, but no, Bells with a great flip to avoid it for now, and it seems like it's even playing field with both barriers down.
Yeah, Vaughn clearing things back up towards the top. Scyther hanging on. Will not be able to get it on across. Liari duked it out with Bells, and Bells has just been so on point since that second set kicked off. Going to keep it going. Flame Flurry right up in the face of Bun Bonanza. Takes a KO and takes a point. 2-0 on the set for Hungry Like Nephew.
And all really Bells has to do is just kind of sit and wait in the, just kind of wait in the bush there, you know, wait right where Lilybud is just, you know, a threat, but can't quite pendulum swing him. And then once the core starts going through, it's exactly that. Daft Punch getting everything right here as the barrier goes all the way down.
KO, another point.
Bun, but no, a KO. And it doesn't even matter because the goal just goes in anyway. Hungry Like Nephew with the 3-0 this time.
I mean, Bell's starting to pop off here, coming away with an MVP for that set. Really setting up some perfect scoring plays there. And the backup from Vaughn, always in a position. Here comes the draft, and Hungry Like Nephew starting to run away.
Running away with it for sure. The extra special denial going to be stopping the Luna a little bit, but the Luna still does get that prize fighter, so a lot of damage going to be coming through from that pick. Big Fish now going over to the Era, who is already looking pretty big. Recovery drone on the Lilybud now, making use of that Mighty Colossus power buff, and a little bit more size is going to help for sure. And I think the key of this is the midfielders both getting a Dash Awakening, Super Surge, and Explosive Interest respectively. Liari and You Already Lose both kind of, you know, not really too involved with this game so far yet. It's kind of been all the brawlers, all the goalies, especially on the side of Hug, but You Already Lose now with that dash, going to be able to involve himself a little bit more. A great clear from Bun, going to be getting it away for now, but not before Bells does get one of those barriers.
It was looking real good for a while there. Lily gets the ricochet in the wrong direction, though, at the end. Still clearing out some space here. Scyther pulls away the attention of two members of Hungry Like Nephew, opens up the goal, gives an opportunity to score. They're not going to be able to close it out there, but they do get both of the barriers. Lily still hanging on to the last remaining one. Knocks back away, You Already Lose, low on stagger. Bell's looking to take it forward, gonna get it knocked away from him. Scyther looking for a dash opportunity. Liari takes it in with the Blabo bounce. Can't quite find the shot on goal, but a KO is secure, and I think Scyther took that one for themselves. Now gonna move on over, gets another whammy to just keep people at bay, keep them from getting onto the core. Snagged away from Liari by a well-placed Bewitching Beam out of Vaughn, who's coming up to play midfield, back into his old position, seeing if he can close it out there, but Scyther seizes the opportunity and takes it into the goal. 1-0 on the set for Bun.
And that strike went so fast there. Vaughn could not do anything. I don't even think he had his strike back up in time there. After he struck it away initially, Scyther had it covered anyway with the boost. But that was a well-played and well-placed shot, recognizing that the core speed is just going to be too high for Vaughn to handle here. One barrier going down for each team. Another KO here. Power play for Bun as they get an early KO.
Yeah, Scyther with a really well-placed boost there, going to be able to create the power play for the rest of the squad, and there's going to be the score! Knocks away, Bell says, get out of my way, I'm taking this point home for Bun. And we might just be going to a set number 5 at this pace, Borg.
And it's a fast pace. I've been talking about it all game here. and Bun Bun have that explosive potential, and finally they're realizing it as the specialized training on Bells is just nuking him immediately, and then the pendulum swing puts him off the map. That's another KO, and that's another power play for Bun Bun off the bat.
The KO's coming thick and fast here, Borg. No chance for anybody to respond or to gather themselves as Borg is your Borg. They're going to be able to open up the goal barrier there, and they take it right into the goal. Bun Bun Bonanza, they have accelerated this game ridiculously, and they're going to be able to close it on out.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Hug didn't even have the chance to play. After Scyther got those prize fighters stacked, it seemed like he just started one-shotting everyone, and now he's getting rewarded with the Deadeye. Hungry Like Nephew could not lose that set like that. They needed to at least make it close, but now they need to be even more careful as the Luna with that Deadeye going to be one-shotting basically off spawn. We are seeing a prime time here for Vaughn to try to shrink a little bit more in that twin drive here, denying it from the Juno, but are they really getting anything of note? Not really. The aerial's on Estelle. He already has a Dash Awakening, so we'll see if that can do anything. It seems to me, Gordo, that Bun Bun have found their way back into this game.
Yeah, and now with a chance to be able to take a serious degree of control is Bun Bun Bonanza in this set number 5. Taking the game number 1 would be huge for them up against Hungry Like Nephew, trying to restabilize themselves in the league and get ahead of 50-50, but Lilliput's Whiplash! Oh no! I don't know if it expired or if it was an early recast by accident, but either way, it gets sent right into the goal.
Just right as the piercing shot went through Lillybun, the secondary was casted, but not quite able to be recasted early enough. So the recast ended up just kind of putting it in anyways. So well played from Already Loose to catch that piercing shot there, and well played from Bells already to get both these goal barriers off the bat, and Bun Bun are looking in trouble already.
Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of looked like it's going to be one-sided one way or the other for pretty much every set we've gotten. And Hungry Like Nephew off to a great start for this 5th one. Let's see if they're going to be able to hold on to it. Going to be Liari down towards the bottom, but Bells sneaks it in there, finds the angle once again. And now 3 opportunities to score 1 point for Hungry Like Nephew to go up 1-0 in the series.
Hungry Like Nephew have the early 2-0. Bells with an insanely good strike there. The dash strike perfectly timed. That's honestly way harder than that looked, by the way, for those looking at home. Like, it wasn't just
hard.
He got the stun and then he got it. He perfectly timed the strike so his secondary wouldn't hit the core. Really, really well done there. Great flip from Vaughn here to deny it from now, but the specialized training on Scyther are going to be getting that barrier and almost putting Vaughn low, but not quite, as Vaughn does have that pauldrons. Seems like Bun Bun are kind of trying to strike back here, and they do have the health, they do have the energy. They're looking for something, but they cannot find a KO yet.
Yeah, great coverage from Liari there with placing the Blabos to be able to secure the core wherever the energy burst ended up going, but only going to end up with 1 barrier for it, 1 barrier apiece. Now Lillybun actually going to be able to keep up the pressure with that recovery drone, takes it in on towards the barrier. We'll be able to open up things up for the rest of the team. Scyther taking a huge amount of abuse here, though, going to get knocked back away. Low on stagger, but Liari, the drive-by strike, finds its way into the goal, and Bun Bun are on the board for set number 5.
They are on the board. That was a little bit of shades of the first set there, Gordo, when they started kind of overwhelming Vaughn with these dashes on the forward duo here from Liari and Scyther, respectfully. Looked pretty hard to save, but that is coming off the back of a lot of displacement in the midfield, getting Vaughn off of kind of his, a little bit of, excuse me here, as the core kind of goes through here. Bell's kind of taking it up here. 1 barrier goes down for each team almost. The specialized training on Already Loose. There's too many things happening, Gordo. Take it away, because I cannot keep up.
Knocking it away, going to be able to find their way on towards that barrier. 1 barrier left apiece, and the brawling back and forth. All 6 members getting involved here, but a nice placed whammy from Scyther will create the power play for Bun Bun Bonanza. They managed to open up the goal. Lillybun knocking him away with another pendulum swing, another opportunity as they cycle back onto the offense. Respawn just coming on through now. Liari with 1 more shot, still can't push it through, and it's going to be Scyther still hanging on by a sliver of HP. A big blast, gonna knock away another, gonna create a second power play for Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari trying to grab it with the Blabo bounce, will not be able to find it, and Scyther is off the map, creating a 2 versus 2 for now. A brief power play, get it over to Hungry Like Nephew as they look to get themselves in a position to be able to score. They open up the goal for themselves, but Scyther is back and respawned. It's back to 3-on-3 territory. Scyther trying to connect with the whammy. Liari dashes forward. Neither one brought the core with them, though, and now Lily going to be able to hold on to the defense for a little while, but Bells is in there. Flame Flurry into the goal, and Hungry Like Nephew will walk away with game number 1.
Even though You Already Lose goes down, extending the power play for Bun Bun, Bells finds a very crucial KO onto Scyther, which makes Vaughn's life a whole lot easier during that 2v2 there. And then once the You Already Lose comes back on the pitch, Vaughn with another great save with the Bewitching Beam on the defensive side, just going to be shutting down everything Bun Bun throws at him. And then Bells, obviously, with the Flamethrower, going to be finishing it off here very quickly. Looking at the stats, Bells pretty much putting in almost all the goals, except for You Already Lose, who did secure one of his own. And a really, really close game here, Gordo. And just to keep everyone on their toes here, that was Hug's map pick, and that was really, really close. So I'm excited to see here what Bun Bun's map pick is going to look like in this next game.
As am I. Yeah, really good showing here by Bun Bun in game number 1, keeping things close, keeping things competitive, nearly being able to take it for themselves. And now going to be looking at their own map selection for game number 2. Not sure off the top of my head which one that is, but we will be able to see it here before too long. Really, really good start here for both sides, but Hungry Like Nephew going to be the ones walking away with the 1-0 lead and with the chance to close out this series in 2-0 fashion if they are able to keep their feet under them and continue to perform at a high level for this second game.
Yeah, it will be the Atlas Lab for game 2, which is Bun Bun's map pick, and Demon Deus into Atlas Lab. A lot of kill maps coming in here, even though Hungry Like Nephew didn't really play much of a kill comp that time around. I still think the Estelle and the Juliet have the opportunity to get kills. Bells, I believe, got 4 last game of his own. So definitely still some potential there for sure. And on the Atlas Lab, I'm curious to see the comps that they will run. One thing I want to note before we kind of go up to this next game is I really liked the adjustments each team was making throughout that game. The first set, Hug was kind of getting steamrolled a bit. The dashes were proving to be really hard for Vaughn to deal with, so You Already Lose started to help out a little bit more, block the pass, make it a little bit easier for Vaughn to just work on that 1v1 instead, which worked out wonders for them. And then Bun Bun started to get kill. They started to start, KOing all these guys with Scyther, with the specialized training, with the prize fighter on the Luna, and it made Hug's life even harder. And then the 5th set kind of culminating into a very, very close battle. So definitely appreciate kind of both teams keeping each other on their toes here. And now an even more, explosive map here in the Atlas Lab is going to be continuing, I guess, that adrenaline dump. And then we're getting a really good awakening start here too, Gordo, with the heavy impact and the missile prop.
Yeah, going to really raise some questions about where the priorities are going to fall as we get into draft number 2 with those 2 awakenings on the board here. Gotten to see a lot of heavy impact starts today. Going to be another one for the record book. And yeah, as you said, that extra benefit towards ranged characters going to maybe lead to favoring towards those ranged goalies. Once again, Bun Bun Bonanza certainly going to be happy with that one, especially if they do feel it appropriate to run back something like the Luna. Could get some value off the missile prop there as well. We will see what the bans are going to be to start things off. Hungry Like Nephew, of course, with the first pick, given that it's not their map.
Yeah, they do have the blue side, which is going to be very, very crucial. I'm expecting, yep, there we go. There we see a Luna ban, the respect going towards Scyther there. I don't think Vaughn's interested in playing this one goalie on the Atlas Lab here, as there is a missile prop start. Do not want Luna on that awakening. Bun Bun going to be returning here. I'm expecting a Vice ban, as Vaughn is incredibly good on that pick, and it is a heavy impact start. So we'll see if that goes through. If not, maybe a Juliet ban for Bells, who, Juliet's probably the best brawler in the game right now, especially with that. Oh, actually going to be an Era ban, so does not want the Era. Vaughn, I guess, scaring him off with that last game here. I don't know if that would have been the best pick on this map anyway, but hey, what do I know? I'm only a coach. As we're getting here, the first pick. I'm expecting the Vice Gordo. That's kind of what I think is going to go on here. Maybe an Estelle, just because it's a good flex pick as well for Caleb and Vaughn. It's going to be the Vice on that first pick.
Yep, as you called it out there is the Vice. Well predicted, boy, because remember, you're more than a coach. You're a retired player, my friend.
I'm a caster,
so,
right?
You're a caster, yeah.
Boom, and casters know all. That's what we're talking about.
That's true. You know what? Never mind, actually. You had a way better line of thinking than I did on that one. We'll go with that. There's going to be the Finny locked on in for Bun Bun Bonanza. Very likely to be in the goal arc, I would think, for Lily Bun, but still some chance to move things back on away. And the Estelle, I think, probably going to lock that one in as factual.
Hey, I might not have the casting skill like you do, Gordo, but I got my one-liners. I got my quick wits as we're getting in here. Lots of damage, like I predicted, coming through for both teams, the Finny and the Estelle. and the Vice on the other side. So I'm expecting to see a Juliet here for Bells. I feel like the character's just too good to not pick right now, especially on this start. And then on the other end, I feel like Caleb, you could kind of pick anything. Actually, it's going to be the Drakkar forward here for Bells.
Really
This
taking you
game
up
is-
on that pick anything, Borg.
Yeah, I mean,
snap that one up.
let's just be here honest here. I don't know how much you've been paying too much attention to the recent meta, but Bells has kind of become the new progenitor of this Drakkar forward pick. He's one of the few that have been running it a ton recently and has actually pulled it out in pro a couple times too. So on the missile prop start, it's going to be very, very nice. And then the Juno for Yorilu is just going to keep everything kind of stable in the midfield. I think that's a really, really good pick. You don't really need any more damage. You have the Vice, you have the Drakkar, you have the damage abuse. Just pick the Juno, who has a little bit of damage herself and can keep the core controlled, especially against this Finny, who against range goalies is definitely a menace. And then Scyther coming in through with the last pick on that Kazan, who I think is a pretty good pick here. But I do need to stress that the Kazan might just get KO'd 80 times this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk, right? Going to be a little bit squishier on that front line and going to be coming on through here for Scyther to round out the draft. Doesn't get that buff up, but with a triple take from Finny or something, could have a little bit of KO potential for themselves. They're able to get the drop on the likes of this Drakkar or this Druno, but we'll see what the starts are going to end up being. Going to be all damage all the time, especially for point number 1 here as we start things off. Is that missile prop heavy impact start, like you said. So expecting a missile prop, at least for the likes of the Drakkar, maybe some of these other ranged characters as well, but definitely going to be a big heavy impact start here for the likes of this Kazan to be able to try to make their own way with that extra impact damage.
Yep, as we're about to start loading into this game soon, I'm expecting it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a blaster, as the Drakkar blaster is going to be firing on all cylinders this game. The Kazan, I'm scared for the Kazan's safety and life. The reason I stopped playing the character was due to this right here. It just dies very, very easily, especially early on in the game before you get that level 2 and you get that second form. So Scyther going to be needing a little bit of an early boost here to get going, but that definitely is possible when you have that Finny, you have that Estelle, you have that explosiveness in order to get past this Vice. So I definitely am going to give the edge rather to Bun Bun in terms of core control. I think they can score a little bit easier. However, I think the KO potential of Hug and their team comp with the Vice, with the Drakkar, with the Juno, it's going to be a little scary for Bun Bun to survive and play this game. So it could be really close. It could be a Hug sweep. We'll see as we get into the game.
Yeah, Hungry Like Nephew with a nice little, I'm not going to call it creative, but it's a different look than we get to see from most teams on the day. And you'd be excited to see how they're able to perform with it on Atlas's lab. Going to be Bun Bun Bonanza returning to composition that they are plenty familiar with, especially with that Finny in the goal arc. Going to be coming on through with that Kazan pick like you brought up. They're going to be trying their best to navigate away from the big KO pressure being output by the likes of Hungry Like Nephew in this game number 2. See if they'll be able to navigate this one and force the series to go the full distance. Was a strong performance from Bun Bun Bonanza in game number 1. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep that together for game number 2 and maybe push it even that little bit further.
Trying to even it up here in maps as we're getting started here. Everybody on the side of Bun Bun does have that heavy impact. On the other side, it's going to be missile propulsion for 2 members. Bells and you already lose Vaughn, of course, taking that heavy impact, and things are already underway as both barriers, or rather one barrier on each side, is going to be down, and the second barrier and a KO here for Bells going over to the Hug, and Liari and Scyther are now in a 2v3.
Yep, and I mean, there's that lock and load right off the bat. Bells taking it to the house. Gets in there, picks up the first goal off the back of that KO, and down a member, Bun Bun Bonanza, kind of just get run over on that first point, and there's that damage threat that you were talking about, Borg. It manifests nice and early.
It manifests nice and early, and with the pummelers on Bells too, the knockback is no joke. Vaughn putting that little bit of damage in with the slow help, and then you already lose, going to be getting the core where it needs to be, but that doesn't really matter where it goes when Bells is just taking him off the pitch like that.
Yeah, I mean, Lilybud and Liari doing a good job being able to turn that back in towards a barrier here and really able to keep things on offense long enough for Scyther to respawn. They only lose out on 1 barrier before Scyther's able to get back involved. But of course, another KO has already come and gone. Lock and load. Bells stacking them up, takes the score, and Hungry Like Nephew are up 2-0.
2-0, and Bell's already, what, at 3 KOs? And then Vaughn found one for himself there as well with the ultimate. Has almost 3 core flips coming in here. I'm expecting this to be a pretty quick 3-0 for Hug, unless Bun Bun can find some sort of miracle.
Yeah, I mean, we need some stagger right here for Bun Bun Bonanza, clearly, or a change in approach, or maybe even both. As there goes another one. Bell's, yeah, 4, so that's confirming your count. Your math looking good so far here, Borg. Flips come out across the board. Health bars are so low for Bun Bun Bonanza, and Vaughn says, screw my own goal. What am I even doing there? What's there to do? It's just scoring time for Hungry Like Nephew all day long. 3-0. One of the faster sets I've seen.
Probably the fastest set I've seen today. There's been some quick ones, but that
easily
one was
today.
pretty insane, as we are going to get some interesting awakenings here. The Reptile Remedy will come through, so we might try to deny that. Bells wants the power. He wants the bulk up. He's getting swole in real life and in-game here. Finny now has a chance to take up that Monu, which is going to be incredibly strong if they can get it on offense, but I don't know if they can get it on offense, Gordo, because Reptile Remedy is taken away. Spark of Strength now is going over to Liari, and they have no survivability here. Glass Cannon is not going to matter for Scyther. Adrenaline Rush going over to You Already Lose, who has been helping with the KOs, so this is only going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, avoid
Or
taking
better.
damage. That's going to be the tough part for old Scyther here. I mean, already down below half, already forced off the play. Bells is on in here, taking the first of the barriers. Scyther just trying to run away to get some value off this glass cannon. It really feels like Lily, the only one who's been able to have a particularly profitable draft here. And other than that, the game plan going to be difficult to show up on here from Bun Bun Bonanza. Given how these points have gone so far, Bells unloads, takes a point. Call that 4 in a row.
And there's pretty much nothing Finny can do against the Drakkar as well, actually, point blank. If you don't have that primary, then it's pretty much hopeless. And even if you do, you still have to time it perfectly in order to get away from the straight shotgun. So with Vaughn teleporting in, with the slimes coming in as well, it makes Leland's job incredibly difficult. Liari has to help, but it's hard for Liari to help when you're getting dash punched by Bells by the straight shotgun. I don't even know what you call it, the spit shotgun. Is that the combo? As they're already getting a KO, and as the Scyther tries to come in and save the game here, still a little bit of time. It's not going to matter too much, as still a barrier up for Bun Bun, but Scyther's going to go down nice and soon.
Yeah, Bells is locking and loading this game and really running away with it so far here. Like you said, Liari needs to be able to help out on defense, but when Liari tries to help out on defense, she gets KO'd. Bells going to be able to get his 6th there, takes Scyther off the map, and yeah, I mean, I think a lot of your concerns about this draft pre-game, Borg, have come to fruition. And looking like options are just becoming more and more limited for the likes of Bun Bun Bonanza as they lose another member. Bells is right on top of Lily. It doesn't even use the flip, just says, all right, I'm going to take this from you here. Push this right on in.
I mean, I don't even think there are options. I'm going to be honest. Screw limited. There's 0 options for Bun Bun Bonanza. They're level 2. They're level 3 against the 4 and 5 of Hug. They need something, and that something is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like we talk about level leads very often in Omega Strikers, but they're really showing up this time as, yeah, Bells just continues to just dominate this map. Going to be both barriers taken down nice and early here. Scyther with a chance to be able to take a point. Trying to call out the clear. Will not be able to snag it with the crooked leverage this time. Another opportunity to go for a poke here. Trying his best to clear things out. You Already Lose going to get KO'd by the top spin. And a chance to stop the bleeding from Bun Bun Bonanza. They get themselves 2 KOs for a nice burst of XP. And they will keep themselves in the match and in the set for now.
Is that a miracle I see, Gordo? I mean, I might have summoned it a little bit there. As they get the levels, they get a little bit more stagger. They're able to survive a little more now, and it gives Bun Bun just a bit more of a chance to actually do something this set, because if they can win this set, they can get a good draft. They can actually have a shot in this game, but that's easier said than done, as they're already both below half. Vaughn now might lose his barrier. However, the health bars are still looking a little bit low, as Bells can probably end them at any point here.
Yeah, I mean, stay away from Bells. Name of the game here. Molten Bolt connects onto Lily Bun. She's going to have to fall back away. Vaughn going to be able to snag one with the Thunderstruck. Gets on in there with the Supernova, but still cannot push it in towards the barrier. Clear out coming through. There's going to be the flip from Scyther. And back into the goal. That's 2 in a row for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Now, don't get too excited. Bun Bun use their energy. Lily Bun has pretty much the highest energy here for the team, but Scyther has nothing. Liari has nearly nothing, only 1 bar. Whereas the side of Hug, they have almost all their flips coming up very, very soon. So this is going to be tough for Bun Bun to hold out, as Bells is taking absolutely everything.
Oh, the lock and load onto all three, plus the core. It's beautiful to see, but painful to watch at the same time, as they will be able to easily take themselves that second barrier, but not quite going to be able to close out the point. Scyther KO'd, take it off on the left side. Actually, but he was already down, but they made good on it one way or the other. Supernova going to force Elusive out of both members. Bell's in position, doesn't get the lock and load, but you already lose will to keep that pressure up. Takes the burst, takes the shot, still can't push it in. One more chance for Bells. Still can't get it on pass during the power play, so will be the full force of Bun Bun Bonanza. Back end available here. Damage still coming on through. Tough to deal with for the likes of this deep composition, as Bells is such a big KO threat. Takes another lock and load shot. Still can't push it through. Finally, Bells able to push it in, wins the set for Hungry Like Nephew, and they are one set away from a win on the series today.
Bun Bun almost got them. They came back, they found a little bit of room, but they just did not have any opportunity to finish it off in that last point. The Juno I want to highlight is just doing so much at keeping the core away from the entirety of Bun Bun Bonanza. All Vaughn really has to do is make one save against Scyther, and then instantly you just see the Juno kind of take over and just force it into these corners, making Bells' job so incredibly easy. You're going to see some size going over to Bells, denying it from Scyther here. More damage with the Super Surge going on to Vaughn, and then Caleb, you already lose rather, with that Stinger. And we do see the Prime Time and Spark of Focus coming over for Scyther and Liari respectively, which is more cooldown. That's 2 Sparks for Liari, and Lilybun does have that hot shot, so they have more cooldowns to play with here, Gordo. They might have a little bit more of a chance now.
Yeah, 2 Sparks for Liari, neither of them the stagger one, so still KOs as a risk, but like you said, definitely getting themselves a little bit more space to play with. Bells going to use that recovery drone right off the bat and say, I bet you wish you had this one. Be able to get another power play for the team, but once again, cost of this power play is both barriers, so they're really going to need to get some value off of this one. Triple take off of Lilybun, taken off the board. And it is another power play cycled through for the likes of Hungry Like Nephew. Bells stepping up forward. No Molten Bolt quite available. Nice clear from Liari, going to buy them some time to be able to get the rest of the squad together. They do take the second barrier. Goal now up and available. Bells, the lock and load. Nearly able to push it through. And Scyther burning on down. KO'd by another shot from You Already Lose. Bells sends it in towards the goal. Vaughn is up here with the Supernova. Doesn't even need to detonate it. As Hungry Like Nephew will take another point. 2 more to go for Hug.
It doesn't even make sense, Gordo. How is Bells finding some of these KOs here? That KO onto Lilybun to kind of restabilize Hug after the power play just made it so insane. He kind of is tricking the enemy into thinking he's not going to contest them on the wall, and then he backs up, and then he backs up again, and then he turns back around and just lock and loads them in the face, and they die. So I don't know how he does it. I've tried to do it. I can't do it. I don't get it. And he gets another KO, and the barriers are opened up. Hug on that power play with an open goal.
Yeah, I mean, making the Drakkar look pretty strong today as they put themselves in a Supernova position. Don't actually get the push into the goal. But they're wishing they had that one back. But it doesn't matter, actually. They say, yeah, whatever. Bells take it home. Push it through. 2-0.
Slime accelerating it forward. Bells getting the credit for the goal. It's one more point for the series to be over here. Bun Bun need to lock in, and they need to lock in now, but they also need to not get lock and loaded as Bells hunting for that KO yet again. Liari has no energy. However, they do lose both their barriers here, so Bun Bun have a chance here, Gordo.
They do. Seen themselves in this position before. Really nice placement on the big finish. Finds the KO, but they do hold on to the point. Scyther's taken down. It's a 2-on-2. But Liari with one more shot takes it through with the Crystal Thorns. Not going to be able to find it. It's a double barrier cross map found by Bells. Vaughn going to be able to clear it out with the Supernova. You already lose back here, but piercing shot from Liari will find the ricochet, will push it into the goal, and will give Bun Bun another point.
One step at a time, and that piercing shot is step number 1 in getting back into this game for Bun Bun Bonanza. They have the tools, I feel like, right? After that draft, they have the cooldowns, they have double spark. Liari can try to do something, but with Bells just on the prowl right now, another KO coming through and a power play from Hug, it seems almost impossible to get anything going.
Bells, please, let him breathe. Because there's just no opportunity to get much of anything done. Vaughn's here for the cutoff up the respawn. Here comes the last point. Or maybe not. It's cleared out. It's a double barrier right back over to Bun Bun Bonanza. It's going into the goal! And they take it 2-2. Bun Bun Bonanza are holding on.
I don't know how they did that. Maybe just a lapse in judgment. Vaughn thought that the goal barrier in the back would have saved it, but it went away. just right in time, and now it's a 2-2. But I feel like, you know, Bun Bun finally have a chance. I don't know if I'm just getting too much hope or not, but Hug get that first barrier, but Scyther now looking incredibly low, kind of back to reality as they're almost dead already.
Any given point, you can always take 1 point, so they have a chance here. Hug looking to close this one out in 3-0 fashion. Bump up and answer with their chance to hang on. Bells on a 12 KO streak. A counter KO found on the opposite side, though. They keep it safe. It's 2 versus 2. Bells is stuck inside the big finish, trying to push the core up towards the top. The respawns come on through. Oh no, the angle! It doesn't get onto the core. It doesn't get onto the barrier. Lillybud gonna be able to clear things back out as I'm losing my mind on this point, Borg. They come back up forward for a little bit more. Supernova gets generated. They're going to be able to find a double KO to Bells. Liari caught alone. 1 versus 3. Will she be able to hold on? Of course not. As Hug will take it 3-2. A 3-0 set and a 2-0 series. Hungry Like Nephew move themselves up to 4-1.
Valiant effort from Bun Bun there towards the end. Almost managed to claw their way back into it, but it's just not going to be enough. Hug playing with their food a little bit at the end, but it's going to be securing that 2-0 victory. First game, very, very close. Very, very awesome game to see. Second one just felt like a little bit of a draft if that... I mean, the Pocket Drakkar Brawler comes in and just destroys the entire lobby. 13 KOs and 7 goals here, Gordo.
Bell's got 13 KOs that game.
Yep.
That's all I gotta say. I mean, what a run.
Let me just make sure everyone knows this. A 13-minute game, he was averaging 1 KO a minute.
Yeah, that'll do it. And I mean, that includes
drafts.
Time in draft.
It includes time in draft. So let's take off what, like a minute, maybe
At
like a minute 30,
maybe more.
Maybe a minute 30 for the draft. There's only 2 drafts, so let's just say a minute.
Sure.
Let's be nice here. A minute. So that's what. More than 1 KO a minute, like 1.3 K. I don't even know.
But it also, like, you gotta shave off, there's like 3-ish seconds per goal where everybody's just emoting on each other.
That too, yeah. I don't even want to do the math. Either way, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there's at least like 10 points scored, so that's at least 30 more seconds. The ratios are ridiculous here. I mean, what a run from Bells. What a run from all of Hungry Like Nephew here. Is game number 2, they show maybe draft does matter a little bit sometimes as they come on up with a big win and move themselves up towards the top of the table, sitting there right alongside the likes of Showtime and still looking to be able to get themselves some really good positioning coming into these playoffs as we're at about the midway point here, Borg, probably a little bit past it now that we are 80% of the way done with the day.
Yeah, almost done with the day here. One more series going to be coming in here. And one thing we actually didn't really talk about, you mentioned there, is the Hug 4-1 now, tied with Showtime. No team is undefeated. This is a very, very close season, so don't count anybody out yet. Bun Bun might be 2-3 now, but that does not mean their playoff hopes are gone. There's still 4 more games. There's still a good shot for a lot of these teams to make it. And now with this next game, we're going to kind of be seeing the finale of this week, the culmination. And it's been an honor to cast with you here, Gordo, as I'm not really sure what the next game is here. I'm kind of ruining my little spiel here, but if you do, I'll let you take it off.
I'll be able to find out. It's going to be PP Legends up against Demons Raw, so excited to see how they're going to be able to do. Kai Noob got to show off earlier today. Let's see how the rest of the Demons squad will be able to do now. Gumi and Snake coming on your screen alongside Fudgy Waffles to face off up against PPL in just a short little bit. That's going to do it for my time and the Borgs here, so thank you very much for hanging out with us. Always a party to be back alongside you on the cast, Borg, and everybody else. Enjoy the last match of the day, and we will see you in a few short moments with that one.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 6. We are now over halfway through the season, and we've got our last match of Week 5 coming up next. It's PPL versus Demons Raw. Both these teams, Weston, at threats of being towards the bottom of the table, and now they're going up against one another to figure out who can come out on top later.
Yeah, one threat of being really at the bottom, and that's PPL. And if they can win this, then they would put themselves and Demons Raw sort of in that bottom half. So we'll see what they can do. But, we've casted a few of their games. I think Demons Raw has just looked stronger and stronger as the season's gone on. It felt like until last week when we weren't casting them, and then, RTF took them down. So we'll see what kind of Demons Raw shows up today. I think it's kind of been a really up and down season for them with the losses they've had, but some really resounding wins. So we'll see what happens.
Full rosters today for both teams. Interestingly enough, it's the Luna first pick from the side of PPL on the missile propulsion specialized training start. It'll be Bloom picking that Luna pick for the goalie slot with the missile propulsion here. Meanwhile, Fudgy is in the goalie slot. Gumi on the rune here for Demons Raw.
Yeah, I think this works well for both goalies, and especially Fudgy, who really likes to go the momentum boots on melee goalies, which is not traditionally what you see, but especially with the nerfs that he had, I think Atlas starting with this missile prop is going to make it so much easier for those primaries to have value, to really feel like they're doing something. So a great start for Fudgy to try kind of play how he wants to, pushing up, helping Gumi in that midfield all the time. And that's what they're trying to get to early on, but so far it's just a lot of defense, the core kind of getting stalled in the middle, nobody getting that second barrier yet, and Fudgy taking a lot of damage.
A lot of damage here. They can't find the KO just yet, as Fudgy did have an evade. There's another evade as well. Now Fiery chucked down pretty low thanks to the projection of Fudgy, in addition to a little bit else. Snake is there on the Kazan, trying to bully Fiery away, and will be successful in doing so with top spin to find the KO. Power play opportunity. Nice energy burst. Core flip there. Finds the last barrier. Banish comes through. Huge here as Gumi looks to turn the tides of battle, but Average Alex finds revenge for his teammates. And now it's a power play for PPL. Looking the other direction. Fiery trying to collapse in on this, but Fudgy's still got that expanse. With that cooldown burn, maybe there's an opportunity here, but now Snake back online. Just waiting on that connection from Gumi. Incredible dribbling play here as the Molten Bolt does not connect. And Gumi still has the energy burst. Might look to be using on the offensive side rather soon. Bloom dives in. Also has his. So should be careful. That one there as well. Here's a banish. Pull in from Snake. Not quite. Still looking for the first goal of the game as both these teams still feeling each other out at the moment. A couple weird bounces there. Anomaly coming out, sending it back to the top. Energy bursts have built up aplenty. Now 2 per team here. As Snake and Average Alex continue fighting. Seen this Drakkar picked up a handful of times over the course of the day, and this time in the midfield slot. Average Alex and PPL. Power play opportunities. Fiery finds one. Got plenty of energy bursts online, but even still, they can't find this goal barrier. Finally, we'll commit an energy barrier for it. And just a couple of flips later, the core finds the back of the net.
They held for what felt like 10 minutes, that last barrier. And all of a sudden, it just fell apart. Fudgy was doing so well in the defense. Just like that, none of it matters. One thing I was waiting to jump in on here is Snake going for the Van Braces here means he really has to rely on that middle speed gate for the speed, but it makes a lot of sense considering you have the Missile Prop Drakkar, the Missile Prop Luna, and then just Centauro, who can put a lot of damage out there. So Snake gonna really have to try to stay alive here and really get his hands on the core, as well as having the Atlas Celestial Intervention. Gonna hopefully be able to stay alive, and I think so far that plan is working, and they're even finding some power plays themselves.
Certainly worked in this goal so far. Snake has not been fully staggered. Now, great couple of creations there coming out of Gumi and Fudgy will mean the goal barrier will fall on the power play. Banish comes through here. Gumi will find the core. Now, again, looking for Fiery. This low stagger Centauro getting pinballed around. Will go into the Oni's blade for the evade. The KO is not found yet. Fudgy continues to hold this final goal barrier for Demons Raw again, but here's the power play. As Average Alex finds the KO with the energy burst. Gumi knocked around 2. Has to be careful here. Fudgy's got another ultimate at the ready here. We'll be able to heal back up. Still power play opportunity. Bloom comes in. We'll find the goal barrier for it. Average Alex steals the speed gate. Bloom, well done to get this one around Snake, but it might not be enough. That was Banish, barely catches the core, and Bloom's got the strike timing to send it away. Fudgy does have his burst available. And there is the core, just meeting Snake in the top spin on the top side.
Yeah, and I think the missile prop on the rune here has already caught them off guard a few times, just the extra range of that banish. Not something that you really ever see picked in a draft, but if it's a starting awakening, it can get some value, and I think you've seen that happen a few times. It's just so hard to remember that it's just going to reach really across the whole field. But these teams, I think, saw earlier that we were going to maybe have the shortest day ever, and they're making sure this night market game challenges that record.
Good old night market, right? Taking this one as far as possible. Maybe not this point, as goal barriers will fall here early. Fudgy also on alert at the moment. Walked up very far just to try to avoid some damage. Fire is also getting knocked around. Gumi will take a shot with an energy burst. Sent away by Bloom, and 2 bursts available here for PPL. Fiery will use his, escorting the goal in. Bloom still has his, and it's set point for PPL.
Yeah, and as much as they're able to hold, it doesn't feel like so far Demon's Raw is able to set up the same kind of offensive pressure that PPL has been able to. I think part of that is Snake, not quite having the speed that everyone else does, everyone else going for the speed goalie, or forward gears rather, but him going for the Van Brace, trying to stay alive, but can't stay alive against Ricard there with the lock and load, the flip as well. Nothing Van Brace is going to do there, and they have a power play early on here to try to find this, but Fiery at risk of getting KO'd here as well.
Plenty of damage. Weston, what did this Drakkar character do all this damage? I don't know what's happened, but all of a sudden, we're seeing this Drakkar get picked up in some damage comps, and it's doing incredibly well. Of course, Hungry Like Nephew played it in the last match we watched, and now here as well for Average Alex. Snake gets KO'd here again. The power play effectively continues. Fiery can't quite find the core. Has now burned every cooldown in the kit, including the burst here. Can't find the goal barrier. The energy burst looks for the clear, but it actually gets sent around the geometry right back at him. There's the KO as Fiery is now taken off the pitch. Some breathing room maybe for the Demons. And Bloom doing a really good job really setting this core, focusing where Snake is not, right? Not only not playing ping pong, but knowing that Snake could use that slip, the extra dash range of this Kazan, to have such a large presence along with the crooked leverage. And oftentimes, very difficult to get around. Oh, Anomaly despawns just in the nick of time. That could set up a tricky situation here for Fudgy. Good evade from Fiery. Getting out of the banish. Bloom on the boost, looking again. Snake dribbling. Can't quite find the play on the pop-up. Another opportunity here, and the top spin is there. It is the full gambit here in the opening set.
Yeah, Snake's just having to do all the offense himself, but he's good enough that time that he finds the stun, finds the goal there. So, I mean, every single point has been long, back and forth, both teams getting power plays, but not quite converting as consistently as they might want. And we're just going to see who wins this battle of attrition in this first set and what kind of awakenings they can get to really accelerate the pace. But it's Snake doing everything. Once again, finds both barriers. A flip here on Gumi as well, and they're in great position to take this set.
Beautiful play. Now Gumi steps up, and as you mentioned, burns it immediately. Finds the shot that nobody was expecting. Demons Raw walk away with the pick of the litter here up first. Weston, I'm looking out for those defensive awakenings. Reptile Remedy, Stagger, all of those sorts of things here. Really going to be critical, I think, in this game.
Yeah, and as far as at least the pick order, it's really a worst-case scenario for Demons Raw, as the Atlas picking first, and then you have Drakkar and Luna right after. I don't think, yeah, we don't really have that survivability that you were looking for. We do have something like Stacks that can get some speed that I think Demons Raw is really needing here to stay on offense more. They're going for it on the Rune rather than the Kazan, because I think the Kazan is more of a target even with that Vambrace. But the single Spark going will be a help, but Bloom getting Prize Fighter, Fiery getting Stinger, it's a lot of damage, and they were able to deny the only stagger that showed up as well. So we'll see what Demon's Rock can do to really try to stay alive here, and if Gumi's able to keep those stacks up.
The one thing I will say in terms of defensive awakenings is Spark of Power does help Snake in that aspect as well, right? Deal more damage, heal more damage. So gets a little something, but how much can you consider one Spark? Always a possibility that could be insurance taken into the later sets if the game is to go on for that long. Now KO is found. Of course, Demon's Raw doesn't want to let it get there. Power play opportunity here. Gumi with another banish on average Alex. Snake is there, wins the strike war. Now trying to trip up Bloom. Doesn't find the goal just yet, but Fudgy moved up to the midfield line. Might be looking to get involved here with this energy burst as well. Will use it here, trying to keep up the pressure, but good coverage from Fiery and the Yoni's Blade. Will not let that happen. Meanwhile, Snake continues to bully Bloom away. Doesn't even need to use the energy burst to send the core in.
That beautiful play by Gumi, teleports in and then finds a perfect pass to Snake, who didn't even have to use the core flip. And stacks is something that on Rune, it's really good when you have it, but it takes so long to stack sometimes that I think people really shy away from picking it. But we saw that first set. People were level 6, level 5 at the end of it as average Alex finds a KO. So I think you're going to have the time to stack that up as long as Gumi isn't getting KO'd. And I think Snake is always going to be the target. So if these points continue to go long, it'll be an advantage for Demon's Raw, as hopefully Gumi is able to get those stacks up and then really able to be all over, make Bloom's life very difficult. But PPL finding some KOs, finding a stagger on Gumi, who's trying to keep those stacks alive, and they have both barriers open.
Gumi going down would be catastrophic for Demons. The whammy rocket goes slightly wide of Fudgy. Fudgy could evade of the eye rush. Just walking out of the way, still looking to keep away from Fiery, but Fiery will KO the opposing goalie, and a huge power play opportunity is opened up now on the map. Banishes come out. Gumi looking to try to play the Rune goalie here, but right now he's a forward and he's in the net. Not able to hold that time around, and PPL capitalize.
Went to look to set up the pillar after the banish there, but I think it was just such an obvious play that Alex and Fiery were always going to be there to stand on it, get it out of the way, and then Gumi was just a little bit too far away, a little bit out of position to play the defense there. So that time it was Fiery just KOing Fudgy Waffles, which is not going to be easy. He always has that resurrect on himself, and it can be hard to keep track of your teammates, but he's always going to know when he's dying. So we'll see if that's something that Fiery can consistently go for, but not going to be going for anything for a little bit while, sent to the penalty box, KO'd here, and we'll see if Snake and Gumi can find this.
Fudgy up to the midfield line once more. Bloom will use the energy burst, trying to just play the penalty kill at the moment. Double banish, though, comes out of Gumi. The top spin doesn't quite come up with the goal barrier, as enough of the members of PPL around didn't quite see who swiped that one away, but it doesn't matter because Fudgy will keep the play alive here for Snake. Down to the top side. Doesn't quite have the dash, or wasn't looking for it. Doesn't even need it. Just strong fundamentals here from Demon's Raw. Core goes in once more.
Yeah, Gumi and Snake are doing such a good job punishing this Luna in the open net. Once it's to the open net, it feels so difficult to clear against a Rune and a Kazan who can just reach to absolutely anywhere. So I think in that first set, as much as Demon's Raw was able to take it, it was really difficult for them because Loom did such a good job, and Alex on the defense as well, of keeping the goal open for a long time. But every time Snake and Gumi are able to get the goal open, it's so easy for those two characters to be able to convert, and it looks like they're going to be in great position potentially here as well, with Gumi having a flip, both forwards being low, and Snake in an offensive position and finding it open here.
Another double banish. There's the power play that comes through off of the burst. Fiery has to try to keep possession of the core in this corner as much as possible, but it's going to go right back over to Snake. There's the top spin, and there is the goal. Demon's Raw now up 2-0, and even though some of these points have been hard fought, Wested, they might be sending us to a quick 3-0.
Yeah, it really does just feel like they're in control, even though it takes them a little bit to get there. And that's even with Snake just taking that single spark in the first set. We have another spark showing up here, and we'll see if Fiery goes for the decision of denying it or tries to scale himself here. I think would really like that dash range from explosive entrance, and not even going to go for the spark. The build different is going to make it even more difficult, that size on the Kazan for Bloom to try to clear out once they get the goal open. The Deadeye being denied from Luna as well will kind of take out a little bit more of that potential damage win condition that they'd be looking for, as you'd have Missile Prop, Prize Fighter, and Deadeye on Luna potentially, but instead going to have to go for the Among Titans. So we'll see if that size difference can help, but I don't think PPL got anything that's changing the game too much here, and they're really just going to have to shut down these early double barrier gets from Demon's Raw, and they're the ones finding the KOs here early on.
I was going to say, like, even looking at this, right? PPL's shown signs of success, getting some KOs, not really able to pick up a lot of damage awakening. Sure, you get the Super Surge here, which Fire actually makes a beautiful use, transitioning across the pitch, and then the goal gates will open up, allowing him to score that one. But even still here, right, feels like it's going to be very difficult to play for PPL, as the signs of success they were showing, they can't fully capitalize on just yet. And meanwhile, of course, Demon's Raw picking up a handful of things that they will enjoy. I imagine Snake here, that extra size going to be very impactful, especially finding some of these barriers, catching the core with the top spin and the like against this Luna, who you mentioned earlier, ultimately defenseless.
Yeah, trying to hold on here, but yeah, prime time on the Rune as well. Just so much reach, and you see they're able to keep the core on the other side for such a long time, because Kazan and Rune both so great at when the core gets behind you, putting it right back in there. So Alex just here trying to play defense forever. They finally get it out, and they're able to get two barriers. A missed strike by Fudgy or Gumi, I'm not sure who there, but either way they find it. But Snake is able to get a KO on the other side, almost an own barrier, and Bloom coming in almost finds it as well, but the double creations are able to get the save here, and they're able to survive for now, but not in great position to get this barrier just yet.
The anomaly is there, and we're in overtime now all of a sudden. Fiery has had a couple plays towards the core before. Here's the rush in, there's the burst, and we'll send it through, stepping on the anomaly in the process. Fiery's shown multiple, like, incredibly flashy plays and quick thinking that's allowed him to score some of these goals when given the opportunity. Excellent on some of these conversions. Just needs to find one more here to extend the length of this game.
Yeah, the dash range, along with the Luna coming in here, has been a big distraction a lot of times. As much as I've talked about how difficult it is to defend Demon's Raw comp when it's open goal, same goes for PPL, and they're able to find a quick 3-0, 3 quick points. And like you said, it's all Fiery finding those conversions. So just completely flipping the script of what we had in those first two sets. We've seen that a lot with Demons throughout this season, and it's a 3-0 for PPL to extend this game.
Now, what do you take here? Flight or flight, obviously very important. Bulk up has a chance to deny that extra stagger. Spark of leadership, chance to deny that spark. Will go for the bulk up here. Snake not particularly interested in the spark at all. Opts for the heavy impact for the more damage.
Yeah, the ship kind of sailed on the sparks, I think, when you didn't take it the last time. So instead, going for the heavy impact, the Drakkar is going to deny the twin drive from the Atlas, but the Atlas is going to settle for Rune. I think the reason they did that is you kind of have to deny your own Rune, the hot shot. But it going on Atlas is going to be just fine, and the Monumentalist might be able to set up some more plays. But I think Fiery here has slowly been building up a very scary build on the Zen, and we saw him take over that last set. If he can do kind of the same thing, if they can get the barrier open a little bit earlier, Fiery is just going to put so much pressure onto Fudgy, who got some more cooldowns with that hot shot, but I think it's still going to be very difficult to defend.
I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, so somebody's going to have to correct me one way or the other, but with Missile Propulsion and Deadeye, there's a chance that Projection procs the Deadeye, which he denied earlier, right? So if you get the Deadeye plus the Hot Shot on the Missile Propulsion Projection, that could send the core skyrocketing. Of course, Fiery doesn't care right now. That's another goal on the board for PPL, and they're looking to just send us quickly to a set 5 here. PPL, I don't know what changed. Suddenly they just found their footing.
Yeah, and that Deadeye definitely will be able to proc. And really, Fudgy's entire build, those three that you talked about, along with the team player, really lend themselves to core speed, and I think especially overtime with that team player and the hot shot. So I think PPL really wants to take care of these points early, and that's what they've been doing these last 4 points. Fiery just making some magic happen. Snake, though, making magic happen on the other side this time. So we'll see if they're able to convert maybe even just extend it to overtime and make use of that team player. But PPL with 2 flips here is going to put some pressure on them.
Snake able to catch it, of course, in the top spin. Bloom is now approaching. Double banish, though, comes out, and Bloom can't get back with the eject button. Huge punish there, and a little bit greedy, I think, from the PPL goalie will be what sends this one the other way. But to your point, right, that was getting closer to the overtime. Things were starting to continue on there, so PPL get another opportunity here on kickoff with nearly 3 bursts available.
Yeah, all the momentum in PPL's favor, and maybe a swing found by Gumi there. A great play. And like you said, maybe a little greed from Bloom, but we'll see if they can try to get that momentum back. Like we talked about, 3 flips potentially here, but Bloom maybe gonna have to use it defensively, trying to get Snake off him, and instead turns defense into offense, turns it right around and takes out Snake. So we'll see if they can convert this power play. They have 2 flips, but Gumi doing his best to stall, and they find a return KO. No, not a return KO, sorry, it's just Gumi now playing defense on his own.
Double power play for PPL. Here's Fiery again, able to convert. And it is set point once more for this PPL squad, looking to send us to a 5th. How about the use of those energy bursts there in the last one was able to be very successful?
Yeah, Bloom has 3 prize fighter stacks now, along with the missile prop. Every time that he's dashing in, like you see on Snake right there, who heals it all back immediately because of those Van braces. But if they can find any bursts, like Bloom did last time with the flip, with the ultimate, they're going to be able to find those KOs really quickly, and I think that's what's turned around here, as Gumi with the flip sends it out. A lot of damage sent onto him, but nothing found yet, as Gumi is just got those full stacks on. So if they can extend this, Gumi's going to have a ton of reach with all that speed on the full stacks, but it's still an energy advantage for PPL and a lot of momentum they've been able to find in these last 5 points.
They say energy advantage. Snake is almost about to have his burst, which could quickly change the tide of the match. Average Alex also has to be a little bit careful, holding on to his for some time now, but a beautiful defense there. Doesn't matter. Snake's still able to collect the goal barrier. Anomaly is out. Doesn't quite find the core in the way that they might have liked. Tony's blade is now here. Bloom in on the boost. Can't quite find the core that time. Doesn't get trapped in the banish and will escape to safety, but now it's Fiery getting sent away. Snake actually going to get resurrected here by Fudgy. And it's Fiery currently on the back foot in terms of stagger, but finds the goal barriers nonetheless for PPL. Overtime now, and an opportunity. There's the Expanse Sense, of course, skyrocketing. Bloom in under pressure from Snake, still able to find the core sent away, and Average Alex back to help in time. Drops into Cloak. Can't quite get to the core in time just with how quickly it's moving, but there's a beautiful lock and load. The shotgun comes up with the goal as Average Alex gets involved to send us to set 5.
There was a huge goal line save made by Bloom, somehow able to win the strike war against that sized Kazan as among Titans Luna. So just complete disadvantage, able to win that. And then Alex with the missile propulsion barely has the reach to call out that clear. And this game just completely turned around. PPL finding so much, denying that extra special from the rune, because I think those banishes have been a real problem even when they've been winning. Also gonna, I think, help you win kickoff really consistently if you want to use it in that way. If you are Average Alex, the adrenaline rush on Luna as well, just more and more damage for PPL here. Gumi was the one who had to take the Reptile Remedy there, so going to be able to stay alive and hopefully keep his stacks on, but I think it's still going to be a really difficult life for Snake here as the Kazan, even with Van Braces. I think they're starting to get to the point where that burst might just be enough to counteract it, as almost KO'd there.
Oh, and there is the finisher with the Crater. Has no evade or anything at all to escape the amount of damage available, and it's PPL in position here, finds the goal barrier. Oni's blade looking to trap the core, but it's sent away. Here's the eye rush. Junk down Fudgy Waffles here to a significant degree. Fiery in pursuit, and that allows Bloom to come in on the boost, securing the goal for PPL.
Bloom doing so much in that point, finding the early KO, so now has 2 prize fighter stacks, has the adrenaline rush as well, so just really everything is starting to snowball for PPL. We saw that in those first 2 sets as well, that just the momentum turned around so quickly, and now Bloom has a very scary build, a lot of damage potential. Average Alex getting taken down here. We'll see if they can convert that KO or maybe find both barriers early, but so far the defense is holding for Bloom.
Cheeky angle from Snake. I was afraid that rebound was going to go right back to him to find the second barrier, but not able to do so just yet. Now there's the energy burst out of Bloom. Snake sent away after pulling in Average Alex with the crooked leverage. It's a power play opportunity here, and now healed back up by Fudgy's ultimate. There's the creations coming out again. Fudgy up to the midfield line means that this is going to be theoretically a quick point for Demons Raw, but Average Alex is right back there. Here's the banish, and now double anomaly used. Average Alex sent right back to the penalty box. Opens up the top side of the map, and Snake will score the goal. 1-2 now will take the game.
Yeah, and as much as PPL's damage has been the story these last few sets, Snake does a ton as well when he's able to use those cooldowns offensively and force Bloom out of the goal box there to try to keep his prize fighter stacks on and just stay alive in general. But instead, Snake was able to find it, but now early 2 barriers very quickly, and that's kind of the win condition. The recipe that PPL found early was if they got those, they were able to put the pressure on, and Fudgy at risk of being KO'd here. The defense is holding for PPL so far, but not quite, as Snake is able to find both, and both barriers are open.
Beautiful spacing at the top. Someone here from Snake has the energy burst, will be looking to send it through. Doesn't quite, but now Gumi comes up with the banish on 2 members of PPL, and he'll send in the goal. It's game point for Demons Raw.
Yeah, unfortunate that the clear went into the banish there. I think if it went down, they might have been able to get it out a lot more safely, but just a great strike outside of the banish, timed it perfectly. Was able to find that goal, and now putting a lot of damage onto Average Alex, and a missed strike means an early double barrier here for Demons Raw.
In under pressure right now is Bloom, has to find the way to hold this one. Average Alex denies the pass between Gumi and Snake. Crooked leverage though comes back, and Snake's got the core in his hands. Average Alex once more sent back to the penalty box by Demons Raw. And here's the energy burst from Bloom. Has to save it for a defensive strategy. And now Fiery gets banished to the midfield line. There's the defense, pulling it away from Snake for just a moment. Crater comes out, but the top spin is there. Bloom with the goal line save. Keeps the points alive right now for PPL. Snake sent away by Average Alex's Molten Bolt. Finally finding some revenge on this Drakkar. And Fiery finds a way to weave between the creations. Doesn't have the energy burst quite in its radius right now, looking for it again, or maybe trying to save it for the next point. Doesn't quite, as Snake has dropped back, helping with the save. Gumi, so much speed of the stacks on stacks, is up there on the top side, will get rescued by Fudgy once more. Fiery with the shot, it'll go off the post. Banish comes out once more. There's the anomaly. Snake maybe with an opportunity here, but actually both brawlers have the chance. It's Fiery with the top post, and we are on a decisive goal.
And that heroic save you talked about from Bloom, it was actually the top spin from Snake that sent him just barely back into the goal. Into Rage was able to find that, and then so much pressure from both teams. Gumi luckily was able to hold on to that flip at least, so that might be the story of this point, but it's a lot of energy for PPL as well, and not a ton, no flips yet, and Fudgy gets KO'd, the adrenaline rush for Bloom as well.
It was a quick point when Fudgy was KO'd the first time. PPL might be looking to do the same here. Gumi's got the anomaly to keep the barrier alive. Burns the energy burst. Won't have that now. Fiery looks to send it through. Fudgy's back online in time. The banish is there as well. 2 energy bursts online right now for PPL as they look to take this first game. It has been hard fought, clawed back by PPL. They were down 2 sets earlier in this game and found a way to turn it around despite what they were looking at in terms of some of these Awakenings drafts. There's an energy burst, actually defensive and offensive there as it finds its mark. Open goal gates now. Fire with an opportunity. Fudgy was just sent away by Average Alex or something. I don't even know what Fudgy was pinballed around by, but he ended up at the midfield line. Open goal, and that is the punish. PPL takes game 1.
What a game that was. We had really 4 dominant sets, 2 on each side, and then so much back and forth in that 5th one, and Average Alex taking himself an MVP, kind of stealing that last goal. But when you look at the scoreboard here, doing so much work, it felt like we didn't say his name that much, but 330 redirects on the Drakkar midfield here, and you see some of those damage numbers, so many KOs on both sides, but it was just incredible how PPL was able to turn the momentum around. I think in the mid game, it was Fiery finding so many heroic plays, and then really Bloom and Alex putting so much pressure onto Snake with the KOs in that last set as well, and PPL turning that around on Demon's Raw map pick when it looked so dominant for them early on. That was an incredible turnaround.
You know, Weston, the other thing about that 330 redirects is you have to remember the number of times that Average Alex was KO'd. It's sitting in the penalty box for a decent chunk of the time in some of those points. So likely could have even gotten even more had that not been the case. But so many points there coming down to the wire. Again, we're seeing just how close a team like PPL can make this now revitalized Demon's Raw roster really make them squirm. This final point here, I don't even know what happened. I need to go back and watch that 5 times to fully understand how that final point went in the goal. But doesn't matter how it does. If you're PPL, you'll take the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen right now. They are up 1-0 over Demon's Raw. Weston, you show me this screenshot 2 years ago, and I think it must have been AI generated and it didn't know anything.
Yeah. And how often do you see a Luna outsave an Atlas by 43 saves? Down 40 redirects as well. But 239 redirects and 131 saves from Loom. Snake was putting so much pressure. And if you think about as a Luna clearing against a primetime Rune and a size Kazan, like how he was able to hold on to so many of those points into overtime against, Hotshot, against team player, just a heroic performance in so many ways from all 3 members of PPL. And, as much as, the story is going to be about how they brought that back, Demon's Raw did still look very strong. I don't think it was like we saw in week 1 when they got 6-0'd and it was like, oh, okay. Like they showed up today, but PPL was just able to bring that back.
They showed up for sure. And again, right? I think there are a lot of huge individual performances that were made in that last game that really swung the tides for PPL. We saw it multiple times with clears from Bloom, multiple times with conversions from Fiery. Average Alex obviously had an impact according to the stat screen, right? The silent midfielder, more so as it is, but was able to help out in a lot of different instances there. And now we're heading to the PPL map pick of Aten City, a pick we don't get to see a lot of play on here at all, Weston.
Yeah, and I saw some talk earlier about how it's been forever since Demon's Raw hasn't banned this map, and they didn't ban it in round 1, and PPL, knew that they really didn't want to play it, and they picked it here. So yeah, I think the pressure is definitely, obviously, because it's one of the pressures on Demon's Raw, but especially a map pick that seems like it would lend itself to a team like PPL where Bloom can kind of play anything. And Demon's Raw, considering they haven't played this map in forever, probably hasn't practiced it as much. I'd be a little bit scared here if I'm a Demon's Raw fan. And Glass Cannon cast last start, kind of interesting here. I think Octavia, if either team is ready to pick it, is a really strong pick here. But a pick or a starting Awakening set that is, not really anything crazy for anyone except for maybe the Octavia.
Has Octavia been present in draft so far? I don't really think so this season. Maybe here or there. Hang on. I'm pulling up the stats.
Yeah, not a lot, I don't think, but it was
Probably
banned
not.
here by PPL in that first pick. Banned by PPL, which means they didn't want to pick it, which is interesting. But yeah, since this is PPL's map pick and they're on blue, that does mean that Demon's Raw went for red side here. Which I think can make some sense. There's been a lot of talk about how the win rate, I don't know what it's like now, but it was very red side favored. So I think going for something like maybe like a Rasmus Estelle here, if you can get both of those picks on red side, would be really strong. And then just figuring out your goalie later, maybe that's something they're going for. But really going for pairing 2 picks together here. But we'll see what PPL takes in that B1 spot first, because it's a map that, like you said, we don't see a lot. So it's hard to think of where the meta is.
Estelle is the pickup here. A striker still struggling in the grand scheme of things, right? Often picked, but doesn't quite have the highest win rate in the season so far. I think it's continued to rise a little bit, at least over the course of things. But chat really wants to see Snake on the Juliet. We'll see whether or not it's picked up here in a bit. But no, actually, Kai Rasmus are the 2-3.
Yeah, maybe they were going to go for that Estelle Rasmus, but instead getting the Kai Rasmus here. And it's just, I think, such a different midfield meta when you're on this map. It's like really Estelle and Kai that are priority picks in a world where we've seen so much of really like every midfielder. Like, I think it's been a great meta as far as you've seen everything picked, but here it's the Estelle and the Kai going first. The Arab band as well, I think, makes a lot of sense, especially with Castellast. But we're going to have Fudgy, or no, that's Bloom denying the Mako, so I think that's what
hang
Fudgy
on.
really would have liked here.
It's Fiery in the forward slot.
Oh.
We're going to see Mako forward on Auten City out of PPL? There's a chance. I wouldn't rule it out.
Definitely could.
Okay, never mind.
But the Kazan,
Not a
Kazan goes there. I was starting to believe as well. You had me going, but it is the Kazan on Fiery, which is such a dangerous pick on this map. Dangerous if you're the enemy goalie. It's going to be really difficult. I'm curious what Fudgy is on here. Maybe it's the Kai, but no melee goalie. I think it makes sense on this map to not go with the Atlas with the Mako picked away, especially with those range nerfs as well. But we have the Kai Rasmus Juno. It's going to make for a very interesting comp and a very different play style, I think, here for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, theoretically, right, you get a little more core control on Auten City in particular, right? A map that's known to be very open, right? So maybe they're trying to play with those ideas overall. Interesting to see, I think, the Juno pick, especially on Auten City with a core control mentality I'm going to assume it's Juno goalie. Maybe it will be. Maybe it won't be. Fudgy could surprise us. I mean, all three of these strikers feel like they could go anywhere. So we'll have to just wait and see as we load in a striker select here. But without the dash awakening start is really what would surprise me and lead me towards maybe not the Juno goalie. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're cooking? We won't know for another couple seconds.
And I think something also with that is you've seen a lot more like momentum boots Juno as well. And so maybe going to go for more of just, especially with a glass cannon start. And I think against, ideally you're not getting hit by a Stell Beam. So you're able to keep that glass cannon, those momentum boots up a lot. It might mean that Fudgy can play, we see him on Atlas and on Mako running those momentum boots, trying to push up, trying to play around the midfield line, just like Gumi is. And maybe with the Juno is going to be able to do the same with all that speed, if it is indeed him on that Juno pick. So we'll see. I think the Kai and Juno could go either way here, but I would assume it's Fudgy. But the Estelle Rasmus, no matter which goalie it is, I think is going to be really scary to clear against. Much like the last game we saw with Bloom being fighting some very difficult battles against the Rune Kazan. I think Kazan Estelle is going to do the same thing, and it's kind of those hard confirms like from an Estelle that you really need to find the barrier and find the goals on this map.
Well, we are about to load in here, and we still don't know. We will know in a couple of seconds here because Demon's Raw chose red side. So we didn't have that. All right. It is Snake, Rasmus, Gumi, Kai, Fudgy, Juno. So again.
But it's Gumi in the goal box.
But it's Gumi in the goal box. Eject button. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Wasn't expecting to see eject button Kai out of Gumi today. I don't think I was expecting to see a lot of things in general, but this is certainly not one of them. I suppose, though, makes sense. I mean, you get a speed awakening on the start. All 6 players picking up the glass cannon.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Gumi didn't go for Castellas because it'd let you stay in there a little bit longer. But instead going for the glass cannon, like you said, and Fudgy switching to that midfield role is able to win the strike over there and gets an early goal. I think either way, you were kind of going to be playing Fudgy and Gumi in similar roles where they were going to be kind of double midfielding, really trying to control the core and keep it on the left side of our screen the entire time. But I did not expect them to roll swap back to, what they got 6-0'd in week 1. But so far, it's looking strong, and like their win condition here is to just really keep the pressure on and keep the core on that left side every time. As soon as it starts to get back, like you saw in there, Gumi is going to make use of that eject button. But Snake actually taking a lot of damage here.
That is something that we don't really get to talk about in the current state of Omega Strikers. Not a lot of, typically, when you're on a team, you will definitely have a specific role, but with this Demon's Raw roster in particular, where Fudgy has played both roles back and forth, there is a lot more flexibility, right, in what you're able to do with that. You can't really say the same for a roster like Showtime, right, where sure, Joker has played both forward and midfield, but obviously in very different contexts at very different times, and you're unlikely to see a player like Shianzu or Barcode move around, right? So having this flexibility, I think, is something that could lead Demon's Raw to larger success later on if they can really dial in how they want to approach these drafts.
Yeah, and they're finding the pressure. They found a 6-second goal there early on, and Snake with this flip, he's going to put some pressure on, but a really well-timed ult from Bloom, but it's just not enough. Didn't let go of that secondary, didn't use the flip as it looked like there wasn't room to find it, but Snake was able to do it, and now Fudgy pushing ahead. Going to maybe force out these flips defensively, and it's both of them at the same time, unfortunately, for PPL, so that's going to be a big swing. Average Alex jumping in, playing some defense there as well, but they just can't get the core out for any extended amount of time, and it's so much pressure. Fudgy finding that last goal, and Demon's Raw switching roles once again, surprising us again, but it's a dominant first set for them.
That's the core control that we were talking about, right? The second that those Juno Blobos go out, you know that goal is almost as good as in. With just how locked down that corner was and how much coverage there was on opposite sides of the map. A triple spark draft here for our first one. Huge advantage over to Demon's Raw, and a size awakening here for the Rasmus of Snake up first.
Yeah, and I think you really would have liked, if you're PPL, for the Estelle to have beaten the Juno out for the hot shot. It's going to be good on the Mako here, but the fact that you had to have that be denied away from your Estelle is going to be difficult, but the Deadeye is going to make some things happen as well. But I think really the story of that draft is that only one size awakening showed up, and that means that Snake was able to get it for himself. Fiery would have loved that onto his side, but maybe doesn't need the size early on, and it's that Deadeye from Average Alex finding a KO onto Gooby, and that first point going over to the side of PPL.
Bang goes the piercing shot of Average Alex. It's come up with multiple primaries towards the net, and does one just there. The exact reason why, theoretically, the Estelle looks strong, even if we haven't seen the full statistical support of that so far in the first half of this season. Here at the top corner, Fiery actually with an insane angle. Wasn't expecting that one to go towards the net. More so expecting to go for the corner, but even still, able to find it. Probably caught Gumi off guard there as well. And quick 2-0 once again here for PPL.
Yeah, and every time you see the core on the right side of the screen for a long time, it's going to mean bad things for Demon's Raw, as they just don't have the defensive capabilities that PPL's comp does, with that Estelle. And they're keeping it all the pressure on this entire set. Average Alex not quite able to make it happen with the flip there, so it will swing back the other way, but getting the goal barrier open early is going to be huge. And now Fudgy and Snake taking a bit of damage. Fiery pushing in, has that flip. The Judo Slime was able to save it for just a moment, but a strike from Fiery gets it in. And in what felt like maybe 30 seconds, PPL takes that set right back.
How disgusting was that play out of Fiery, using everything in the Kazan's kit to move the core back, and even waiting after the energy burst and letting that panic set in. So once again, PPL equalizes us one set apiece, and it's a size awakening for the Kazan. Who could have guessed?
Yeah, size awakening for Kazan, speed awakening for Estelle is going to be a lot of pressure. I mean, that team player is definitely nice on this map when you have all that open space, but this is a map that you're not often going to be able to use, the overtime where team player is really, really scary for your team. So it's not quite as good as maybe it might be in other situations, but still with all the open space, that is going to be something that can turn some of these points around for Demon's Raw. But I think the forwards of PPL got exactly what they wanted, the size and the speed, and it's going to be really difficult for Demon's Raw to try to play defense against those picks here.
And again, you mentioned, right? I think the core control comp right now of Demon's Raw really will play around the midfield line incredibly well. But it's going to be difficult to force the core away and out of the hands, the waiting hands of Fiery, especially with an extra size awakening picked up. just because you don't have those extra melee goalie shove away kind of abilities. Open goal gates on both sides now. Average Alex with a core flip right up to Fiery. Beautiful redirect through the wickets. It is a 4-0 drought right now for Demons Raw.
Yeah, 4-0, and they found the barrier so early in these points. It is such a quick 3-0 for Demons Raw that we never really got to see the defensive deficiencies that, we knew this comp had, but seeing it in action, how much that Kazan and that Estelle can just keep the pressure on you and never let you get it past them. It's really how they've been able to get 4 points in a row. They have Fiery low here, but a lot of energy to evade. And on this map, you never really have to go toward those sides, so it's so hard to confirm the KOs. They'll try to find it here, but Fiery so far staying alive, although staggered now. And those orbs, if they let him go around and take them like this, just like that, he's back in the play, and they were able to keep the defense on for long enough.
Goal barrier stays alive here as well, but not for much longer. The Rose Warp comes up just shy. Goal barrier open here. Snake towards the top side of the pitch. Gumi is on the blazing pace, but doesn't quite have the distance with it just yet. Opportunity to pick up Castellast, of course, later on, and now uses the barrage to find a KO. Finally, Fiery will be taken down. Shoots it forward into the snare drums. We're in overtime now, but the double KO comes through. Snake sends the pendulum swing down, and that will be what snaps the Demons Raw drought.
Yeah, not sure if he was charging primary or secondary there, Bloom. But that's why historically, I think Rasmus is seen as a very strong character into Mako, because you have to charge up those abilities, and it's just so easy for the Rasmus to punish. A million strikes in there, but somehow PPL is able to hold on, just layering their strikes and their abilities really well over and over here, and it allows them to turn the field back over, get it to the other side, and we'll see if Fiery can find this. But a great strike win from Fudgy, and the pendulum swing, it goes back the other way, and Gumi with that eject button puts the pressure back on, opens this goal up early.
Average Alex does have the energy burst here. Snake looks to collect with the pendulum swing, but now Fiery knocks him away, and there's the goal barrier. Taken down, and now Fiery maybe with an opportunity, but there's the energy burst. Now Death Touch could pull it back from Snake, but Fire is ready for it. Bloom does have the core flip available as well. Crooked leverage from Fiery used defensively, trying to just control the midfield line and keep this one away from the possession of Demons Raw. But again, they will dominate the midfield, as we have seen time and again. Gumi, quick pass, now down to Fudgy. Average Alex just dropped back, will cover the bottom side of the goal. We're in overtime now. Core speed will start skyrocketing. Down to the bottom corner, Bloom is ready for it. Average Alex, maybe with an opportunity here to Fiery. There's the energy burst, actually just going to bait out Gumi's burst as well. Fiery, crooked leverage, Fudgy back in time, and the midfielders playing huge roles on the defensive sides of the pitch in this point. Fudgy's been there, and now Average Alex with the KO. It's Snake down, and Fiery maybe with some room to work, pulls it back with a crooked leverage and pulls it through.
In that last draft, I really thought that Hotshot not going to the Estelle was going to be a problem, but that Deadeye has found so much value, so many KOs on, I think, all of the members of Demons Raw. It's just, that added pressure that no one else really has in the game here. Although Snake putting the pressure on, getting the goal barrier open early. 2 flips for the side of PPL. I think if they can get the goal open, they'll be in a great position to use them, but it's Snake and Fudgy controlling that midfield line once again, not letting it get over there for any extended amount of time, and now Gumi coming into the play, trying to make it happen, but so far the Demons offense not finding it.
Don't even have to burn the energy burst here from PPL. Here's a top spin, Fiery, beautiful spacing on that one, and the energy burst is used to find another KO against Snake. Power play opportunity here. Average Alex maybe looking for Fiery down on the bottom side, or looking to take it himself. There's the energy burst from Fiery. Steps up and will send it through. One set away from PPL. 2-0ing Demons Raw.
Yeah, I think the Juno was, the slime there was in the process of turning into creation, so it was able to go through. You see that interaction all the time, but a very inopportune time for it right there. And the Estelle winning the draft here is going to be interesting. You have that 1-2 punch that the Juno would love to get, make some core speed to get the core onto the other side, but the Estelle will deny it here. The Mako getting the twin drive as well, I think, will really mean that you can convert those offensive opportunities a lot more often, with always having that speed. And once again, one size awakening has been showing up in each draft, and that means whichever team has won the set has been able to get it 2 sets for PPL means that Fiery is going to have that size advantage over Snake, and it's going to make life even more difficult for the defense of Demon's Raw here.
It has been already difficult enough, let alone with just how much more difficult it's going to be. Can't get it around the topspin umbrella, can't get it around the crooked leverage when that's used to pull things back, or even when that could be used in rare opportunities to find KOs or something of the sort. Topspin comes up just short of locking the core into the corner, but there's the crooked leverage, pulls the core right back into the goal barrier. Opportunity there, but good transition from Demon's Raw means the goal barrier is down on the other side of the pitch. Here's Average Alex, Crystallized Thorns, now up to Fiery, just shy, but doesn't matter. I think another piercing shot from Average Alex lands, and that's one more goal up here for PPL.
Over and over, it's the Deadeye that's finding so many of these plays. It found the goal barrier there as Fiery was able to hook it into the primary that had all that core speed from the Deadeye, and then the KO found on Gumi there, who was having to play the goal line defense, couldn't step forward anymore. And now, like we saw in that last set in the point 4 that we had, it's 3 flips for PPL. Their goal does go down, so we'll see if they choose to hold on to them. But 3 flips is going to put a lot of pressure. They have it open, and if they can make use of these, they'll be 1 point away, although they use 1, and Alex is able to get KO'd by the Juno. So the momentum swinging back to Demons, but they'll have to convert this. We'll see what they can do. And somehow the core goes backwards. Bloom is able to win that. I don't know what ability sent it that way, but 1 point away for PPL.
It looked like it was almost the whiplash out of Snake that sent it back, but I know it doesn't send the core back that quickly. Folks, was Deadeye the hidden tech on Estelle that we needed the whole time, not clickbait? It sure looks like it, at least in this one, with how Average Alex has been playing in this game. Snake comes up just shy with Bloom able to send it away. Now the goal barrier will fall. This time PPL doesn't have the energy burst advantage per se, but it doesn't matter. Fiery finds a play towards the barrier, now intercepts the core away from Snake. The pendulum swing comes up just shy. Gumi trying everything in his power to get this the other way. Bloom with the energy burst just barely catches the core. Snare drums will also buy some time. Here's Fiery slipping forward. There's a top spin and he'll send it through. It's PPL taking down Demon's Raw, pulling them down to their own level.
Fiery, we saw it was really the Average Alex show for a lot of both of those games, but Fiery had so many incredible moments as well. And in that last set, that last point especially, you saw the pressure there. And going into that map, we were saying it really just felt like so much more of a PPL map because of how many picks Bloom has, just really their play style in general. And I think you saw it. They looked so much more comfortable. I mean, Demon's Raw had to switch around their roles to get to the spot that they wanted on that map. They looked good in the first set, but after that, PPL just, firing on all cylinders, really working together on so many of those points. We talked about the Deadeye from Average Alex finding 4 KOs there. And yeah, this league, we've talked about how close it is this season, even if we don't have any, map 3s for 2 weeks in a row. And PPL winning this means that's 2 more teams that get thrown into that 2 and 3 batch. And I think that's 5 teams now that are going to be 2 and 3. Half of the league is now tied in that spot.
Half of the league is tied at 2 and 3, and we are 4 weeks left in the season. In the back half here, it's starting to become crunch time, and somebody's going to have to start trying to separating themselves from the pack. I will say, theoretically here, like if you were looking at this schedule in seasons past, you look at who PPL has already played. They've already faced Hungry Like Nephew. They played against Return to Form in week 2. It was Showtime in week 3, and in their week 4 opponent was the Sundubu Strikers. So they've already taken down what previously was, or already played what previously was the big 3 in Demons, Showtime, and Hungry Like Nephew. So now, back half of the season, they're going to play against teams that maybe theoretically on paper we thought would have been around their skill level to begin with anyway. And that could mean good things for this roster making a surge towards the back half of the season.
Yeah, a really big win for their standings, like you just laid out. The schedule maybe going to be easier, although in this league you never know, because we have teams that, every week it just seems like they're doing something different. And what a performance from PPL. 2-0ing, both maps really at the beginning, it looked like all Demons Raw, and they're just able to stay resilient and completely take control of things. And yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row, like I just mentioned, with no map threes. So that would make you think it's, some kind of blowout league where we have a top and a bottom, but it's just everyone is right next to each other. And yeah, great series we had.
Yeah. Let's be clear, Weston, there are no easy games, the North American Strikers League. But with game time concluded 5 hours and 15 minutes after the show's expected start, we've got an early day to wrap up, or a quick day to wrap up, I should say. But of course, folks, don't go anywhere. There will be a post show with some of your favorite players on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the post show of Week 5, the North American Strikers League Season 6. Yeah, I'm actually here this time. Whoa, mind-blowing.
Yay!
Doing the post show for once, and I am now joined by Average Alex, Vaughn, and Leo Leon. Average Alex, I will start with you, coming fresh off of PPL's 2-0 victory over Demons Raw. First of all, unfiltered reactions. How's it feel to take that victory?
Feels amazing. We kind of needed that, unfortunately. The record was looking a little rough, so we kind of treated that one like it was like the last match we would ever play. So
well,
worked out.
It turned out well. It worked out
out.
very well for you. In that case, I want to get your thoughts on this. Your picks in particular, I think, were notably interesting for the series. In game 2, I'll start with that one. You played that Estelle, ended up picking up Deadeye as a denial and found a decent amount of value out of that. Is Deadeye the hidden tech we were missing out of Estelle the whole time?
I mean, it was helpful. I mean, it accidentally killed Snake a couple times. It definitely killed Gumi a couple times, for sure. Like, it led to the indirect death of Snake once or twice, I think. But, I mean, it's a good pickup there. I think everything else was just, like, pretty worthless, especially after 3 sparks popped, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So it felt like a no-brainer to me, and I got a little more out of it than I expected. I was like, okay, maybe I'll get 1. I got 4. Who let me do that?
Okay. I mean, hey, 4 KOs at Otten City you will certainly take no matter what, especially when your team can capitalize on those goals as well as Fiery was doing. What are those like quick transitions like the second that Fiery gets a KO on the goalie, in this case Fudgy, and then you have to scramble to the other side of the pitch quickly to actually score in time?
It's rough. Our power plays have notoriously been pretty dog water. I'm not going to lie. So every time somebody dies, everybody just walks in. Nobody talks. Nobody says a damn thing. We're all just like, please don't screw up. Please don't screw up. Not this time. Not like this again. And then we execute half the time, 50% of the time, 100% of the time.
Well, it certainly was 50% of the time, 100% of the time in that match today. So congratulations to you for picking that one up. Continuing to work backwards in the schedule. Vaughn, Hungry Like Nephew, picks up the win over Bun Bonanza today. Your reactions to your match earlier?
I think a little bittersweet. So I really enjoy playing Bun every season. We usually have one, if not the full series of close games, but I know there's some PC issues coming out from Liari, and it definitely impacted our match today. I think that team, if there are like no technical concerns, is like a top 3 contender this season. I think they look really good. But you know, you play the hand you're dealt, and so I mean, we just showed up to play our game. We tried the Era goalie for the first time this season, which has been getting a lot of popularity, and it started off extremely slowly. But I think a pretty common thing, and I mentioned this the last time I was on the air too, is I think every series there's either a full set or a full game where we just absolutely play atrociously, because we're kind of figuring out as we go this season. So we got 3-0'd in record time in our first set of the day, and then we actually just took all of the draft to just talk about like what just went wrong and like what do we do differently. And then game 2 was we slaughtered them game 2. Like it was a bloodbath. So not too much to say on that. It just went well. Game 2.
It certainly was a bloodbath. Speaking on that, where are your opinions right now on the state of these damage comps in the meta? Are you expecting to see those rise a little bit more? I imagine it's fun to play as, but incredibly frustrating to play against.
So I think there's a time and a place for them. Like for example, we almost picked the exact. So we picked something very similar versus Soon Dubu in week 2. We played Vice, goalie, Juno, midfield, and Julie brawler, which obviously is very strong pick, versus Estelle Kazan forward on Atlas Lab. But the key difference was versus Soon Dubu, they had an Atlas who completely mitigated like all of our chip damage we were getting. So I think that there's a pretty delicate dichotomy between speed and damage, where it feels like if a team picks one of those mom boots goalies or has a lot of speed on their side, like you can get run away with, or if it's any of those stagger starts, it can be difficult, minus bulk up because I think it just applies power. But as always, I really feel like it comes down to the awakenings. Like if I could pick Vice every game, I would. Let's be clear. but I think there's a lot of times where she doesn't look good. So I think this season has been so volatile, just because the patch drop as it started. And I still think when I talk with different teams, everyone is so split on what they think is like the quote unquote best things to pick. Like some people think Juno's super overrated. Some people think Juno's really pick ban. Some people really like Era. Some people think she's super weak. Some people think that Julie is OP, and then other people think Julie's OP, and then everyone thinks Julie's OP. So I think there's a lot of debate on what is good and what is not good, because we've left a meta where it felt like a team picked blue side and they picked like a very like methodical, like creation based, speed based comp, and it doesn't feel like that's the case anymore. And I think that's evidenced by so many unique picks in nasl this season.
Other thing, want to talk about the unique picks, because this popped up in our second two or our final two matches today, including yours, of course. And I want to ask you about it as the grandfather of the striker. Drakkar picked up twice, won twice today with a 12% pick ban presence, but 100% or 85% win rate, going 6-1, I believe, so far this season. Is Drakkar the way of the future, Vaughn?
So I'm down to let Alex chime in after I say my piece, because I know he's been a really big believer of the character for months now. I know Ball. I think that the character is very good in certain spots. I think he's a bit of a like scalpel, in that like I'm not going to use it for every like surgery as a doctor, like every procedure, but like the ones that I'm using it for, it's doing all the work. So like that game, for example, in our game versus, what are they called? Bun Bun. We knew that after ban phase, they wanted to trade Era for Vice. So we wanted to pick Drek because it was a great start for Drek. And we knew that because Scyther likes playing like the squishier brawlers. Like he doesn't like playing X or Asher. And we think I like Drek into Finny, personally, brawler. I like that matchup. So we knew we could just pressure them and they wouldn't have any evades. I think Brawler's his best role, and I'm gonna start by I'll talk a little bit about Alex's pick, but then obviously if he has anything he wants to add, he can. I think that Drek midfield is a very flawed pick, but I've almost never seen a better Drek angle than when he picked it today, because Drek midfield struggles as a melee midfielder when there's lots of range and he gets bullied off of the ball. And there's someone that's able to match his strike shotgun. So when he's against Kazan, who has no way to bully him off the ball, like he can't be dash punched or anything by a Kazan, the Rune can't like do any chip damage back on him, because if Rune wants to win the interaction, he has to strike secondary, which doesn't do any damage to Drek. And then Alice can't do anything to Drek either. Like he just sits at a distance. Like Drek gets to run around the map and just ping pong all the time, which he likes. And then it's on a closed map, so he doesn't have to worry about passes. So that's my take. I think the midfield pick is flawed. I think the brawler pick is flexible, and I think goalie is like pretty mid. But Alex, I was curious if you had anything you wanted to add.
I think that's a pretty good summary. I think just not having like a lot of damage on their part made it pretty comfortable too. I could play a little bit bad into damage, and it wouldn't really matter that much. Atlas isn't just going to throw something halfway across the map and instantly kill me. It's kind of a nice feeling, because I'm going to be on top of that core whether I like it or not a lot of the time. And yeah, I do think Drek Brawler is definitely a more solid pick than the midfield, but I don't think Fiery got that Drek gene. I'll say it. I'll say it with my chest. He better give it up to me.
You know, I was almost excited because I almost thought we were going to see Fiery pick up the Mako in a nasl game, but apparently not. Up there for
One
us.
day.
But all right, enough of that. Vaughn, I'm getting word that we have breaking news. There's been a trade occurring across rosters of the North American Strikers League. I assume I'm allowed to say it because I was pigged with it. But apparently, you have traded Bertram to Showtime to pick up Kainu and add him on your roster. Your thoughts to this week 5 trade?
We're making a lot of that's not the only roster change you're gonna see. We're moving a lot of people for the end of the season. Well, for various reasons. So we'll see if it comes up. Anyway, I mean that's about it. Like I don't have too much to say right now. I mean maybe in the future he'll be subbing in. We want to take this kind of like unproven like player, give him some like nasl time. See how far he can improve. So that's all I have to say for that for now. Like we're probably gonna be dropping a couple people, like gearing up for some stuff towards the end of the season. So I don't know, just stay tuned for now.
Can you be more vague for me, Vaughn?
Yeah. You might see him play, or maybe not.
Great. Oh, excellent. All right. Thanks so much for that clarification. Leo, enough of you sitting here in the corner. First of all, what is going on this picture that you're showing us right now?
All right, so RTF has a tradition now where whenever we get asked to interview, we spin this wheel. So if you did an interview already, then you don't get added. So I think Hungry did it last time, so he has 1 entry. Moffin skipped out, so he has an extra entry. And I've been dodging this. I've been dodging all these interviews. I have 4 entries now, but the nice people over at Bestie really, really wanted me for this interview. So I'm gonna keep my 4 entries in there, to respect my teammates. Right. Even though Hungry should have done it, but it's all good. But yeah, it's just
the wheel for the interview for sure.
Yeah, I started back when we were doing weeklies and like other tournaments where we would just like spin the wheel with a bunch of options, like whether we play like Overcooked or we sit in our call Silento, or if I go and figure out if my Amazon driver delivered my package or not. Yeah, it's just a fun little game that we play on RTF whenever we have downtime or like can't make a decision.
Well, speaking of RTF, sounds like the vibes are up, and vibes got to be up in the standings right now, sitting at 3-2 after the first half of the season so far. How are you feeling right now in your current spot overall in the standings here?
Pretty good, but season's not over, and we still have a lot of work to do. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that the Showtime game and the PPL game are really close, and we looked pretty strong. I just want to make sure that we keep up that image and we keep playing our best, because I think internally RTF was kind of struggling a little bit with our new midfielder, but I think right now we're like finding our groove. It like took a bit. It took a bit. It took a bit of interviewing, a bit of arguing, but I think we're at a good part of our season now. And hey, I mean, new patch might destroy everything or make everything good. Ooga booga. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, time will tell. Leo, I want to run through the rest of your season to see where you think you're feeling in terms of where those harder weeks might be. Who do you think is the hardest opponent you have remaining? Of course, right now, given my things are very close in the league, I think this could be a matchup thing. I don't think there's really a team that is at the highest level that's just going to dominate everybody. So your schedule remaining, RTF will play Bun Bun next week, Wee's Little Bees in week 7, EKC in week 8, and then we'll face Hungry Like Nephew in week 9. Who do you think is your strongest matchup remaining?
I don't know. See, this is where Hook would be really good. Wee's Little Bees has some crazy.
LeBron James is coming, bro. You're
yeah, I might be cooked. I might get hit with a X masterclass in 2 weeks. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I respect all the teams. I mean, Bun, Weeb, where my Hug at, EKC, like they're all really strong teams. I think I'm more worried between Hug and EKC, just because EKC, I mean, the guys have been playing together forever. They run a really solid kill comp. My fellow Jerseyan and XZD has been learning this midfield brawler mumbo jumbo shenanigans, has been murdering everybody. And where my Hug at?
Just be playing Julie, but all good.
Yeah, all good. I mean, he's making the pick look like fun. And I've been picking it up here and there sometimes, but that guy's a beast at it. But yeah, right. I'd say respect all my opponents. Definitely worried about EKC and Hug, but hey, I mean, we'll get there when we get there, right?
Absolutely. I have one more question left for the rest of this panel. All of you can answer, but I'll turn it back to Leo to start us off. We've been hyping up that this looks like it's the closest season that we've had so far. Of course, we say this every season because it's always the most interesting narrative to talk about, clearly. But the past 2 weeks have been all 2-0s. We have not seen a single game 3 in the past 2 weeks of play. So is this actually the closest season? Leo, I'll start with you.
I don't know, man. I saw a wheel of losers in one of the servers earlier, and that wheel of losers might be saying something. I don't know. It's like it's close, but yet it's not. It's like people have really good matchups into other teams, and sometimes you just don't perform. And that's okay. But I'd say it feels a lot closer. I mean, coming from like playing in like alpha and beta or whatever, like everyone got better like every month. Like every other month, people would start getting better, and that's still reigns true here. Where I think teams, especially in this current meta, like Vaughn mentioned, where a lot of more unique picks are coming up. I like seeing the identity of teams and identity of like pick bans happen a lot more, and it's successful. Like a team can get away with picking something a little unorthodox now because that's just how the patch is. And I think that's really fun. I think that's what makes the season feel as close as it does. The fact that we're not structured to like 2 or 3 variations of like one comp or one kind of meta. Like you can kind of run mostly whatever you want, so long as it has like a clear idea based on the starting awakenings or the map. But yeah, close. But hey, the rest of the season's still here. You never know. I'm waiting for the tiebreakers.
Might come down to tiebreakers. I don't think we've had a national season go to tiebreakers, but maybe that'll be the case this season. Average Alex, what do you think?
I think this is probably a result of the patch kind of aging a little bit. I think a lot of teams are a lot more comfortable with the patch than they were a couple weeks ago. I know for a fact, I'm speaking for myself here, we would occasionally just lose in draft to something we didn't know was a problem until it was too late. And I think that's causing some stability here, as you saw it with the 2-0s. I think people aren't getting surprised as much. I think people have a better idea of what they want to play in the patch. And I think that's starting to come through, and we're seeing which end result is ending up being the better meta read, I guess would be the way I look at it. But yeah, it could really go anyway. I'm not counting out anybody like Wee's Little Bees. They're 1-4. They could change that real quick. They really could. Sure. And you also got to keep in mind that some people have played in my opinion, some stronger teams already. So their record can only improve from here theoretically. So
we're looking at your team in particular, theoretically, right?
Already yeah, I mean, come on, who's saying that? Who's saying that?
Me, a bit ago on the cast.
Who said that? It's, not me. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I would never undermine my opponents like that. Right. Of course not. But if I was, I wouldn't tell you.
Right. Vaughn, where are your thoughts here?
Kenneth, you got to repeat the question for me. Sorry, about the season.
Is it the closest season, despite the fact that we've got a bunch of 2-0s?
Oh, yeah. I think kind of something that I've discussed with some people that feels echoed is that I think the level of play week to week seems less. Like I think there's a lot more mistakes happening. I think you could attribute that to a lot of different things, but I think it feels like the overall execution of games on average is lower, but maybe that's skewed because of anything from the characters being picked are punished harder. Or it could be like people just aren't scrimming or practicing as much. Or it could be 50,000 people last season stopped playing and teams are adjusting to that. Or there's a bunch of different reasons, right? But I do think that I've enjoyed watching every week because it feels like I'm not sure who's going to win when they play each other. And that's not always been the case. I feel like in nasl 5, I watched almost any week, and I feel like there were a couple teams I'm like, yep, they're always going to win. Like, that's just mentally checked that off in my head. Same thing with nasl 4. I think the last 2 seasons, I kind of got, it's a bit hackneyed, but I was like, this is the closest season ever. Yeah, guys, like season 5 wasn't the Showtime fucking, or sorry, that was my one. Season 5 like wasn't Showtime City, right? Like, come on now. So I think that I have gone into every week thinking that I could lose. And I have not felt like that every season. As someone who's been a nasl starter with Leo since the beginning, actually, there are seasons where I do not feel that way. And this is a season that I do feel that way. I think that every team has the chance to beat my team, and we are 4-1, but a couple sets go differently, and we're 1-4. So I think it's very competitive. I've enjoyed all the debuts from players this season. Looking forward to seeing more games. So I'm happy with the product. I think it's a fun season for sure.
Definitely a fun season. Definitely the reason why everyone should continue tuning in as we ramp up towards the postseason. That's all I've got for my questions, but we'll go down the line. If you want to give any shout outs to anyone that may or may not be watching, you're more than welcome to here. Average Alex, I'll start with you.
I'm going to shout out Hungry Boy. We're going to start the chain. We go back and forth. He helps our team every now and then whenever we're scratching our heads because we're not an extremely outspoken team. And he's like, no, I think that's terrible. That's not exactly how he says it, but I'm keeping it PG. And we appreciate that. So we couldn't have done it without him. So thank you, Hungry Boy. That is all.
Okay. Leo.
I like PPL.
Me too.
All right.
That's it. All the shout outs we've got. All right, cool. Vaughn, anybody?
Yeah. On my hashtag joybaiting arc, there's no about joybaiting. I'm gonna shout out Average Alex on the desk. I said this about once a week. I do like streams where I review nasl and NASA stuff, and I go over like concepts or meta or all that jazz. And one of the things that I did was like a fun like, oh, it's middle of the season. Let's talk about who we would vote for our like all pro votes. And I think I would put Alex as one of my 3 midfielders. I think this guy is playing like a beast, and he's a big reason for his team's success this season. And that's really cool because I think he's improved a lot. Joy baited. And then I also want to shout out Leo because I told him this yesterday, like in person. But I think a lot of RTF's success was him buckling down and putting like a lot of time in, like more than most people would want to. Because I know firsthand how difficult it is to try to work out things that don't feel like they're clicking on a team, and it takes a lot of effort and time. And this guy's looking like the best performing brawler in the league right now, and RTF is the team I'm most scared of playing this season. So hashtag joybaited. So those are my shout outs. And then shout out to Kenneth. Yeah, shout out to Kenneth Bottom 273 for hosting the post show because I miss him. So just good vibes all around. And then shout out my team. Our experiment is bearing fruit. I would not have bet going into the season, and the standings were here to see us here. So I'd like to shout out my teammates. Good job, guys. Just a lot of joy baiting all around. Positive vibes.
Positive vibes to send off the day today, folks. That'll do it for our show. Be sure to tune in next week, of course, for week 6 of the North American Strikers League. But of course, we've got both NASA and NAST matches happening tomorrow. You can catch those matches aired live tomorrow, same time, same place, right here on Bestie in Slot. Don't forget to check out the merch that I forgot to shout out last week, but I'm not forgetting to shout out this week. Exclamation point shop. I don't know what I was just trying to say, but that'll do it for us here tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you all around.